safe. Good behavior saves lives. Your actions matter. Issued by the National Department of Transport.
The count of strong punches will be lost when defending champion Smangele Smash Hadebe collides with the undefeated Zbulelo Soboys for the WBO Africa Flyweight title. In another explosive showdown, Sibusiso Zingange takes on Henok Piri in the International Junior Welterweight division. And that's not all. Expect even more thrilling bouts on the same electric evening. This is the Battle for Love. Catch the incredible fights live on SABC Plus and SABC2 with reports on SABC radio stations the Saturday 28 February at 7 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Every day, Randwater's underground pipelines run through servitudes across the country, carrying millions of liters of water to our communities. But when people build too close, it's called encroachment, and it's very dangerous. If a pipeline bursts, it can flood homes, destroy property, and in many cases, people lose their lives. That's why Randwater marks its servitudes with blue and white beacons, a clear warning to stay clear and safe. When we protect Randwater's servitudes, we protect our communities too. Randwater, finding new ways.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
Eskom is upgrading old electricity meters with modern smart meters, giving you clarity, control, and confidence. With your new meter, you'll be able to see your usage in real time, giving you the power to manage your electricity with ease. Smart meters are accurate and help Eskom respond faster to issues. Please allow their authorized installers access to install your new meter. For more information, visit the Eskom website. Eskom, redefining for a better future.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
I had a friend who ran a big business in Johannesburg who said, meetings are not a legitimate form of work. They will only be held out of office hours. So if you want to have a meeting, it's before 8 or after 5. So just think about that. Managerial skill, putting together a good communication, hosting a good meeting, engaging personally with people, that sort of bureaucratic organization, recognizing in a team who can really make a difference how. The individual characteristics of the team. The second is just the skill of leading and being in front. I think many of our leaders are way removed from the battlefield. We sit in offices with spreadsheets. Out there, there's a battle going on. And I believe deeply in frontline experience. Go and sell or make the product that's in your business and do it with the people who sell it and make it, and do that often enough. That's why I've always loved Robbie Brosen, because he is more or less a chicken. And if you are a chicken, which way would you rather go, Nando's or KFC? I think the answer is Nando's, because he represents the core of the product in an amazing way. And most great leaders do that. Learn from everyone, copy no one. Get out there and see the extraordinary things that are being done all around the world. It's this innovation role. Destroy the organization, because how we've got in the room is not how we're going to get out of the room. And if we don't have the courage personally to think about that as we look in the mirror to say, am I just a manager going to meetings, or am I someone who really takes responsibility for the outcome? This country has built amazing businesses over more than a century. We need a new generation if we're going to deal with the social challenge of having left 20 million people behind.
Professor Nick Binedell, he is the founding director of the Gordon Institute of Business Science. And you can just hear the wisdom that flows so effortlessly out of him, right? That's why the Gordon Institute of Business Science is what it is. And I think they also have played a significant role, not only in empowering managers, executives, anybody else that has an interest, but also in entrepreneurs. Yeah, absolutely a great institution. All right, welcome to the Talking Point. A pleasure to be with you this morning. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and we'll be together until midday as we lead conversations that move us. Coming up on the show today, we are going to do things slightly differently. This morning, later on this morning, the Northern Cape Premier, Zamani Saul, will be delivering his province's State of the Province address. And so we're going to be going live to the Northern Cape to speak with some of the officials there to talk about progress in that province, to talk about opportunities in that province, but also to talk about challenges in that province, right? What are they going to be doing to deal with the great deal of challenges that the province is facing? And then at 9:30, we'll take you live to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. This is where we'll be hearing testimony from the suspended head of human resources for the city of Ekurhuleni. And this particular witness is coming back after her legal team submitted a 44-page supplementary statement at the last minute, the last time she was supposed to give evidence. And so evidence leaders really needed more time to review and go through that statement before they could hear her evidence. And we, of course, are going to be listening to what she has to say. Among the questions that she'll have to answer is being part of the so-called cabal that shielded the suspended EMPD deputy chief, Julius Mkhwanazi, from disciplinary action. Her evidence is also considered to be crucial in as far as the collapse of discipline and alleged corruption within the Ekurhuleni municipality. She was suspended for her alleged failure to act against Mkhwanazi and for reportedly receiving a 600,000 rand salary increase as a loyalty fee, in inverted commas, for how she protected this so-called cabal that existed within the Ekurhuleni municipality. So we'll take you live to that testimony just after the 9:30 news headlines. For now, we're going to get into our special broadcast looking at the State of the Province address in the Northern Cape. The theme that the province is going with this year is modern, growing and a successful province. In the last State of the Province address, Zamani Saul, of course, looked at how government was dealing with service delivery challenges. This year, it being a municipal election year, the province is intending on responding to the service delivery challenges and the dire state of municipal audit outcomes. Bentley Gavin Vass is the MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs in the Northern Cape. Mr. Vass, good morning to you. Thank you for your time this morning.
Hi, good morning, and how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Firstly, let's just talk about your province, the Northern Cape. We, of course, know that this is a province that has been dealing with a significant number of challenges, particularly when it comes to service delivery at a municipal level. And we've spoken about these negative audit outcomes that have been recorded. And it's not just over one cycle, over a number of cycles, right, of reporting periods. What is the plan that you have in place to deal with this issue?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Kathy. I think what I can say is that for us, we are prioritizing on local government, and I think as this provincial government, we are serious about changing local government. On the issue of audit outcomes, you will see that there's an increase in the number of municipalities who received qualified and unqualified audit reports, especially unqualified. It means that if we work on those 17 municipalities, we'll be in a better position to move towards clean audits. But obviously, we have Operation Clean Audit that comprise of the Office of the Premier, COGSTA, as well as Provincial Treasury. We are working closely with the Office of the Auditor General, making sure that we change things in municipalities. But what we are also seeing is that clean audit is not only the function and responsibility of our CFOs and the financial team in the municipality. It starts with the leadership in the municipality, led by the mayor, the speaker, and all councillors. All of us in the ecosystem should take responsibility, making sure that we drive things towards getting a clean audit. And it's doable. It's doable. There's the issues. If you look at some of the issues that the Auditor General raised, it's clear that if we are focused and make sure that we implement the recommendations in terms of the audit action plan, it's doable. But then on the other hand, what we're also seeing is that in a number of our municipalities, there's no CFOs, there's no technical managers. And we are encouraging all municipal councils to fill the vacant positions, because without the filling of vacant positions, it means an impact on service delivery and also the performance of our municipalities.
This issue around requisite skills and expertise in filling positions, the Northern Cape is still considered a largely rural province. Does that have a bearing at all on the province's ability to attract these skills? I'm imagining it may be easier at a provincial level because of where province is headquartered than it is perhaps at a municipal level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you take from in the rurality of the province, a number of your applicants, if they come to the Northern Cape and they see the towns, one of the issues that they are raising, to say that there's no schools, proper schools for them, the issue of language, and a number of other self-development, you are far from everything. So it makes it difficult for municipalities to attract the people with the requisite skills, but we are pushing very hard because we can't compromise on that. We can't employ people or appoint people without the requisite qualification and years of experience. And when we advertise broadly, but we welcome applicants from any part of the province, making sure that we transform and we change our municipalities.
One of the things that the Northern Cape has is that it is rich in mineral resources. If we take a look at the critical minerals that are needed to power the future, the Northern Cape is sitting with a good number of those minerals on its list. And yet, one doesn't get the sense that municipalities are intentionally working out plans that position this province for growth. And that to me seems like it's going to be a significant challenge, because the risk is that if municipalities do not intentionally take the lead, we're going to end up with a situation where a lot of mining continues in the province, but the aspect of beneficiation is lost, but also a lack of maximizing and capitalizing on what those opportunities in and of themselves may present.
Yeah, we're taking a firm stand to make sure that local economic development strategies are no longer treated as compliance checkboxes, but as a dynamic blueprint for industrialization and job creation. So people of the Northern Cape should benefit first, because we are sitting with unemployment in our province, and we want to make sure that we give opportunities to young people, we give opportunities to other vulnerable groups. But it can't be that the minerals, with all the minerals that we have, we are sitting with this high level of unemployment, and I think we are serious as a province to say we are not going to compromise on that, and we encourage the mining companies, making sure that they are working closely with us. For us, the infrastructure development is critical, and we need to make sure that we do that. There's a number of opportunities coming to this province if you look in terms of renewable energy, but also in terms of the issue of the SEZ, the harbor. There's a number of things that we are confident that can change the landscape, economic landscape of the province.
All right, MEC Vass, we'll leave it there for this morning. That is the MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs in the Northern Cape as they prepare to host the State of the Province address in that province. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we continue, we'll bring another voice from the Northern Cape.
This February, fall in love with the shows that bring us together on Saturday nights. First, sparks, surprises, and second chances at romance. Farmer Wants a Wife US, where real love grows in the most unexpected places. Saturday at 8:30 p.m. And before the love story begins, the stage lights up with pure talent and big league dreams. America's Got Talent Fantasy League. The world's best acts battling for the ultimate bragging rights. Saturday at 7:30 p.m. 2 shows, one unforgettable Saturday. Only on S3. Open up.
The count of strong punches will be lost when defending champion Smangele Smash Hadebe collides with the undefeated Zbulelo Soboys for the WBO Africa Flyweight title. In another explosive showdown, Sibusiso Zingange takes on Henok Piri in the International Junior Welterweight division. And that's not all. Expect even more thrilling bouts on the same electric evening. This is the Battle for Love. Catch the incredible fights live on SABC Plus and SABC2 with reports on SABC radio stations the Saturday 28 February at 7 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Tolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Tolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM.
This February, love staying informed. As your day winds down and the evening begins, Primetime News moves to a new home. Weekdays at 6 p.m. The stories that matter, the context you trust, the news that connects you to South Africa and the world. Because loving what you watch also means trusting what you hear. Primetime News airs weeknights at 8 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
If you love live music in beautiful spaces, Symphony by the Water is one to diarize. It takes place at Midmar Dam on Saturday, the 7th of March 2026, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra with an incredible lineup of South African artists. Tickets are available now at Web Tickets, Pick n Pay, and exhibition and store spaces are available at 600 Rand. For more info, you can follow at Symphony Waters on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
Hashtag SAFM Talking Point.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from 150, evening tickets from 350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick and Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right, you're listening to The Talking Point, and we'll continue then our coverage coming out of the Northern Cape for the State of the Province address in that particular area and region of the country. And important for me to say that, of course, these conversations have been brought to you by the Northern Cape Provincial Government. These conversations have been brought to you by the Northern Cape Provincial Government. So what we are going to then do is that we will have more conversations with some of the officials from the Northern Cape at 11 o'clock. This is when the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry is going to be breaking for its tea break. We seem to be having some issues with connecting to them this morning. So that's where we're going to pause it then for now, with the plan of the province to modernize, to grow, and to make it a successful province. And you know, the Northern Cape unfortunately becomes one of those provinces that is somewhat of a forgotten province rather. And the difficulty and what makes it sad is that it is such a mineral-rich province. And, you know, there's just so much economic activity and economic opportunity in the Northern Cape. But why that doesn't translate into success on a wholesale level for the province, I think is something that the officials there also need to sit and contend with, right? Because it's not enough to just...
Morning, Chair. We have an updated postponement application that has cured some of the defects in the preceding one. We would like the appearance of this witness, again, I'm not going to refer to his name, to be postponed to a specific date. We will serve a new subpoena, but we are looking at the 11th of March. And I've discussed with Mr. Matlala a date for the submission of the statement of the witness, and he has agreed that the witness statement will be furnished by 3 March. So unless the Commission has any concerns, we'd ask that the witness's appearance be postponed to 11 March and that he be directed to furnish his statement to the Commission by 3 March.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalson. You confirm the...
I absolutely confirm, Chair.
Yes. But I just want to raise an issue or two. Doctors are well known for their handwritings, but I think I'm the last person to comment on anybody's handwriting. My colleague, Commissioner Baloyi, and the Commission Secretary have told me to my face that my handwriting is worse than that of doctors. When I look at the first medical certificate, I see what I think are only 2 words. And when I look at the one that we insisted should be filed, that is a legible one, I see 4 words. And the second one, which is legible, starts with acute, first letter A. And the first one, that's illegible as it is, nothing looks like an A in the first word. If anything, it looks like an M. So one, why do we have only 2 words in the first one? And 2, why do we have 4 in the second one? Does it mean different medical conditions were reflected, or does it mean that the same medical condition was reflected, but perhaps in the first medical certificate expressed in 2 words, and in the second medical certificate expressed in 4 words? Secondly, that's the first point I want to raise. Secondly, why is the name of the doctor not mentioned? In paragraph 5, this simply says, I was observed by, open quote, a medical practitioner, close quote, unnamed. And I looked at the signature. I'm not sure I looked at the second one. First one, oh, at least, oh, no, the name at least does show on the stamp, so I'll leave that one. I'll leave the second point.
Thank you, Chair.
Perhaps comment on the first point?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you'd be very well aware, there's doctor-patient confidentiality and privilege. So the first medical certificate, it reflected medical condition without disclosing the nature of the condition.
Also, that's medical condition.
Yes, that's what it said. But then upon further deliberations with the evidence leader, he proposed that, look, let us disclose the medical condition, but it wouldn't be publicly mentioned during the proceedings. So that is why there's a discrepancy between yesterday's medical certificate and today's one.
I'm happy because I was not aware of the agreement on non-disclosure. I'm happy that all I disclosed was just acute and not the rest of it. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Madlanga. The hearing of the witnesses' testimony is postponed to 11 March 2026, and the statement of the witness must be filed by 3 March 2026. That's the order.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is it practical for the next witness to come in with us sitting here, or do you want us to step out for a minute?
Chair, we haven't been in communication with the next witness yet. I don't imagine there will be difficulties, but it may be more convenient just for you to step out for 5
we'll
minutes.
just step outside and you'll indicate when you are ready. That's adjourned.
We are going to position ourselves such that we start to enter that space of competing with other provinces and competing even in internationally, so that we grow our economy, number one, and we create the much needed and necessary jobs.
If we are to look at the industries that you would like to leverage within the province, as you're saying, you see it as a province that can position itself for growth going into the future. What are these industries, right? And how would you say that these industries are performing right now? I think on the mining front or on the commodity front, it's quite obvious. You just have to look at the numbers, look at our revenue collection targets that have been exceeded. The base that underpins that has been as a result of the cost or the boom of commodities during this period.
Yes. Look, four critical areas, Kathy, is your community services, finance, issues of trade, but also issues of agriculture. Agriculture has performed very, very well in the last quarter, and we want to leverage on that with the relationship that we have with the agricultural sector. Fortunately, we have not been very badly affected in terms of the foot and mouth disease. So the skills development initiatives that we are embarking on as a province, they seek to close that gap so that we are able to make sure that we are correctly positioned and correctly skilled to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented here in the province by our sectors. Like I said, the renewable energy in particular, agriculture and mining, they are massive industries that are booming in the province. And I think we are going to hear Premier speak more in detail around what our plans are to make sure that all of those sectors respond to our economic growth and as well as our outlook in terms of creating jobs and luring investments to the Northern Cape.
All right. Is there anything else you would want to add before we wrap things up?
I just want to invite the listeners of SAFM to listen to Premier Dr. Zamani Sol as he delivers the state of the province this morning with very clear-cut plans to take our people to the next level and to of course grow the economy, but also effectively to respond to the challenges that municipalities are facing. And I think I want to invite the listeners to tune in and hear the plans that we have as a province to address those issues.
And Monobisi, just before you go, I've got a listener here that's posing a question who says, please ask him about the development of the harbour in Port Nolloth. How far is the process of that development?
That's one of the key announcements that Premier will make this morning in the State of the Province address. We are in the Namakwa district. The Bukubai Harbour is a big project of the province where we intend to create massive jobs that are going to benefit the people in this region. So the listener can stay tuned to hear Premier Dr. Zamani Sol speak specifically on all of those catalytic projects, which includes the Bukubai Harbour. So thanks for that question, and I think we are going to get clear-cut plans and responses in terms of all of those projects.
Okay, all right. That's where we'll leave it then with Monwabisi Nkompela, who's the head of communications for the Northern Cape Provincial Government, as they host the State of the Province address in that particular province. So the Madlanga Commission has started, but they have taken a short adjournment. What they began the morning reviewing is the application from the witness, the crime intelligence witness, that was supposed to give evidence yesterday. You remember that the commissioners had serious questions about the validity of the medical statement that was presented before them in supporting the application for a postponement. So what we had were his lawyers then coming before the commission and really dealing with the concerns that they had. So they've taken a short adjournment. This is to allow for the witness that they're going to be giving evidence, that is going to be giving evidence today, to get seated, which is the suspended head of HR at the department, within the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department, rather. So we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're live at the commission as they resume their work.
As the nation seeks answers, SAFM brings you live, uninterrupted coverage of Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. You can also stay up to date with the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System. Stay informed, stay connected. Tune in live on SAFM 104 to 107 and follow the coverage across our digital platforms live on Facebook, X and YouTube at SAfmRadio. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Kathy, good morning. Andile. I think, Kathy, I'm hearing Ann Musa updating us about the findings around the ghost workers. Um, can you please, maybe next week, can we please dissect this? I'm trying to understand what was the scope of this investigation in terms of in government. What was the scope, and also what to the people who were hiring these people? Do we have charges against them? Are they being investigated? What is going on to those who hired ghost workers? If they are hired, I don't know. Like, what is the process now that we have these findings? What is the way forward? Thanks, Kathy.
Morning, Kathy. Good show. Thank you very much. But talking about the Northern Cape and talking about the skills in the Northern Cape, I think the current party, or the current government, which is run by the ANC, is looking at that, but they're really not looking at the Northern Cape and taking those skills that is there in consideration. Because if you look at the appointment of probably about 60-70% of the people that is in those specific positions where we need to have the skills and the expertise and the experience so that we can benefit from what is happening in the Northern Cape, or the economy of the Northern Cape, the mining of the Northern Cape. We just don't have that skills. And there's people being imported into municipalities from other provinces while we're sitting in this province and saying, but we have the skills and the ability. But because we're not a party member and we're not party to the ANC, we're just not getting the opportunity to participate and to add value. Thank you. Johan Besaidnot from the Northern Cape.
Good morning, SAfm. Kete Motlatlana. Please, we don't have a budget here. This is not a budget. It is a dividend by the parliamentarians across the board and their business people. Across the board, each and every department, 80% goes to salary and 20% goes for the development of development. It is a capitalist state versus a welfare state, which the parliamentarians are denying on it. We are a welfare state, not we are living together in a capitalist state. Satanistic. Swalemfundo kaMamlungu, KZN.
Good morning, Kathy. It's Pule here. I just wanted to ask, has Zwelinzi Mavabi said anything about the miners who are trapped in Kimberley? Because he was in the forefront when the illegal miners were trapped in Orkney. He was threatening legal action and all sort of threats. So now I'm surprised he's very quiet now. Does it really make sense? No ways.
Hi, this is Kathy. Kigwenam, hope you well. Thanks for your guest. I hear what your guest is saying there, but I'm not sure if this Kathy you've noticed this, that in the corporate or in the private sector, in the government, everywhere, the language has now changed since the president announced the experience thing issue, that people cannot not have job because they don't have experience. That should be scrapped. And now the companies, what they doing, they're shifting away from experience. They are going to skills now. So they're using skills, most of the companies, as an excuse not to give employment, or not to allow people who have been in that field to take the job. So we're having issues.
Hi, good morning, Katie. This is Mpumelelo Majeni. What is happening in Kimberley, in Ikapa Minerals? It's so sad now. It shows that those rich people, they don't care about the poor lives that are underground. Where are the human rights commission now? Because they are so good in acting when the foreigners are in trouble. Where are they now? Because they're supposed to stand up now and tell us and stand for us South Africans what is happening. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Siskati. Mbongo Sondisa Mbuyisa. Siskati, people should desist from buying food from these street vendors, more especially like that area of like King Williamstown in Eastern Cape. You know, I was in a taxi with this woman who is selling food there. She says like if the car dies like from the village, they do buy that car, but then on a lesser amount, like maybe 6,000, 7,000, then they share it among themselves. Then they pay that 7,000. If it was alive, maybe they were gonna buy it maybe for 12 to 13,000. But if it dies on its own, then they buy it cheaper and then sell it to the people. So it's street food.
Good morning, madam. You are speaking to Robert in Limpopo, Bulowelu. Madam, on the issue of reconstruction of a missing record by the court, could you please find us a law expert to explain why the High Court it distance itself when there is supposed to be reconstruction on a missing record? For argument sake, if a missing record, court record is a case docket in criminal matter and is not reconstructible, the case will be struck out of roll, even if it went loose as a result of poor filing from their registry. This means the poor will never have their constitutional right to fair trial as a result of registering, because incomplete record. I hope the Constitutional Court should review the practice because it protects the inaccuracy of filing practice of records by registering. Thank you.
You are listening to the Madlanga Commission, live on SAfm. When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from 150, evening tickets from 350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick and Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows. You are listening to the Madlanga Commission, live on SAfm.
Subpoena, but we are looking at the 11th of March. And I've discussed with Mr. Matlala a date for the submission of the statement of the witness, and he has agreed that the witness statement will be furnished by 3 March. So unless the Commission has any concerns, we'd ask that the witness's appearance be postponed to 11 March and that he be directed to furnish his statement to the Commission by 3 March.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalson. You confirm the
I absolutely confirm, Chair.
Yes. But I just want to raise an issue or two. Doctors are well known for their handwritings, but I think I'm the last person to comment on anybody's handwriting. My colleague, Commissioner Baloi, and the Commission Secretary have told me to my face that my handwriting is worse than that of doctors. When I look at the first medical certificate, I see what I think are only two words. And when I look at the one that we insisted should be filed, that is a legible one, I see four words. And the second one, which is legible, starts with acute, first letter A. And the first one, that's illegible. Illegible as it is, nothing looks like an A in the first word. If anything, it looks like an M. So one, why do we have only two words in the first one? And two, why do we have four in the second one? Does it mean different medical conditions were reflected, or does it mean that the same medical condition was reflected but perhaps in the first medical certificate expressed in two words and in the second medical certificate expressed in four words? Secondly, that's the first point I want to raise. Secondly, why is the name of the doctor not mentioned? In paragraph 5, this simply says, I was observed by, open quote, a medical practitioner, close quote, unnamed. And I looked at the signature. I'm not sure I looked at the second one. First one, at least, no, the name at least does show on the stamp, so I'll leave that one. I'll leave the second point.
Thank you, Chair.
Perhaps comment on the first point?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you'd be very well aware, there's doctor-patient confidentiality and privilege. So the first medical certificate, it reflected medical condition without disclosing the nature of the condition.
Also, that's medical condition.
Yes, that's what it said. But then upon further deliberations with the evidence leader, he proposed that, look, let us disclose the medical condition, but it wouldn't be publicly mentioned during the proceedings. So that is why there's a discrepancy between yesterday's medical certificate and today's one.
I'm happy because I was not aware of the agreement on non-disclosure. I'm happy that all I disclosed was just acute and not the rest of it. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Madlanga. The hearing of the witnesses' testimony is postponed to 11 March 2026, and the statement of the witness must be filed by 3 March 2026. That's the order.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is it practical for the next witness to come in with us sitting here, or do you want us to step out for a minute?
Chair, we haven't been in communication with the next witness yet. I don't imagine there will be difficulties, but it may be more convenient just for you to step out for 5 minutes.
We'll just step outside and you'll indicate when you are ready. Let's adjourn.
All right, so that then was a replay of how the first couple of minutes at the Madlanga Commission played itself out earlier this morning. It's in relation to the witness that was supposed to give evidence yesterday. All we know is that he's a crime intelligence official. They did not want to disclose his name as yet, and he will then give evidence on the 11th of March. The commissioners, of course, yesterday questioned the validity of the medical certificate that was submitted by his legal representatives. And it seems that today those matters have been dealt with and they've been sufficiently wrapped up. So he will then give evidence on the 11th of March. The question, though, that remains for now is what is going on with the suspended head of HR at the Ekurhuleni municipality. She was supposed to be seated by now and giving evidence. So they took a short 5-minute adjournment. This was at 9:35. It is now almost 10 o'clock. And the evidence from the witness has not started. So what we don't know yet is if there are any complications that have arisen with this particular witness. There certainly was not a sense that there would be when matters started this morning. And you would remember that part of the matters that the witness is going to deal with, this is Linda Kashega, is that she's going to have to answer to her role in relation to accusations that she's part of the so-called cabal that shielded the suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi. Julius Mkhwanazi is, of course, one of the officials that has had a very difficult time in that witness stand, and there was a clear relationship between him and Vusimuzi Cat Magala. In fact, he had to explain to the commission and tell the commission why it is that he referred to Magala as a brother. That is how he called him. He called him as a brother. And he is also the one that seemed to have authorized the MOU for Magala's private security company to use blue lights that belonged to the metro. So that's just part of what Linda Kasheka is going to have to explain, her role as being part of this alleged cabal. And also,
I'm not. It may be. I'm not sure if the witness has been sworn in yet.
Not yet, no.
Okay. All right. We're certainly ready to begin.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Kasheka.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Commissioners.
Will you swear or will you affirm?
I will affirm, Chairperson.
Do you affirm that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I will give evidence, truth, nothing else but the truth.
Just say I affirm.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Please say I affirm.
I affirm. Thank you,
you.
Chairperson.
Chair, before we begin, I should just place on record one fact, which is that in the supplementary bundle, I'll take Ms. Asheka through all of the documents in due course, but the Commissioner should have two files of supplementary bundle, supplementary bundle 1 and 2. The bulk of the second volume of the supplementary, or the whole of the second volume of the supplementary bundle, in fact, all of the supplementary bundle from page 123 on, was only made available to Ms. Asheka's attorneys late yesterday. That was the Commission's fault, and we apologize for that. As a result, it would not be fair for me to question the witness on any of these documents today, but I have spoken to her legal team, and we have agreed that I won't traverse any of those documents today. that I will only get to them tomorrow, and that they will prepare overnight on those documents, and that if there is, if they want, as it were, Ms. Masheka to be led in relation to those documents first thing tomorrow morning, we will arrange to do that. There may be a supplementary statement overnight, but they haven't yet decided whether that will be necessary or not. So for now, I would ask the Commission also not to ask questions in relation to anything that appears from page 123 onwards of the supplementary bundle.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson. Ms. Magula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Indeed, I do confirm what the evidence leader has said. We received documents early hours of this morning, to be precisely at 1:03 a.m. So we discussed before we got into this hearing. Everything is so arranged as he has said. I confirm such. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Magula. Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Masheka, before we start, I just want to clarify that you have all of the documents that I'm going to be referring you to. And the first file, and the file that will be certainly the most important for the start, is, it says statement on its spine, and it's a file that contains your two witness statements. It says file 1 of 6. Yes. And that, I'll be leading you from that file this morning. Then there are 5 additional files, files 2 to 6 of 6, which are the annexures to your statements. I understand that one of those files, which is, I think, the regulations, which is a file of legislation you don't have with you, or have you been able to source a copy? I don't propose to ask you questions around it, but if you get to a point where you need to consult any of the legislation in your answers, please say so, and we will make arrangements for a duplicate copy of that file to be made available to you. But from my side, I don't intend to ask questions to you about the legislation. Then there is the supplementary bundle file, 2 files, and the only questions that you'll be asked today, to the extent that you are asked any questions, will relate to the first file of that supplementary bundle file. And the way that we structure these questioning sessions is the first stage of the questioning is really to take you through your statement so that you can tell your statement without intrusive questioning. So you don't need to be on your guard until I say, okay, we've reached the end of your statement, now you're going to be subjected to intrusive questioning. So I will be taking you through your statement, and at the end of the statement, we will then get to certain topics where I just want to interrogate your statement more rigorously. There are 2 statements that you have filed, and the second one is called supplementary statement, but as I read it, it's more a consolidated version of the first statement, which also responds to certain allegations that were that only came to light in the evidence of Ms. Mashazi after you had furnished the first statement. So unless you have any objection, I propose to lead you only off the supplementary sworn statement, because as I read it, it traverses everything in the first statement, so there's no need to duplicate. But I see your legal team is nodding in assent. So that is how I propose to proceed. And with that introduction, can we then turn to your supplementary sworn statement? And maybe start at the end, and can you just confirm that the signature that we see on page 43 is your signature. And that the contents of the statement are, to the best of your knowledge, true and correct.
I hereby confirm it is my signature. Thank you so much.
And can you confirm also that the contents of the statement are, to the best of your knowledge, true and correct?
Indeed, the content of the statement, to my knowledge, it is my statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Then if we go back to the beginning of the statement, you point out in paragraph 1 that you are employed at the Ekurhuleni Metro as Head of Department Human Resources. Paragraph 5, you discuss your history and qualifications. Can you first of all tell the Commission when you were appointed, when you were first appointed at the city? How long have you worked at the city? If you can.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson, the Commissioners, and the evidence leader. Through you, Chairperson, I think before I speak to my qualifications, I would like to address some irregularities that I've seen on different statements, transcripts, in relation to my surname. Thank you, the last time you did raise it, but as I was going through the statements, I've realized that I've been addressed in different ways. I would like to correct that Mrs. Linda Louisa Kasheka, I'm not a mister. I've called Kasheka, and I'm thinking these are legal documents that I've gone through. So I would like that to be corrected, that I am Mrs. Linda Louisa Kasheka. Thank you so much. To come to my career at Ekurhuleni, that has led us to be here today. Indeed, I arrived at Ekurhuleni in 2015, May, 1st of May 2015, coming from City of Joburg. I've joined local government in 2008. I worked for City of Joburg for those years. I did a lot of great work for City of Joburg. I'm hoping that at some point I'll be able to talk to that, about my career. When I left City of Joburg, they called me 3 times when I was at Ekurhuleni. Linda, come back. The city is not functioning in HR without you. I'm not there. Maybe I will be able to address that, but I felt it's something that needs to be discussed in terms of my career trajectory in local government space. When I was appointed as divisional head for field services, the reason I think they chose me to be appointed in that position, because at City of Joburg as well is the position that I held. I had about 3 to 4 promotions when I was working for City of Joburg. To some extent, I think when the City of Joburg was going through the issues of the billing system, the ICT system, at some point in one council, I was appraised for making a change and contribution to the change at City of Joburg. Hence, when I left, I was called to go back, but I felt that I've done my journey and I have a role to play at the City of Ekurhuleni. Hence, I stayed. I was in that position of a divisional head, field services, and my role was to implement the HR business partnering model. And that's what I implemented successfully in the city of Johannesburg. And I put systems in place. I developed the business partnering model, operating model for the city of Ekurhuleni. I've developed service level agreements without using any service provider. I saved money When I arrived in Joburg, they spent millions in developing that plan. When I came in, I went and implemented. I had so many highlights, but we're not here for City of Joburg, and I don't want them to be brought into issues of Ekurhuleni. I implemented a lot of policies in that role at City of Joburg, including a sexual harassment policy that will be discussed today, and service level agreement. I've also implemented that. And those were the success. I came with the surveys to speak to issues of how our clients at the time, which was about 25 departments, were perceiving HR services. And from the findings of that survey, that's when we then developed all the other operational parameters and strategies for the city of Ekurhuleni. Subsequent to that, there was a first institutional review we embarked upon at the city of Ekurhuleni. And my position as a divisional head, field services, it was then merged with a divisional head, talent acquisition, recruitment, and selection. Then I was responsible for those two functions. Without any additional salary, I don't think that was a main issue to me. The aim was to see that we can change Ekurhuleni. It's a bit we're here today, Chairperson. Subsequent to that, I think in February 2023, on this day, it was on a Thursday, Council adopted my appointment as the HOD Human Resources. Such an irony, but a beautiful one, I hope, that today I'm here testifying for being in this role. And I've been in this role ever since then and to date. I think I've dwelt too much on this issue. You will tell me, evidence leader, if we're gonna go paragraph by paragraph or what is going to happen so that I don't spend too much on one paragraph. Thank you so much, Chairperson and the commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Masheka. You refer in paragraph 5 to your CV in Annexure LLG1. That's on page 1 of the Annexure bundle, file 2. Can you just confirm that that is the correct document and that the CV is, and that the contents of the CV are correct? I don't need you to amplify them, but just confirm the correctness of the CV.
Yes, we can confirm it's just the years that might need to be corrected. As I say, I've been in local government more than 10 years. I think it's about 16 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then you discuss the work that you've done in the HR department in Ekurhuleni through the paragraphs 6 to 13. Can I ask you just to amplify a couple of these paragraphs? You say you've implemented the human resources business partnering model. Just wasn't clear to me. Can you just explain what it is?
The human resource business partnering model is basically about enhancing the service that HR provides to the line departments, whereby you ensure operational efficiencies are improved, you understand the business itself so that you can be able to provide the correct and fit for purpose advisors to the departments, being a part of the line in all their decision making. And hence it was important to look at this. I said earlier on, one of the issues I embarked upon was the service, the customer satisfaction survey. That was also to be able to implement what is the client is expecting from HR. But most importantly is to ensure that HR is operating effectively and efficiently in providing services to the department. And the main thing I felt this must be spoken to here is it was very key to also make the commission understand that City of Joburg, in terms of capacity, I'm not a person who comes with excuses of capacity. You do more with less. But at City of Joburg, when I implemented the model, I ensured that every department has an HR structure so that they can be able to understand the issues of the department and be able to advise correctly the department on its issues. And secondly, Ekurhuleni is still at an implementation phase due to lack of capacity, but as I said, that the approach was do more with less. Most critical is to explain that my understanding of the SAPS and how it works, you will probably have an HR practitioner in every station, in every province, and the national departments. Ekurhuleni, as I explained that, the model is still under implementation. I'm the only HOD responsible for, at that time, of these matters that we have for discussion, for 25 departments, with the political offices that has its own challenges. And I had about 5 HR business partners that must man and provide support to all these departments. Hence, majority of the work and the decisions that to be made had to be made at a center. So we have not defined that in the HR business partnering model, there's centers of excellence where policing and everything is done. There's shared services where day-to-day work is done. Then there's HR business partners. That has not been fully realized. But the most important is the model of SAPS and Ekurhuleni is very different. And I'm going to talk to that as we go down the statement. Thank you, evidence leader. And on the other issues, you said I must go up to page 3. I've also spoken to the functions, I think from page 210, the implementation of the recruitment. It's one of my highlights I had at Ekurhuleni. When I arrived there, recruitment services to fill positions, it will take more than 365 days. I just couldn't understand that. We've got service delivery issues. Customers, residents of Ekurhuleni are not happy, but we cannot have positions filled. Hence, I came with the service level agreements that were signed between myself, my team, and the line departments. And by the time I became an HOD, recruitment processes to date are between 90 days. That's our turnaround time. And now, before I was being shown the gate, we were having a target that at least let's get to 60 days. We can do that. I worked for private sector. It can take a month to fill a position with a fit-for-purpose talent. And I feel that I'm aspiring that we should get to that. On the labor relations matters on page 3, I think that's the reason we're here today. I must emphasize that when we started with the issues that are bringing us today that I'll speak to, I get to encounter and be able to form part of the relations management deeply when I was acting HOD human resources, because before I was appointed, I acted when my predecessor left. And obviously it means I had one division.
Sorry to interrupt, but can you just give us a date for that? When did you start acting?
I've acted, in fact, we were acting, I think it was 2-3 of us interchangeably. I think it was from August 2022. And as I said earlier on, my appointment was, council adopted the appointment of HOD HR Linda Kasheka in February 2023. So the acting would have been August to February. And I was encountered with challenges from the time I was acting in the labor relations space. One of the matters, there's about 4 I'll mention, I won't mention a lot, there's a lot. It was the Germiston Pension Fund. Commissioners, you might know about this. We had lockdown issues, Commissioner Kumalo. And at that time, Ekurhuleni was expected to pay more than 100 million for the pension not performing. And the changes to that pension fund were done prior to 1994, and it was locked. They performed, I think it performed and performed, then around 2020, I think could have been during COVID time, they said, Ekurhuleni, surprise for you, come and assist. But it came to my attention when I was acting. Another matter that also came to be a challenge in the labor relations space, it was the implementation of the remuneration model. I had no interest to start mentioning this name now, but I'm forced to. Mr. Ngeza ran with the remuneration model. The intention at the time was the remuneration model, it will cost the city around 100 million. By the time the process was concluded, it costed the city more than 400 and something million, almost $500 million. The current city manager, Mr. Kagiso Lerutla, reported this to Dr. Mashas. The challenges of this, it meant that the city now must embark on a moratorium. It means we reduce in filling of positions. We know, Chairperson and commissioners, what that translates into. Limited capacity. We don't fill positions. Ultimately, what does that mean? Service delivery is impacted. And we expect that citizens of Ekurhuleni must be happy. These are some of the challenges I had to deal with. I was also encountered the Kalimashe and others matter, Gwejan and others matter. That one of those matters costed the city 500 million, $500 million. I had to sit and negotiate with the unions. Another one, by the time it came to the city, to the legal department, it was left with 6 days. It was a judgment, not even a contempt of court, a judgment against the city manager. Not going to mention names. It could have been the current city manager, it could have been the previous one. 6 days that are left. I'm the HOD HR. What is council going to say to me when she's arrested? What is her family going to say to me when she's arrested? These are some of the challenges that we've been encountered with from HR, and that's when I started partnering with legal department. We know some of the matters that they had to deal with, the PCX matters and all of that, but I'm focusing on the LR issues that they had to assist me with. I'm new in this position. I've got judgments. I've got contempt of courts. That on matters that Mr. Ngeza and the ER division could have negotiated years ago and settled. The fights you fight, once you get to labor, LAC, at least, you should know that you're winning or not. On the matter of $500 million, it was 1,000 employees that were impacted that were going to benefit on that. Some of them, they are union leaders, I won't mention the unions, come to me and said, HOD, I've already made a calculation. If you settle this for us and pay us this $500 million, I retire. I asked them, what does it mean for the citizens of Ekurhuleni? What does it mean for employees? Because it means we might probably have to retrench something that was never done in local government. It might mean we don't fill positions once more. What does it mean for your own children, for the generations that to come? These are matters I had to settle to an extent that we reduced from that $500 million and to a lesser amount. I think we signed with the current city manager only last year, but it was ongoing challenges that one had to take up the seat and own ER space. If I did not, Ekurhuleni might have closed by now. I think I'll move on that. Issues of performance management, I won't focus on that. I think training and development, evidence leader, we'll discuss that tomorrow. Another most important thing that I need to discuss with commissioners in terms of my achievement is the advocacy programs. I think Dr. Mashazi didn't do justice here. While she came with her own programs, we also developed I developed programs when I came to Ekurhuleni. I resuscitated the men's forum because there was conversations that men must have Ekurhuleni. Probably won't even be here, or I wouldn't be implicated in other matters if those conversations took long before I arrived there. I've resuscitated that forum. I've developed the Disability Management Forum. I've also developed a Women Empowerment Forum because I felt that we need an inclusive and a diverse workforce. And those are some of the issues that I felt must be shared. I don't want to be controversial, but there is one structure that was not yet done, and maybe I shouldn't talk to it just because I don't want to be misquoted. For now, I'll stop the evidence leader. Thank you, Chairperson.
In paragraph 15, you point out that this statement is really furnished in response to a Rule 3 notice that was dated 26 November and sent to you by the Commission. That Rule 3 notice is at page 40 of the annexure bundle. And I think it may make sense as we go through the statement, as you lead into each topic, to highlight the question that was being asked of you by the Commission. So if we can, I think it's also important to emphasize that why this supplementary consolidated statement is furnished is that when you got the Rule 3 notice, it was before the testimony of Dr. Mashazi. You were subsequently given a supplemented bundle that had Dr. Mashazi's testimony, and you then wanted to amplify your original answers having regard to what was said about the relevant topics by Dr. Mashazi. Can we start at paragraph 3.1 of the notice? And that's at page 41 of the annexure bundle.
Which bundle, Mr. Cheskas?
It's file 2.
2 of 2.
No, 2 of 6. And it may be convenient if we just keep open or accessible pages 41 to 43 of that file, because we'll be coming back to them as we go through Mrs. Iseka's statement. But in paragraph 3.1, the notice says that the testimony of these 3 witnesses, and at that stage it was Mr. Nkliza, Ms. Tepa, and, no, it was 5 witnesses. It was Mr. Mapiyei, Mr. Spies, Mr. Nkliza, Ms. Tepa, and witness D, implicated you in alleging that you unlawfully supported and participated in the usurpation of the powers of the Chief of Police as contained in Section 64C of the SAPS Act. And then it's particularized under 3.1.1 onwards. But you respond to 3.1 generally from paragraph 18. And can you just briefly deal with your general response to paragraph 3.1.1, 3.1, from paragraphs 18 and 19 of your statement? The allegation of usurping powers of the Chief of Police.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to, as stated in my statement, I refute the allegations that I have supported and participated in the usurpation of the powers of the Chief Executive Officer, and I think the Executive Head as well, in terms of the Section 64C of SAPS Act. And the reason is that, Chair, maybe I must explain that Firstly, a premise in my submission is of the fact that the city manager, municipal manager, the CEO is the ultimate authority on all matters relating to municipality, and specifically in this instance, the municipal police service, as per section 64B. I think for us to focus on section 64C, it won't be proper. It must be read in its entirety, but with also section 64B, because the ultimate powers, they start there. I've extracted the section 64B, where it says the chief executive office of the municipality shall be responsible to the municipal council for the functioning of the municipal police services. And in terms of the allegations, I don't know, evidence leader, through you, Chair, I must get to the allegation itself now. I can continue, proceed.
I think I would rather you said more about the specific allegations under 3.1 and so on. Really, we have your statement in relation to the general allegation on 18 and 19. Unless there's something you want to emphasize or amplify, I'm happy to proceed to the allegation in 3.1.1, which relates to the appointment.
All right.
So if we go back to file 2 of 6 and paragraph 3.1.1 on page 41, the allegation is that you supported the promotion of Ms. Stella Jokazi by Brigadier Mkonazi despite the protestations of Chief Mappier, in whom these powers vested.
Okay, thank you,
And
Chair.
if you can respond to that, and maybe with reference to what you say in paragraph 20 onwards.
All right.
Or even 19.2 is, I suppose, where you start there.
Okay.
Can I just ask that we correct the typo in 18? I think it's the usurpation of the power by the CEO. It's not of the CEO. Because the powers you are said to have usurped are those of the Chief of Police.
Indeed, the notice refers to the usurpation of the powers of the Chief of Police. So it would either be by the CEO or of the Chief of Police.
Do you follow that, Mrs. Tasheka?
Let me assist you. If you look at 3.1 on page 41, you see that the allegation is that you unlawfully supported and participated in the usurpation of powers of the Chief of Police. But in your statement at 18, it says powers of the Chief Executive Officer.
I had a reason for that. I had a reason for that. In fact, my style of writing, I know you're probably gonna have to be hard on me on that, is I always refer to the laws, to the policies. Hence, I had to start it from section 64B. But I went further on paragraph 19 and said...
Sorry, Mrs. Tasheka, but is there an allegation that you usurped the power of the Chief Executive Officer? Is there such an allegation?
There is...
In 3.1?
Yes. The reason I've added that is that the city of Ekurhuleni is managed by that section 64, but it's also regulated by the Municipal Systems Act, the systems of delegations and so forth. Hence, I'm saying, Chair, if you can indulge, you'll be able to understand why it's critical or the relevance of section 64B. At some point, you're going to see that.
I don't think I'm taking issue with that. If you look at 3.1, reference is to usurpation of the powers of the Chief of Police. That is what the allegation referred to in 3.1 is, usurpation of the powers of the Chief of Police. And in 18, you refute the allegation that you supported and participated in the usurpation of the power of the Chief Executive Officer. As if somebody has suggested that that is what you allegedly usurped. Do you see what I mean?
Thank you for that correction. Thank you,
Do you see
Commissioners.
it?
I
Do you see-
understand.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Let me start responding then in terms of 19, paragraph 19, 1.1. As I said that I unequivocally dispute this allegation in that in provision 64C, it must be read in conjunction with other applicable legislation, laws and COE policies, which dictate and provide guidance on the framework and processing of the recruitment, appointment, promotion, and transfer of members of the municipal system, police services. I further want to submit that on the 10th day of April 2024, I received from Chief Isaac Mapieye a proposed selection panel that had his name as the chairperson. It had my name as the HOD-HR. It further had the name of, at the time, I think if I can recall, he was already the Deputy Chief of Police, Mr. Julius Mkwanas.
Sorry to interrupt, but it might help if we go to page 47 of file 2, because I think that's the document you're referring to, and then the commissioners can see it.
Page?
47.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, I can take the commission to that page. This is solicited services of HR, myself specifically, by the Chief of Police. His memo is dated 10 April 2024, directed to Linda Kasheka, HOD Human Resources, from IJ Mapieye, Municipal Police Commissioner, Chief of Police, EMPD. The heading or the subject, EMPD panel members for the director and deputy director post. The above matter refers proposed panel members for director and deputy director, operations and specialized services. And then there's two tables there. The first table with the heading director post. A chairperson, IJ Mapieye, Chief of Police, panel member, El Kashega, HOD Human Resources, panel member James Kwanazi, Deputy Chief of Police. He invited me into his process. And as I said, there's nothing wrong in terms of our current model at the City of Ekurhuleni.
Can I just ask here, is the system of interview panels for appointments one that is consistently applied through the EMM and the EMPD?
Through you, Chair, can you please repeat the question?
Is a system of interview panels for appointments one that is consistently applied across the municipality and the municipal police department?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed. It's done in two ways. For levels below a divisional head, where departments are proactive, they will then write to me and provide the panel. Some instances, they will copy even the city manager. And then for the divisional heads, that particular level, I think executive managers, senior executive managers, because they are fixed-term contracted employees, that I will, most of the time, 99% of the time, I take initiative and request for instance, from filling of positions, because it's a 5-year contract, so they tend to expire. So I'll initiate that and write to the city manager. The departments, they would normally call me the line HODs and say, this position you sent to us, you notified us it's about to expire, please assist with the process. So below that level, they will write to us and request with the panel. In some instances, I'm not included. In some, I'm included. Preferably, I shouldn't be included, but sometimes they do want me there. Thank you. Apologies for taking long there.
And can I just clarify how the panel system works? does the panel actually take a decision, or does it make a recommendation to the decision maker?
In terms of our policies and systems of delegations, panels do make a recommendation, but a very peculiar area, and obviously policies are there for continuous improvement approach. And I think ever since I started developing policies for Ekurhuleni, you will see most of the policies, I say every 5 years, revise them. But as and when we get amendments on the acts, we can always do that. So you will find a governance risk of some sort, where in some instances the same panel, like I was saying, I was invited here, must also approve. You make a recommendation as a panel, like in this peculiar one, but you recommend and also approve. And that is based on the what you call this, the systems of delegations.
So in the case of these appointments that we're looking at, who would have the power of appointment under the system of delegation?
It will be the chief of police in conjunction with myself. Our systems of delegations are very clear about my powers as the HOD, HR, or maybe, yeah, and the line departments. It does talk about shared powers, shared resources, even from you commencing with the process without articulating verbatim. It says that in conjunction with HOD, HR, do recruitment, appointments, transfers and everything else in conjunction. And as I say, then it goes with levels, that there's certain levels that HODs are expected to approve, and then there's levels that the city manager must approve, and there's levels that divisional heads, in the instance of EMPD, it will be Deputy Chief of Police must approve. It is in the systems of delegations. So you do cascade down the powers through sub-delegations. Thank you.
Sorry, I interrupted you. If you...
Or just before Mrs. Tasheka moves on, I think I got a bit confused right at the beginning of dealing with the recommendation and approval. You said the panel recommends and the panel approves. Did you say that? So if this panel recommends and this panel approves, who does this panel recommend to if it's the same panel that's going to approve? I find that confusing. I just need clarity. I'm not, yeah.
Chair, that's why I said that that is one area of governance risk.
One area of governance what?
Risk.
Governance risk.
Yes. In that you do find peculiar in certain levels where, in terms of systems of delegations, for instance, that for a director, a DCOP must approve. Now
okay.
you have that DCOP.
Let me ask the question again. Do you mean the interviewing panel recommends to itself? Is that what you mean? Why does it recommend and not simply appoint then?
The good part on that, as much as it's a risk that is identified, but the good part is the panel, as much as the city recommends, it does not do the due diligence. It does not write the report. In this instance, for instance, after the interviews were done, the report was then written by the secretariat, the recruiting secretariat. It will write the report. It will tell you if there's anomalies. You know, maybe let me jump a gun and get you where we should be going here. In this instance, for instance, Chair, when there was a challenge on the qualification of Ms. Stella Chukas. Oh, shame. It's a pity that we have their names here. The main thing that was a challenge in terms of my statement, the chief says, after we shortlisted, I think we shortlisted about a very strange thing, it doesn't normally happen. We shortlisted about 7 to 8 incumbents, candidates. And then the chief then calls me and say, look, we need to have a discussion on this. And I made it very clear that we don't do that outside the panel. Let's go and discuss on the panel. But to cut this story short, his main concern was that he was targeting Ivan du Plessis for the position. After I stopped him having a telephone conversation, on the day of the interviews, he arrives in my office early. The chief doesn't make an appointment. Chief gets to your office, even hardly sends emails. He writes all these memos, he does the writing, but will send them to your office. He arrives there, he's highly respected. When he enters, people stand up. And to me, even if you're a general employee, you are a high person, I've got an open door policy. So it usually comes in, HOD, I'm targeting Ivan du Plessis. And I said, Chief, you know, we can't deal with things that way. Why? He meets all the requirements. And I said, all these people who shortlisted, we can't shortlist you if you don't meet the requirements. And it's a collective decision. 3 of us must account if there's a panel member that is, a candidate that is shortlisted, we shouldn't. And number 2, I explain that, Chief, you allow the process to run its course, let alone that we've got employment equity
Mrs.
plan.
I think you answered my question, which was, does the panel
Thank you.
recommend to itself? And you basically said yes. Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you,
Tlasheka. Yes, Mr. Shaskolson.
Maybe to jump ahead, if we can go to page 72, which I understand to be the recommendation coming out of the panel. Is that correct? Do you have page 72?
Yes.
Maybe if you can just explain this document to the Commission.
Thank you. It's an interview summary and recommendation template.
And this is in response to, this was the template filled out following the interview for this post that we're talking about. And if we go to the bottom, just correct me if I'm wrong, I'm explaining how I see this, this document. You see the scores that the 3 panelists gave to the 6 shortlisted candidates. The first column, the first panelist was the chief, the second panelist was yourself, the third panelist was Chief Mkonazi. Then higher up, name and surname is everyone who was present, the 3 panelists, an HR person, I think, I can't read it, is it Kelly Mahlangu?
Willie Mahlangu.
Willie Mahlangu, okay. Underneath there were some union representatives as observers. And as I read this document, there is a scoring by the panelists, and the highest scorer is Ms. Jokazi, the second highest scorer is Mr. du Plessis. Is that a fair summary of it?
That's correct.
And presumably this form reflects what actually happened in the interview.
That's correct.
Can we then, I don't propose to deal further with paragraph 3.1.1, Unless there's anything that you want to say, I'd like to move to paragraph 29 of your statement, which responds to paragraph 3.1.2. There, if we go back to page 41 of that file too, the allegation in 3.1.2 is that you supported the exercise of powers by the erstwhile city manager, Dr. Mashazi, notwithstanding that powers were, the relevant powers were being vested in the chief of police. And you respond to that from paragraph 29. Can I ask you to explain your response to the Commission?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Again, my intention here is to submit in front of the Commission that whereas Isaac Mapieye, the Chief of Police, refers to SAPS Act, Section 64C, as the ultimate law that governs EMPD, the city is regulated by other laws. I could have articulated this previously. We have the Municipal Systems Act, specifically I think Section 55, but I'm not going to dwell on that. Municipal Structures Act, Municipal Finance Management Act, Municipal Staff Regulation, as amended in September 2021, Labor Relations Act that we must prescribe to or subscribe to, the Disciplinary Procedure Collective Agreement, amongst other few legal prescript that can be mentioned that governs the city of Ekurhuleni. I further submit that the city manager is the ultimate authority in all matters and functionaries relating to operations of the municipality, specifically in this instance, municipal police services, as per Section 64B of the SAPS Act that has been amended, which reads as follows, that the municipal manager of a municipality shall be responsible to the municipal council for the functioning of the municipal police services, taking into consideration national policy priorities and efforts. This change aligns municipal policy oversight, Chair, in line with local government administrative structures. Section 64B is part of the Chapter 12 of the SAP Act. I'm not going to dwell on that. But basically what is important is that it's operating under broader legislative framework. It cannot be read in its own. I can make an example that we have Department of Energy. It's managed by its own acts. They have stakeholders like NERSA and so forth. You've got waste environment that are managed by NEMA. You've got finance that is managed by DORA and so forth, you know. But what is most important here, where this SAPS Act aligns with Ekurhuleni, Section 64B, you know, it says that even Section 54C 2B, that when you apply that section, is subject to other legislations. I think that's what I wanted to emphasize here.
Mr. Cheskelson, just a moment. I'm a bit worried, and I'm hoping maybe we can do this during tea. Mrs. Kasheka, in responding to 3.1, 3.1.1, 3.1.2, and 3.1.3, as you correctly said, there were letters that Mr. Mapieye actually addressed to you, where he set out what the issue is with Julius Mkhwanazi promoting people in circumstances where he doesn't have the power to do so. And also in Dr. Mashazi, usurping his powers under Section 64C. And so I don't want you to just gloss over those and go through them. And then when we probe you, we say, but you didn't respond specifically to this. So maybe during tea in Mapiea's file, page 49, 51, and 52, it's those three letters where the specific allegations are set out. Because I thought when we deal with 3.1.1, I heard you just mention the statute and what it says, but you don't seem to dispute that Julius Mkhwanazi did in fact promote people and whether or not he has that power. So I think to be fair to you, maybe just when you complete the response to those subparagraphs, you have regard to these three letters.
Thank you, Commissioner. That makes a lot of sense, so that we deal with matters sequentially. I will try to do the same in relation to other issues where there are possibly relevant documents which your response doesn't address directly. It's an awkward situation because I don't want to. I will probe you in due course later in relation to the documents, but I think it is fair that you get an opportunity to deal with them up front.
Can I respond on that, Chair? Because I think we might be missing each other. What I've explained earlier on is that, and you made me go and read a document on the recommendation. What I'm trying to explain here is that there is a panel that was set, and the panel has its own duties. That chief himself, he has invited that panel to come and sit on the interviews. And the chairperson asked me about the issues of recommendation versus appointments. And I responded on that three of us, we sat in this particular process. You confirmed evidence leader, the scoring and so forth. So decisions were made by the panel that Chief Mapie solicited. And the panel has decisions to make, and the panel made the decisions through a recommendation that you have spoken to. But I thought we'll be engaging on this matter where I can then say, where did it end? So I thought, evidence leader, you'd be leading me on that because there is an end, an appointment has been made. Thank you.
I think we're possibly at cross purposes because I think what the commissioner is not specifically asking about the Jokazi appointment. The commissioner is asking about the general allegation of usurpation of the powers of chief of police with reference to some specific letters which refer to those powers being usurped by Julius Mkhwanazi, and complaints from Mr. Mapie to you about that. And I think in fairness, we need to show you those letters in the tea break. And then if you want to respond to them in this context before we get to intrusive questioning, you should have that opportunity. On the Jokazi appointment, the appointment has been made, and I understand that the two candidates who Chief Mapie was supporting have lodged bargaining council proceedings, and those proceedings are still pending. Is that a correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
At this point, Mr. Shaskarsen, let's take the adjournment and come back at 11:15. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Out to break at the Madlanga Commission, and looking at the time, it is just after 11 o'clock. So let's take you over to the news desk for the latest update.
Thank you, Kathy. On the top stories, government to prioritise SABC's financial crisis and Morero to face yet another motion of no confidence. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana and a very good morning. Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana says government will prioritise resolving the SABC's financial and infrastructure crisis this year. He confirmed that the National Treasury will first settle the public broadcaster's billion-rand debt to Sentech and prevent the liquidation of the post office before upgrading the SABC's failing infrastructure. The Department of Communications has welcomed Godongwana's announcement in the budget speech yesterday of a 700 million rand allocation, a portion of which must go towards settling debts. Godongwana has acknowledged the dire state of the SABC's facilities.
What I'm doing at the moment is to attend to two issues which are urgent. One is avoid the liquidation of the post office. Secondly is to try to settle the SABC debt with Sentech. The next phase during the course of the year is to attend to the SABC infrastructure, which has to be attended. I made that point during the budget speech that we will attend to this matter during the course of the year.
The Madlanga Commission has ordered that the crime intelligence officer who could not present himself before the inquiry due to ill health must testify on the 11th of March. The intelligence officer who handles informants was meant to begin his testimony yesterday. However, proceedings stood down after the commission ruled that his legal counsel must produce a more appropriate and descriptive medical note. Commission Chairperson, retired Justice Mbuseli Madlanga, has ordered that the witness must file a statement by next Tuesday.
The hearing of the witnesses' testimony is postponed to 11 March 2026, and the statement of the witness must be filed by 3 March 2026. That's the order.
A truck driver has died in a crash after a truck rear-ended another one on the N1 North near Engen Kroonval in the Free State. Free State Emergency Medical Services spokesperson Sipotowa says the driver was trapped and had to be freed using the jaws of life. He was declared dead in transit. Traffic is currently moving via the south lanes. Motorists have been warned to expect delays and exercise caution. City of Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero is expected to face yet another motion of no confidence vote when the Metro Council sits for its meeting today. The motion has been tabled by political party Al Jama and other minority parties within the Johannesburg Council. The motion was delayed for a week to allow the Speaker of Council to consult lawyers following a request that the voting be done through a secret ballot. Zine Buthelezi reports.
The no-confidence motion against Mayor Morero will be a test for the ANC-EFF relationship, which has taken a knock following Ekurhuleni Mayor Nkosindiphile Xakaza's removal of EFF councillors from 2 MMC positions during his late-night mayoral committee reshuffle last week. He has since replaced them with ANC councillors. This has angered the EFF, which has vowed not to support the ANC during council and provisional legislature voting processes. The ANC, EFF, Patriotic Alliance, IFP, and other minority parties are leading a government of local unity in the City of Johannesburg Council. Zine Buthelezi, SABC News, in Johannesburg.
Cuba's Interior Ministry says the 10 people on board a U.S.-registered speedboat who opened fire on the Coast Guard were armed Cubans living in the U.S. 4 people on the vessel were killed and 6 others injured in the encounter off the coast of the Caribbean island. The BBC's Simi Jalawaso reports.
They've said the people who were killed on board were Cubans living in the U.S. and that they had a known history of criminal and violent activity. The Cuban government has said that they were trying to infiltrate the island and unleash terrorism. The BBC has not been able to independently verify that information. The Cuban Ministry of the Interior had said that the people were traveling on a Florida-registered boat and that the boat had been detected inside Cuban territorial waters, and then 5 Cuban border guard troops approached the boat, asked for identification, but the people on board opened fire.
Recapping the top story, Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana says government will prioritize resolving the SABC's financial and infrastructure crisis this year. I'm Ondela Mbana for SAfm News.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide.
This February, love staying informed. As your day winds down and the evening begins, Primetime News moves to a new home. Weekdays at 6 p.m. The stories that matter, the context you trust, the news that connect you to South Africa and the world. Because loving what you watch also means trusting what you hear. Primetime News is weeknights at 8 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
EFC returns this Thursday as Cape Town takes on the world. South Africa's greatest warrior, Dricus du Plessis, brings a host of international challengers to battle. 4 title fights, 1 unforgettable night. Luke Michael versus the Congo's Diego Bandu. FaZe Jacobs versus Australia's Trent Girdham. Ryan Sanchez versus Brazil's Jefferson Pereira. And Tumelo Manyamala versus the Zulu warrior, Tondo Zondi. The Knox Legacy Series, in partnership with the City of Cape Town, explodes this Thursday at Grand West. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At, and then enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's that easy. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Bite after bite, this is Bake That Thing. Every Friday, we fire up the ovens, featuring South Africa's best bakers and most loved patisserie masters. From sweet showstoppers to savory favorites, it all begins in the oven. Get inspired live every Friday, only on Espresso on S3. This is Bake That Thing.
The Magpies are bringing pace, intensity, and the electrifying home crowd in search of a win.
Jacob Ramsey has scored for Newcastle United for the first time. It's all going on.
On the other side, the Toffees are ready to elevate their game to rise to a much higher top half position.
Here he comes. Go on. Yes! Illiman and I slotted in the bottom right-hand corner. And Everton lead at last by a goal to nil.
This is the Premier League. Newcastle United takes on Everton FC on Saturday, 28 February at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up. This February, love lives on S3. From searching for love to racing across the world to stories that inspire, move, and thrill. Whether it's drama, adventure, talent, or truth, there's something to fall in love with every day. February on S3. Love what you watch. Only on S3. Open up.
The Magpies are bringing pace, intensity, and the electrifying home crowd in search of a win.
Jacob Ramsey has scored for Newcastle United for the first time. It's all going on.
On the other side, the Toffees are ready to elevate their game to rise to a much higher top half position.
Here he comes. Goal! Yes! Illiman slots it in the bottom right-hand corner. And Everton lead at last by a goal to nil.
This is the Premier League. Newcastle United takes on Everton FC on Saturday 28 February at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game. The count of strong punches will be lost when defending champion Smangele Smash Hadebe collides with the undefeated Sibulelo Soboys for the WBO Africa Flyweight title. In another explosive showdown, Sibusiso Zingange takes on Henok Piri in the International Junior Welterweight division. And that's not all. Expect even more thrilling bouts on the same electric evening. This is the Battle for Love. Catch the incredible fights live on SABC Plus and SABC 2 with reports on SABC radio stations the Saturday 28 February at 7 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Labels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from $150, evening tickets from $350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick and Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Bite after bite, this is Bake That Thing. Every Friday, we fire up the ovens, featuring South Africa's best bakers and most loved patisserie masters. From sweet showstoppers to savory favorites, it all begins in the oven. Get inspired live every Friday, only on Espresso on S3. This is Bake That Thing.
Akudlalwa, kudlalwa ngempela. Amakhosi collides with ezimnyama ngenkani. Soweto will roar. Mzansi will feel it. Only one will rise. Every tackle, every pass, every goal could define the season. This is the Betway Premiership. Listen, Kazini, forever. Catch the Soweto Derby. Kaizer Chiefs versus Orlando Pirates on Saturday, 28 February at 2 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC 1. Then at 3:30 p.m. on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Rafiq, a 40-year-old OUTsurance client, knows all about saving on car insurance.
OUTsurance, they're actually giving something back to you. Being with him, I've saved so much money. $8.99. That's not small change. It's more than 50% that I saved from my previous insurer.
An incredible 899 Rand monthly saving on Rafiq's 2017 Nissan Navara 4x4. Get a quote now. SMS out to 30754. 35-year-old Zanai saves 1,180 Rand a month on her 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLA. And the out bonus she'll get?
It is close to 6,500 Rand in 3 years if I'm claim-free.
Ready to get more out? SMS out to 30754. Enjoy benefits like panic assistance, which sends the nearest medical or armed response unit to you wherever you are. Get a quote now and see how much OUTsurance could save you. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
This February, fall in love with a blockbuster that defined a generation. Courage, survival, rebellion. The world of Panem returns. Every moment, every battle, every choice. Settle in for the ultimate movie night with The Hunger Games. Back on your screen where it belongs. The Hunger Games, Sundays at 7 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from $150, evening tickets from $350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick and Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows.
Saturday afternoons in Mzansi, where loyalty is tested every single week. Manchester United fans still believing. Liverpool fans reminding you about history. Chelsea fans saying trust the process. City fans pretending this is all normal. Arsenal fans still shouting out, we are winning it this year. Every year, mate. But that's love. Through the wins, the heartbreak, the long rebuilds. The English Premier League, where we suffer together, celebrate together, and never stop believing. EPL, Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. on S3. Open up. S3.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam. Don't you change, someone by night. Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
When it comes to professional productions, quality, precision, and reliability matter. That's where SABC technology comes in. From live events and pre-recorded shows to streamed content across your social media channels, we provide seamless, high-quality production that meets your vision and your budget. Need editing, final audio mix, or graphics? Our post-production experts use cutting-edge technology to bring your story to life. Looking for radio or television outside broadcast support, studio or auditorium usage that's fully equipped and ready for your big idea? SABC Technology has the infrastructure, the expertise, and the passion to make it happen. SABC Technology, your trusted service provider. Contact us today at bookings@sabcfacilities.co.za. SABC, for everyone, for everywhere, always.
In 2025, Liberty paid out 48 million rand in education cover claims to 755 families, meaning...
So many kids still went to school?
Correct.
Even when the dog ate their homework?
Yep.
What if it rained so hard that even fish needed raincoats?
School's still on.
But why?
Because there's no negotiation when it comes to protecting your child's tomorrow. Even if you become disabled or pass away, Liberty, in it with you. Liberty Group Limited, a licensed life insurer and authorized FSP and part of the Standard Bank Group. T's and C's, risks and limitations apply.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
A space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to The Talking Point, and we're continuing our coverage of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. They have adjourned for a tea break, and what we're doing is taking you back to that particular commission soon. At the ad hoc committee in Parliament today, Paul O'Sullivan has returned to continue with his evidence before parliamentarians. Unfortunately, we will not be taking that live. We're going to be sticking with the work coming out of the Madlanga Commission. For now, let's take some of the WhatsApp voice notes that you've been sending through to the show.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, ma'am. Listen, Kathy, you are speaking to a listener from Yutnik. Kathy, I think you must really do a follow-up or call somebody to your studios to do a follow-up about these ghost workers. Kathy, these ghost workers are all over the show, more especially the government companies. I promise you that. You must just call somebody and do a follow-up about this. They are all over. Thank you, Kathy.
Good morning, SAfm. I just want to ask a question. What is the criteria for employment in the government? Aren't they supposed to do vetting? And if you have a criminal record, you can't be appointed. It works around outside government as well. If you have a criminal record, you can't be appointed. Especially if you have like a violence record, like violence, a robbery, or something that's dangerous, or killing someone. Why is that person still in the government? Why is he still employed? So there is no morals, I think, in the government, especially in the ANC department. They don't care. They just want to use everybody who's, looks to me, who's in jail or have a criminal record. Then he becomes president or a minister or whatever. But if we are applying for a vacancy, and say, for instance, shoplifting, for instance, you can't be employed. So why is it working like that?
Kathy, morning. Can you please find out there in Madiweng, Brett, the municipal workers are not working, are sitting. Those who were driving the water tankers, the contractors took over.
Morning, Kathy and the listeners. Moloki Koloi from the Northwest. Losing one person is far too much, especially in pursuit of South Africa's economy. There's a tragedy happening there. The hundreds of workers of EGAPA, as of today and yesterday, haven't been paid their February salaries. And I'm not hearing anything about this. It's a disgrace. Are they also being liquidated?
So, Kathy, I don't know if you've really noticed this. There's a pattern when you look at the revelations at Madlanga Commission that certain people are put in positions for just to manipulate them and use them without them really understanding that they are being used. If you look at Brano Mokhotsi and General Sibia, it's very clear that these people have no clue whatsoever what their roles and responsibilities are. Hence, you find them doing things and getting themselves into situations where they really are committing crime without them realizing. In some instances, they commit crime believing that they'll be protected. But if you look at the deeper problem here is the fact that people are put into a position just so they can be manipulated and used. And the big question is, who really is behind all this? Thank you. It's important for me.
You are listening to the Madlanga Commission, live on SAfm.
Is at
My pagination says 47. It's a letter addressed to you on the 13th of April 2024 from Mr. Mappier, and it's about EMPD promotional posts and vacancies. I think Commissioner Kumalo was asking for you to address that general comment about colluding with the usurpation of the powers of Mr. Mappier as Chief of Police in the light of this letter and I think a subsequent letter from Dr. Mashazi. Do you want to comment on this letter?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Evidence Leader. Evidence Leader, you spoke about page 47, but then you subsequently spoke to the letter dated 13 April 2024. Can I just get clarity? Which one? Are we talking about the correspondence of the 8th November 2023 or the 13th April 2024, or must I address all of them?
We'll get to the correspondence of 8 November 2023 when we deal with the extension of Mr. Mzolo's contract. Okay. For now, let's look at the letter of 13 April 2024. It may be that my pagination is out. What page number do you have for 13
48.
April?
Oh, please
48
refer
and 49.
to the bundle as well, Mr. Shaskelson.
This is the Mappier bundle. I'm afraid my electronic pagination seems to be incorrect, because what I have as page 47 is what you, I think, in the hard copies have as page 48. I'll sort out my electronic pagination later, but for now, your page 48, which is the letter from Mr. Mappier to the witness on 13 April 2024.
Yeah. Did you say you have that file, Mrs. Tashaka?
Yes, Chair. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Indeed, I can confirm, Chair, that the letter was shared by Chief of Police with myself. He shared it with myself and I think Dr. Mashazi. And indeed, that's where the elaboration was made in regards to the sections that we've mentioned of the SAPS Act, basically. And I've already responded on this, how it links with the other legislations, but there's something I want to bring to the fore. The genuinity or the Mappier being genuine about writing this letter. With due respect, Chair, I have to deal with this. This letter is emanating, indeed, from, I think, about 55 positions that he requested that they must be filled. Earlier on, Evidence Leader, you spoke about the selection panel. We also have forms where you initiate the recruitment altogether. It will be signed by Chief of Police, and then it will go to relevant stakeholders or my HR team. Ultimately, I'm the last signature in that form. Maybe we'll make it available tomorrow. That form, again, it talks to the talent acquisition policy. We can make that policy available, section 5.6, where it talks about partnership between line departments and corporate HR. So we've always been in partnership. The issue here, Chair, in one of the areas where I'm implicated, it's in regards to the Chief of Police being suspended. There's a lady here who was promoted. And when we get to that implication and my narrative, you will understand from that lady's statement what actually transpired between herself.
Is this Ms. Jogazi or another?
No, it's another lady
Another,
who has declared a sexual harassment dispute against the chief.
Yes.
When you read her statement, you get to realize of discussions that has been transpiring, building up to this appointment. And the chief, I think here, he was more panicking when he said he was not involved in these processes. This got to Dr. Mashazi, and I think ultimately he did write to Dr. Mashazi. I don't know if you can share, I was not directed to the response of Dr. Mashazi. One thing I can confirm is that the former city manager did call myself and Deputy Chief of Police Mkwanas. And these issues were raised, the partnership, the reporting lines, and so forth. In their discussion when they were responding to Dr. Mashaz, where she explained, I think she explained here, that chief, in terms of, despite your SAPS Act, our delegations and other policies and legislations, I've spoken to it, that there's different sub-delegations that are taking place. The chief is expected to sit in the divisional heads positions and the deputy, up to deputy directors. But if you recall, on the letter we spoke to, his memo earlier on the deputy directors, he didn't include me and himself. And that already is an indication that as you go down, you do sub-delegate. I saw his statement, he said never in the history of EMPD will have a deputy chief of police appointing, and that's not true. From his own letter, he said in the request for panels, for the lower level, these. So these are the issues we're discussing with Dr. Mashaz. An undertaking was made that Deputy Chief of Police Mkonazi must keep the Chief of Police abreast of the processes. He then said in that meeting, we have weekly meetings, you know, the ESCO of AMPD. I am updating. We left Dr. Mashaz's office, we went to my office, we emphasized that this updating must take place. So this letter, it's talking to that, it was addressed. Remember, I've said my role is to provide a transversal support. And when Chief raises these issues of SAP Acts, I do listen to it. And where I feel I must withdraw, I withdraw and allow them to continue with their work. What is important, I did do my job, I advised. So that's the context I wanted to put in this report, that this correspondence was not written with a bona fide mind.
Can I just ask for clarification? Did you respond to this letter because it's addressed to you and the city manager is copied? As we've understood it, and I'm asking clarification, I'm not engaging with what in fact happened and whether it's right or not. You are the addressee, the city manager is copied, you are telling us the city manager called you, even though she's copied. My question is, did you respond to a letter addressed to you? And if you did, do we have that response in front of us?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I did respond, Chair. We had numerous meetings with the Chief of Police.
You did not respond in writing?
No.
Maybe I should have been clearer. Did you respond in writing? Your answer is no.
No.
Okay.
But there's something I need to quickly say. I won't waste your time, Commissioner. On a weekly basis, one of the issues, the systems or interventions I've put, my team gives a weekly report on recruitment. And emanating from that, then I'll have discussions with the departments telephonically or via a meeting. So indeed, I did address. But subsequently to that, Dr. Mashaz was CC'd, and Chief wrote to Dr. Mashaz, if I'm not mistaken. We then had a formal meeting. Thank you.
Can I maybe assist Advocate Chaskalson? The witness has already answered, but maybe if you go to the letter on page 52, that's the one you were referring to, where you say Dr. Mashazi did respond and address the issue. And then you don't have to read all of it, or maybe you can take time if you want. But as I understand it, it was addressed in terms of the last paragraph on page 53. And that's where it ended, and that's how it was resolved.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, thank you, Commissioner, for assisting there. I think from you reading what our different statement, you could see there were challenges. And I think ultimately what Dr. Mashazi raised and said the chief must do to assist the institution is to draft a policy that talks to all this integration of all these legislations that we can't ignore. They are all important. They are all absolute. So indeed, and that policy, Chair, to date, I'm here, Chief is also not there. I haven't seen it, but the aim was, let's stop the confusion. And if it was drafted, we would have all contributed and would have clarified so many issues that made us to be here. Thank you.
Can I just, in the light of Commissioner Kumalo's intervention, I'm confused now. The letter that I was asking you about and that we were looking at is dated the 13th April 2024. Commissioner Kumalo has referred you to a letter of the 6th of June, and it starts your letter dated 5 June 2024. So this can't be a response.
Can I maybe assist here?
Sorry,
it seems to be a response to the letter on the preceding page of the bundle, which is a separate letter dealing about the appointment of the conferment of rank and insignia. So 6 June at page 52 responds to 5 June on page 51.
Yes, and 5 June is Chief Mapieye to Dr. Mashazi.
Indeed.
Yes.
On a slightly different subject, which is, I think, the conferment of rank and insignia.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner, I don't know if it was taken, my response, when I said I had a meeting with Chief and the weekly meetings.
You answered me.
Oh,
you said your response was a meeting.
Thank you.
It wasn't in writing. Okay. I thought that's what you had said, and I heard you.
If we then move to paragraph 3.1.2, which is on page 41, where the allegation is that you supported the exercise of these powers by the erstwhile city manager, notwithstanding the powers being vested in the chief of police. I understand that you have already essentially responded to that with your discussion of the legislative framework. From my side, I'd like to proceed to paragraph 3.1.3, which deals with the extension of Mr. Mzolo's contract, which we touched on earlier, unless there's anything that you want to amplify in paragraphs 29 to 40.
I'm comfortable.
If we then go to 3.1.3, the complaint is that you attempted to extend Commissioner Mzolo's contract that was due for expiry at the end of November 2023 for 6 months. And you respond to that in paragraph 41. Can you just explain your response to the commissioners?
Okay, maybe I can go straight to the annexure of Chief Mapieye on page 45, Chair. That is the letter from myself to Dr. Mashazi. I've explained earlier on quickly that for divisional heads...
Sorry, Mrs. Mashaka, can you just wait for the commissioners to get to the document, otherwise they won't follow what you're saying. And are you talking about your letter to Dr. Mashazi of 19 October 2023?
Perfect.
We are there.
Okay, thank you. I explained earlier on that for divisional head and deputy chief of police, they are on a 5-year contract. That is also wrong, by the way, in terms of the latest legislations, but we're not there to discuss that today. Because it's a 5-year contract, they tend to expire every 5 years. Proactively, I will write to the institution, to the Dr. Mashazi, after engaging the line departments or after they've engaged me, and request for an extension where I feel we are not going to conclude a recruitment process timelessly. And here, my intention was to request. If you read paragraph 1 of that letter on the purpose, it stipulates that the purpose of this submission is to request the approval of the city manager for the extension of the employment contract of Goodman Mzolo. I would like to take you to page 46, Commissioners. It's clear here there's no intention to usurp anybody's power. If there was that intention, I would have excluded Chief Mapie. I think in my own file, you will see how sometimes these extensions are written. In my draft, Chief Mapie is the first signature. First, that already is giving the vested powers. I'm offering those vested powers in him. Agree or don't agree, that was the aim, Chairperson. The second one, it's myself, and the final approval is Dr. Mashaz. There is nobody that is excluded here in terms of the key stakeholders that needed to take accountability on the appointment process. When the Chief of Police responded, I think on page 47, I don't know if I can go there, EL?
Please do.
Thank you. He was very clear that he's not supporting this process. I haven't asked that question. I will not respond. I won't dwell on it. If again, maybe my extension was supported, again, it won't be here. In the recruitment of this process, we ended up with 2 recommended shortlisted candidates.
Shaka, before you, and forgive me if I'm not pronouncing your surname properly.
No, it's fine.
I heard you when you started. I just want to understand page 46 and to understand your evidence about it. You are the one that wrote this letter to the city manager. You are nodding. The record doesn't pick that up.
Apologies, I couldn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm asking. You wrote this letter to the city manager, or is it Chief Mapie who wrote the letter?
If you see the standard of how we communicate in the city, there will be inquiries. So the acting DHTA and HRBP drafted the letter.
Yes.
And I'm supporting it because it's our process in HR that we took proactive measures when there is a position to be filled.
I'm not asking who drafted the letter, and I'm really trying to understand what I'm seeing here. I'm not probing yet. I'm not asking who drafted the letter. I'm asking this letter to Dr. Mashazi. Who is it from? It's not from your...
It's from myself, Mrs.
Yes,
Linda
which is
Kashet.
what it says in page
Yes.
1, right?
Yes.
But in page 2, the first signatory is going to be Chief Mapie, and then you are the one that recommend, even though you're the one that's writing the letter. I'm just trying to understand how it works, what one makes of it.
As I said in my own statement, normally the way we write these letters are written by my office to Dr. Mashaz, where I will recommend to Dr. Mashazi that let's extend because the recruitment process is not yet concluded. And then she'll say, I agree or not. I think when we get to my annexures, you'll see there's one example I've put, one or two, if I'm not mistaken, where in other instances you will tick, this one you can extend, this one you cannot. So this is how we're doing it. But here I'm emphasizing, Commissioner, on the issue of Section 64.
No, please don't
So
go
hence
there.
both
No,
of them are here.
No, please don't go there. That's not my question. My question is, and maybe let me tell you where my confusion comes from, is on page 1, the letter is from you. It says so. And then on page 2, you are recommending and Chief appears to be the author of the letter, just the order of things. I'm asking you to speak to the order. My experience and what we have seen so far here in other matters is the writer of the letter would be the first person to sign. So I would, because of that experience and that kind of evidence, I would have expected you as the author, you are the first name that appears, not Chief Mapiyeye. You wouldn't be the one that's recommending because you're the one that's the author of the letter. That's my experience of it and from the evidence. So I'm just asking you to explain just that part.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Chair, as I say that the intention here, under normal circumstances, hence maybe it would have drafted a bit peculiar, we could have done it better. I normally address these letters straight to Dr. Mashaz and not include the line departments because we would have had a discussion about. But because EMPD tends to, we have these challenges of the SEPS Act, so hence then I would have included Chief. But I take note of that it could have been done differently. But what I want to emphasize on, in terms of usurping of powers, I have 3 signatories here. So there was never an intention to usurp anybody's power.
Ms. Kasheka, that's a conversation further down the line about usurping of powers, so you don't speak to that now. You've answered my question to the best of your ability, I suppose. Thanks, Mr. Chaskason.
Thank you.
And maybe if you can then just emphasize paragraph 43, which is, well, if you can do it rather than me.
43, from my statement?
From your statement, indeed.
Thank you. Okay, it reads that notwithstanding the above, this request was not implemented, and subsequently, the position of Deputy Chief of Police, Specialized Operations was advertised. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I would like to correct that, we already advertised by that time. And EMPD, in conjunction with the HR department, embarked on a recruitment, selection, and appointment process for the position of the director. The mere fact that there were 3 signatories, that on its own should be clear as an indication that there was never a malicious intention to overlook the Chief of Police, but one aim was to provide proactive HR services and required guidance to the EMPD at all times. That further indicates that my intention and aim was to ensure that all relevant parties are engaged in this regard. I think we've spoken to this. Thank you.
And maybe, I mean, there is a document that's attached as LLG 13 to your statement. It's at page 84 of file 2. And that looks to me like a motivation for the extension of 2 other divisional heads whose terms were expiring roundabouts the same time.
Can you repeat that, sir?
If you go to page 84 of file 2, there is a document that has the label LLG 13, which isn't actually the LLG 13 that's referred to in your statement. That LLG 13 is the document in Mr. Mapiye's bundle that we've just looked at, but this LLG 13 seems to me to be a similar letter in which you request an extension of two other divisional heads' contracts which were expiring roundabouts the same time. Am I understanding this letter correctly?
Thank you, Chair. I think that's what I was trying to explain even to Commissioner Baloyi, that normally I will write straight to Dr. Mashaz, the city manager, where there's extensions to be done. And this one confirms that when Chief decided to decline the extension at EMPD, we further pursued only those two other divisional heads, and we excluded the one of the Deputy Chief of Police. And if you can see there on page 85, there's only two signatures. But in this instance, those other HODs would have been, as I say, engaged myself, and they would want us to run with these processes. Thank you so much.
If we can then go to the allegation in paragraph 3.2, the allegation is that you unlawfully interfered with the disciplinary processes which were instituted against Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi concerning his involvement in the fraudulent registration of 7 vehicles which were owned / related to CAT VIP to the municipality's official vehicle fleet in your capacity as HOD in that. And 3.2.1, you uplifted the suspension of Brigadier Mkhwanazi under the direction of Dr. Mashazi. 3.2.2, you directed Brigadier Mkhwanazi not to accept receipt of the charge sheet when arrangements were being made to serve it on him by Mr. Sidzambe. 3.2.3, you challenged and overruled the decision by Chief Mapiyeye to deploy Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi to the EMPD Operations Bylaw Enforcement Unit pending finalization of the disciplinary process. Your response starts at paragraph 44. And maybe you can take the Commission through paragraphs 44 on.
Thank you, Chair. I think paragraph 44, it repeats what you just articulated, EL. I would like to refer rather to paragraph 45. I submit that to the best of my recollection of those events, the issue of blue lights came to my attention of the municipal officials based on the social media clips, video clips, that have been circulating at the time. I think it was around February 2023. I hope I'm correct with the dates. I emphasize that at this point, I was the acting HOD HR, and I didn't know Julius Mkhwanazi since he was middle management in terms of occupational levels. And I would not necessarily know all the employees. I've already spoken to the head count or staff complement of Ekurhuleni of about 15,000 permanent employees and 8,000 temps and EPWPs. On the 2nd February 2023, the acting chief of police, Rivers Peace, initiated the investigation. I think that's what I'm trying to explain in terms of what transpired, and the allegations that were leveled against the erstwhile Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi, pertaining to the document issued by Commissioner Julius Mkhwanazi to receive and appoint vehicles and cab services respectively. A copy of the investigation letter, I think we have dealt with it. Even the other witnesses who came here, they've dealt with it. The issue was brought to my attention.
Can I ask you just to confirm it? We're talking about the same document. It's at page 86 of file 2.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
The issue came to my attention through Mr. Ngiza. I think it was around 15th February 2023. That's why we're in this journey. Via WhatsApp, where he shared the video clips regarding the blue lights that were installed in some cars, although it did not show, by the way, who was in the car, know the registration, but what I saw in the TikTok video clip, it was just written, typed by somebody, the registration. Xolani Ngeza then requested a meeting to discuss the suspension of Julius Mkhwanazi. It is imperative that one outlines the city's designation. By the way, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, in terms of how he's appointed, I think I've already alluded to that, is the Deputy Chief of Police. A few days later, the meeting was held in the boardroom of the city manager. Xolani and Chief Mabiyeye engaged me in the boardroom of the city manager. And this will be subsequent to the meeting, it is on their statement, where Chief of Police and Xolani Ngeza went to meet with Dr. Mashazi, I think in Dada Motor dealership, something like that. There's a meeting that took place there in some offices, strange enough. And in their discussion, from what I read here, in their statements, then Dr. Mashazi said, engage the acting HOD as well, so that she's kept abreast. Again, commissioners and chairperson, I want to bring it to you that we were brought into this matter by the Chief of Police. It takes a junior employee, instead of disciplining the junior employee, he feels he must engage Dr. Mashazi and he must engage, subsequently I must be engaged. It's correct, I'm the acting HOD. Xolani Ngeza reports to me, by the way. He's a divisional head, and he always continued to report to me. We met in the boardroom, and I was interested on the videos in terms of what is actually happening there, what is that evidence? You know, before I can even agree on that we embark on a disciplinary hearing. As I said earlier on, I couldn't understand those video clips. All I knew is that Mr. Xolani Ngeza, in his WhatsApp, he did say we are in a war. Obviously, I needed to understand what war is this. The conversation changed very quickly, Chairperson, and it focused on how dangerous Mr. Mkhwanazi is and how the Chief of Police is scared of him. He told us that he has increased up his VIP protectors. He is about to install cameras and beef up security in his house. I then asked, if we can correct that, what about Xolani Ngeza and myself? We are divisional heads, I was just acting. We don't have money to beef up our securities in our homes, and so forth. The chief, in his response, he then says, look, I'm arranging VIP protection for Xolani. Already, I think he got himself 2 cars. And I said in that meeting, Chief, I'm a woman. You are arranging protection for yourselves. You don't arrange, you don't care about my safety. I think Mr. Ngeza attested to that. I then said, if you don't care about my safety, but can you take care of I've got a baby. I just had a small baby that I must raise up. Chief was just cold. He didn't see how important it is to take care of my protection. It was just shocking. I then left the boardroom, Chair. I'll say that. I left the boardroom. I didn't sign any suspension letter. I didn't confirm that I'm going to participate in the process. A day or 2 days later, Chief kept on calling me and says, acting HOD, you have to sign the suspension. I've got a professional duty to sign, despite I'm safe or I'm not safe. And I want it to be recorded here. I think it is on the documents that ultimately I did sign the intention to suspend. Despite their own Chief of Police, who has gun, firearms we don't have, told us how scared of this person, but because of judicial duty, I did sign that suspension letter as well. I then asked his chief.
Just confirm it's on 88. 88 of
it's in page 88, where I've signed. And Xolani Nxiza, who was reporting to me until he left the city of Ekurhuleni, he was reporting to me. He also signed. And then J.D. Mkwanazi acknowledged the receipt. Thank you, Chief. I then said to Chief after a few days, Chief, at least can you conduct a security risk and threat analysis into our lives? I did, I think Mr. Nxiza spoke to it, that I said, I don't necessarily have an interest to have VIP protectors. I think they should be focusing on doing other things in the city. But at least I need to know how I should take care of myself and my family. Chief, he sort of agreed that he will speak to provincial or national commissioner and see if this can be conducted. I followed up with him, and at some point he told me he hasn't spoken to them, but he's going to the policy cluster meeting, and when he goes there, he will speak to the issue. I must emphasize, commissioners, that City of Ekurhuleni does not only deal with disciplinary procedures of EMPD, but it provides labor relations management functions to all the departments. I've spoken to this earlier on. As we're embarking and Chief not conducting this risk threat analysis, one of the things we're discussing with Mr. Xolani Nxiza is the issue that perhaps, that's what he kept on saying to me, there might be syndicate, even at roads and transport, at waste. Last year, again, we had a matter at roads and transport. The MMC, apologies, the late MMC, he was pressurizing me that, Linda, this matter must be dealt with and be concluded. And when I'm asked that we have compliance matters to deal with, we've got procedures to follow, he then says, there's a TLB syndicate at roads. They still TLB, those trucks with those nose, and take them to the Eastern Cape. We allocated one of our legal advisors to deal with the matter. Subsequently, she went to Advocate Kemi Bihar and myself and request protection. I asked her, do you really want to have protection? People who follow you, why don't you leave this thing? Let's get external lawyers to deal with this matter. We have so many cases where employees will start with those matters, investigate, even at EMPD. And then as the time goes on, they will stop investigating those matters at Shell. I also had an incident in another matter where there's a company, maybe I shouldn't mention name, that was paid money from the city's bank accounts to this company that has never done business with the city. Is not in our supplier database, but money went to that. And there was an employee who were conducting a disciplinary process for in regarding to that because he was one of the key signatures. That matter is still ongoing. I was approached by the union who was representing that employee. He then says to me, HOD, I would like you to, I want to protect your life. I would like you to settle this matter and let this employee go. And the reason being that if you don't settle it, what they did to one of the councillor's house, there was a councillor who was, his house was shot at. It was like a movie, those movies we used to watch when we were young. I've never seen something like that. He then referred and said they will do the same to your house. I called, I think Chief was already on suspension that time. I called Deputy Chief of Police Mkwanazi the following day. I said, come and listen to this. The kind of things we're dealing with. When the employee came there, he explained, but we said, can he reduce it in writing? He did not. I don't want to dwell on that, but I'm just dealing with the challenges that we're having at Ekurhuleni.
Just remind
Building
us
to my
where you are.
suspension.
Sorry, just remind us where you are because you have moved.
I'm on
about.
page 15 of my statement. paragraph 46.7. On days building to my suspension, I pleaded with the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Executive Mayor and the Legislature, it's called the OCMOL meeting, that the city embarks on its own task team. Chairperson, with due respect, your task team has got limited scope. And Ekurhuleni, we've got, what we're dealing with here is the small part of the tip of the iceberg. We've discussed that issue, and I'm hoping maybe with the new team that is established by President, they'll also look at other issues as well. I can confirm here that HR management function nowadays is embedded with such risk. On the issue of the security risk and threat analysis, I would like to thank the Commission. After 2-3 years, at least it was done here, and I'm very happy about that. Ekurhuleni has not done risk and threat analysis on us. They have been providing us with protectors, but is that enough? I don't know.
Please just explain a little bit more on what you said about the tip of the iceberg.
Maybe let me go to another issue, Chairperson. I'm the secretary for the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board in the city of Ekurhuleni. I think we have 4 members that were appointed. It's one of the national treasury requirements that it must happen. The investors, they want to know about these issues. And when we're having discussion, after we drafted the terms of reference, then it came from the CEA, the current chief auditor, Mr. Philip Rahwal, that is currently sitting with 20 to 40 forensic cases that have been concluded. And these are one of the issues we discussed with OCMO. And the MMC, I think Pretorius used to be, is the former MMC for corporate, also knows about this, and others, that bring these cases to the fore. Let's find a way of dealing with them and know what we're dealing with. If possible, we close them. And the forensic firm report to Mkhwanazi that I'll speak to, I think it was one part of those. And the intention, my understanding of his operating model is that once he has concluded investigations, those investigations must then be taken to council for implementation, whatever the recommendations are. So I think that's what I was trying to explain, that your scope, your respect, I respect, and we're learning from South Africa from this commission. We might have missed others, but this one, we're learning. Hence, I propose that the OCMOL speak to all the HODs, let them ventilate, let's deal with the issues. But I would like to keep it at that for now. Based on the allegations, I'm on paragraph 47, page 15. Based on these allegations, a suspension was signed. We already spoken to that. I don't know if I can move on EL to the uplifting of the suspension.
Please do.
Thank you. In terms of the collective agreement on disciplinary procedure, a suspension, it's 3 months. However, it can be extended. I think it reads that suspension or utilization of an employee in another capacity shall be for a fixed predetermined period and shall not exceed 3 months from date that the municipal manager or his representative is satisfied that there is a prima facie case and that an act of misconduct has been committed. However, where circumstances prohibit the conclusion of the disciplinary proceedings within the aforementioned time frame, suspension or utilization in another capacity can be extended for another 3 months. That's the reason then, Chair, on page 40, paragraph 48, on page 16, I had to put that paragraph that talks to the accounting officer. and her instructions. That, by the way, I also, on section 60 of the MFMA and also section 64B of the SAPS Act. Dr. Mashaz called us. I'm on page 50. Paragraph 50. Around the month of May 2023, the accounting officer called the Chief of Police, Kolani, and HOD Kemi Bihari and myself into a meeting. She wanted answers as to why the disciplinary hearing process of the erstwhile Brigadier Mkhwanezi has not commenced. Remember, the first 3 months has passed now, or is about to pass. Mr. Ngleza provided an explanation including that the process has advanced. If you recall, Commissioners, in his statement, he explained that at some point they were engaging IPID, and he took a discretion without talking to me, because remember that time I'm appointed, I'm no longer an acting HOD. I'm his absolute line manager, his absolute boss. But he took a decision that he'll use his discretion subsequent to the meeting they had with IPID. I've never met anybody from IPID to date, because I don't deal with SAPS with crime investigation matters. I deal with HR matters. But in our discussion with IPID, from what he explained even on his statement, is that arrest is imminent. They're gonna arrest. And therefore, he took a discretion that perhaps he should not discipline. He must wait for the arrest. 3 months is going. He doesn't discuss that with me or Dr. Mashaz. So he decided at that point in time he's not going to proceed with the disciplinary, waiting for that arrest. And I got to know about this, as I say, in this statement, but Dr. Mashaz wanted answers at that time. And Dr. Mashazi decided then there's no point for us to extend the suspension any further. They've spoken to that. We're all called in a meeting. What I've realized with the city manager, the former city manager, is that every time she engages you, she's well vested with knowledge legally. At that time, I didn't know where she would been briefed, but you could hear that she's briefed. In our debate, that's why at some point we were told, me and Advocate Kemi, we're always together on things. Because I felt the only strategy to deal with things, I must bring legal as well when I go to engage with them. Is this a lawful instruction or not?
Sorry, can I just clarify? You're talking about a meeting in May. Do you have an exact date? Were there minutes from this meeting? Is there any record of the meeting that we could have access to?
Okay, the management style of Dr. Mashazi, I think earlier on I spoke that when this started, if you recall, the meeting took place in some car dealership.
Yeah.
So the way she will engage you, she will call you to a meeting. There is no prior agenda or arrangement of the meeting. You are just called to be there. Or she will call you and give instruction telephonically. That's how things were done. But as I said, that if you go to Chief Mapia's statement and Mr. Ngleza, I think they said, if I can recall, we were called telephonically. The instruction was given telephonically. I think that's where we differ. On my side, I'm saying I think we had a meeting on that particular day.
In your original statement, the earlier one, not the supplement, in 27.3 on page 9, that's where you deal with that meeting.
Okay. On the first statement, yes. Not the supplementary?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, but I think what I want to emphasize on is that we were all called and instruction was given.
But I understand that there was no formal agenda, kind of formal notice of the meeting. Was there any record of the meeting kept? Was either in the form of a minute, or was there anything confirming what was decided at the meeting? Is there any written record of what seems to me to be quite an important decision that was taken at this meeting and taken at the instance of the accounting officer?
No, there is no record of the meeting. I've said it earlier on that the management style was that you'll be instructed telephonically, even if there's a meeting, it's an informal meetings. The only formal meetings we'll have is the SMT, the Strategic Management Team meetings. There they record, they have minutes, and other formal meetings. But where there's instructions to be given, majority of time, you are just called. I think, if I recall, I went home, I had load shedding, I got missed calls from Kolani Ngezain that night. And then I responded when I woke up midnight, and at some point I did say in his WhatsApp as well, he confirmed that can he start drafting the letter. They drafted the letter. The following day, the letter was made available. I signed it, and Mr. Mkwanazi, I said, can you also engage Chief and make sure that he calls Mr. Mkwanazi to come and fetch his letter? One important thing, Chair, that I need to talk to, I might get to it at some point, but if I'm allowed, I want to raise it now. Or maybe let me wait for paragraph 53. I want to say here, what I want to emphasize on is the DPCA, clause 16.4. 3 months, you can extend, but an instruction was given by the accounting officer, and therefore, there was no extension of the 3 months. To be honest, even bargaining council, they have no appetite of us extending suspensions. If they allow you, that 6 months will be the last, but they will be very hard on you. They expect that you should have started with the process. And my understanding in terms of law, you will correct me, suspension is not punitive. It talks to, are you going to interfere with the witnesses? Are you going to jeopardize the process and so forth? So the debates, as I say, you find the city manager well-vested with knowledge legally. The debates become minimal, especially when there's also legal that is there, then I can only do so much as an HR practitioner.
Just so that I understand your evidence on this. You're not saying all of that about the bargaining council's appetite and the city managers being vested. You're not saying those are the reasons that there was no extension. You say there was no extension because the city manager instructed. It's that simple and plain. At least that's what you say in your statement.
For now, and as I said, I will elaborate when I get to paragraph 52.
I was just clarifying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I'm also trying to get the sequence right. The meeting had to be before the 24th of May, because you say around the 24th of May, you reminded Mr. Mkhize to draft a letter of upliftment. Can you place approximately, how long before the 24th of May would it have been? A couple of days, a week? What are we talking about?
Thank you, Chair. I think it was around the 23rd, because if I recall, there was a draft of the extension. We intended to extend. In fact, if we extended again, I will keep on saying all these small errors or big errors we did wouldn't be here. So it was drafted. I had an appetite to extend. But like I said, that there's discussions that are taking place between Chief Kolani and Dr. Mashaz. And if I can get to 53, I will tell you what probably made Dr. Mashazi not to agree on the extension. So it would have been around the 23rd, and I'm reiterating, I wanted to sign the extension.
Do we have a copy of that draft, the draft to extend?
I'm not sure if it will be in my file, but it will be in the file of, I think, Mr. Ngiza or Chief Mapieye. And one of them also attested to that. I think Xolani Ngiza did mention that he did submit to me. We had a discussion. I was ready to sign. Thank you, Chair.
I think it's addressed in the statement of Mr. Ndliza, page 17 of that statement, paragraphs 43 to 45, but there isn't a copy of the document, the draft attached.
Chair, we'll make it available. We'll make it available this afternoon, tomorrow, just for ease of reference. Thank you.
And maybe if you can, I mean, have you said what you want to say in respect of 50.3?
Yes, I think it will overlap to the issue of the charge sheet and certain emails that transpired, and that probably also caused Dr. Mashazi not to want to extend. I'll speak to that.
Then the allegation in relation to the non-acceptance of the charge sheet. That's an allegation that we see at 3.2.2 at paragraph, at page 42 of the statement of the annexure bundle. The allegation is that you directed Brigadier Mkhwanazi not to accept receipt of the charge sheet when arrangements were being made to serve it on him by Mr. Sidzambe. And you respond to that from paragraph 53. Can you just address your response now?
To address this issue, Chair, I'm disputing this allegation that is leveled against me, that I instructed Mr. Mkhwanazi, along with the accounting officer, not to accept the charge sheet. The first irregularity in terms of my annexure LLG 18, the charge
Sorry,
sheet,
just for the commissioners, that's page 90 of file 2. 90.
the charge sheet, Chair, a normal standard legally, although I don't want to get to the legal space, I'm not a legal practitioner, but a normal practice is that the charge sheet, somebody must make a comment when it's not served. So if you go to page 91, no, annexure 9, is it a page? Page 91.
Page 94 is the end of the charge sheet where there's a space for acknowledging receipt.
Okay. Oh yeah, page 94. Apologies on that. It's very clear. There's just a signature of a Majang Inc. attorneys by Mohale Mahosh. There's no comment from the divisional head, erstwhile divisional head, Xolani Ngiza. There's no comment by Tami Sidzambe. Chair, I would like to take you to the emails, I think on page 95. That will start.
Sorry, before we get there, can I just get this clear? You deny that you instructed Julius Mkhwanazi not to accept the charge sheet?
I fully agree. I deny that. And
I just wanted that on record.
Okay.
Now I think you were going to take us to the email trail, which is from page 95. And maybe it may make sense to take it back to front, because chronologically it starts on page 98 and then works backwards in time, or forwards in time.
I want us to go to page 98.
Sure.
That's a very important correspondence. In the middle, it says, "Dear Mr. Ngqiza, the above matter refers, please find attached the charge sheet to be served on Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. His contact details are as follows." The cell phone number is there. "Please note that the employee must be served by no later than today, 15th June 2023. For the economy of time, the employee may be served with a charge sheet today via email and then in person. For the economy of time, I'll repeat that. The employee must be served with a charge sheet today, underlined via email. I have not seen that email, Chair. And if you recall, on the statement of Brigadier Mkhwanazi, he then said he has never seen the charge sheet, has never been delivered to him. Remember, now we have a challenge that brought us here, where we've uplifted a suspension. The employee is easily accessible, is in the city of Ekurhuleni, is fully functioning, he's got an email address. But directed to Mr. Ngqiza doesn't serve the charge sheet.
Can I just take you back up the correspondence, because I mean, obviously I don't know the true state, I can only infer what I see in the documents, but it seems to me that the charge sheet attached on the 15th of June would not have been served, because if you go up, you see there is an email from Henny Erasmus to Madlanga attorneys saying, "Dear Godfrey, after consultation with the Chief of Police, we added a 5th and 6th charge based on the evidence discovered during the investigation. We will elaborate on these during our consultation process." So there are now additional charges. And then if we go up further, so that was at 8:44 in the morning on the 19th. If we go up to the foot of page 96, we see Madlanga attorneys respond to Mr. Ngqiza again. "Dear Mr. Ngqiza, as discussed earlier today, please find the attached charge sheet and assist with service on the above-named employee, Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. It must be served today. His contact number is 073, etc. Please provide us proof of service." Then there is a similar letter at 11:09. So to Mr. Ngqiza was 11:02, to 11:09 it was to Mr. Sidzamba, also from Madlanga attorneys. That we see at the top of page 96. "Dear Tami, as discussed, please find attached charge sheet and assist with service on the above-named employee, Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. It must be served today." Then on the 20th, "Dear Tami, further to our telephone conversation earlier today, please find attached amended charge sheet for service on Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. It must be served today. The DC is scheduled for 3 July. Parties shall discuss and agree on further dates of hearing before the chairperson on 3 July. Please forward us proof of service as soon as you've served the charge sheet." Then Mr. Sidzamba, after receipt of the 20 June email, forwards to Mr. Nliza that email and says, "Good day, Nkokeli. Attached, please find the Julius Mkhwanazi charge sheet as provided by Madlanga attorneys. Kind regards, Tami Sitsamba." So this charge sheet clearly went through several iterations between 15 and 20 June, and it seems as though it wasn't served, it certainly hadn't been served before 20 June.
Thank you, Chair. One of the charges, the city, through the city manager, Mr. Kagiso Lerotla, have served me with the charges regarding my disciplinary hearing as I'm suspended. In one of those charge sheets, it says I misled council when I instituted the forensic report and to what transpired here. We're gonna get to that. But if somebody analyzes this, there's games that are being played here. In your last two communication between Kolani and Tami, Kolani sends the charge sheet to Tami, Tami sends the charge sheet to Kolani. Nobody's sending the charge sheet to Julius Mkhwanazi. They've been advised, and they know it. Serve the charge sheet via email. Thereafter, find Julius Mkhwanazi. If we did not uplift the suspension, I will understand if they're saying they can't find Julius Mkhwanazi anyway. Julius Mkhwanazi was in the employ of the city. There is no way you cannot find Julius Mkhwanazi. Now what happens, the blame is given to me and Dr. Mashaz that we refused to say, for Julius to accept the charge sheet. Another procedure and process you follow when you serve a charge sheet, Chair. If you're going to have amendments to the charge sheet, we all know, you can have them done even when the DC has started. It will not stop you. Not at any given point in time. The bottom line is from the 15th, this charge sheet was never served. And then we have Dr. Mashaz who keeps on saying, HR, you're playing games here with your work. When she instructs us to uplift a suspension, there's big issues. But we have two employees who are playing games with one another. A divisional head who reports to me and his subordinates. They don't serve the charge sheet. I don't know what happens when I'm not there, Chair. Things they know that I wouldn't have known at that time. But I wanted to reiterate, and I want to still say that I'm refusing where I'm told Mr. Mkhwanazi must not serve the charge sheet.
Ms. Kashika, can I just again to clarify, we've had evidence, including from Mr. Behari, that at some point there was a change in how things are done, where you and Mr. Behari were now to approve decisions about disciplinary action. At page 95, when was that decision in terms of date?
If you see it, Chair, through you, Chair, if you see, Commissioner, 22nd August 2023.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. That is after even the intended date of the DC must take place.
Yeah, no. Please try answer my question, then we'll go quicker. My question is really the date. When did that new regime of doing things come into effect? When
around
things
August.
Must be approved? Around August.
Around
so
August.
Around this date when this is sent to you?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
You've addressed the email correspondence. You then speak from paragraph 56 about a forensic audit. Can you explain what your, a forensic report. Can you explain what that forensic report was?
Thank you, Chair. EL. The forensic report, it emanated from an anonymous email, something like that, where it was, there were allegations of favoritism against Mr. Mkhwanazi in that his disciplinary hearing was never concluded. We then subsequently were all called by Dr. Mashazi, I think they've also spoke to that, into an urgent meeting as to come and explain what actually transpired here. And subsequent to that meeting, one of the key issues that were discussed on that meeting, and is in that the scope of that forensic was who leaked the information of the city, who is dealing with, who's denting Dr. Mashazi's name and the CFO. I couldn't understand the part of the CFO, but now that I started following things here, I think it was talking maybe to the CFO of the Tembisa Hospital. I wasn't sure if it was our own CFO of that, but it was more about favoritism towards Mr. Mkhwanazi. So in the meeting, then Dr. Mashazi wanted answers. And she also complained.
I just need to clarify. The answer she wanted was, why has it leaked that this DC hasn't happened, or what were the answers that, what was the leak she was concerned about?
Okay, I was about to address that, EL. The first complaint is the leaking of the information. Number two is the issues of labor costs that were escalating. Number three is the absenteeism of the HOD HR and HOD legal on labor-related matters. In my scope and the request I made to internal audit, I further added the issue of how the ER division, it's one of the divisions that I'm responsible for, it's called Employee Relations, how they've been handling matters of EMPD in terms of grievances, labor dispute in general. But in my scope, I further became specific and said, in the Julius Mkhwanazi's matter, that's a very key part of the agreed engagement letter with internal audit. That actually what happened to Mr. Mkhwanazi's matter, how was it handled? Obviously, when you read these emails we spoke to earlier on, you can see that we had to do the investigation. The ball post and non-accountability and non-conclusion of this. So that report...
What was the investigation that you had to do?
It was looking at first who leaked the charge sheet and who leaked the whole process of Mkhwanazi's matter to Bikli, the anonymous email, because I think he wrote to Jeff Wicks, and then he copied Dr. Mashaz, myself, legal, and others. Number two, it was the management of labor relations matters by the Employee Relations and EMPD. I further said specifically the matter of Julius, the Deputy Chief of Police, Julius Mkhwanazi. Another scope, another point on the scope, it was the escalating labor-related cost. That, by the way, ended up with issues where even Majang, who was responsible for this case of Julius Mkhwanazi and the three others, I think Scholes, Mackenzie, and Twala, Majang Incorporate attorneys was responsible for that case as well. That it started with the DC, I'll talk to it, but it was never concluded because we're not paying attorneys equivalent. Still a challenge to date. So that was my scope, Chair.
Can I just in paragraph 6, you say the report came with findings including seeking a legal opinion as to whether we continue with the disciplinary process. Is that the report that came from Mr. Rakwale? He said you need to now get an opinion as to whether you should continue.
Yes, in fact, I was going to talk to that, EL.
Okay, please do.
Indeed, in the recommendations, despite in that report, they did speak to the limitations, and the limitations they had, it included the non-availability of the file, as my young attorneys could not give us that file because he said we never paid him. That was one of the limitations on the scope, but one of the recommendations was, on top of all those other recommendations, a legal opinion must be sought. And I think we know that it was discussed here by Advocate Kemi. I'm not a legal practitioner. I do want to challenge legal opinions sometimes, and I will give my own mind into it. But ultimately, we are all key stakeholders in making certain decisions. And I think every institution, if you would not normally, under normal circumstances, if you would not heed to the direction provided by legal, you're going to be in trouble. But I'll leave it at that for now.
Maybe before you leave it, just so that we understand your evidence, what was the legal opinion that on continuing with the disciplinary hearing?
Okay. I know, through you, Chair, Commissioner, you want direct answers, but I want to give you a context. I really appeal for the context.
No, I'll tell you what, it's always helpful that you give the answer and then you can explain as necessary, because we end up getting lost. That's why in the last round, Mr. Chaskalson had to ask you, what is your answer? Because you started by explaining and you forgot to say what in fact is your answer to a direct question. So my direct question is, what did the legal opinion say? And you should answer that, and then you can explain whatever you want to explain after that.
Thank you. The only legal opinion I saw in this matter was we are not going to discipline Kwanas, despite what IPID has said. We're not going to discipline for whatever reasons. And as I said, I wouldn't want to do it. Respectfully so, can I be allowed not to enter into your space?
No, you have answered my question.
Thank you.
Are you referring to the document that was signed by two people, or are you referring to something else?
That one. The one that was signed by
Mr.
Advocate Zulu. And I don't know if he's also an advocate, but Mr. Thabo Makwite.
Yes.
I would like to assume that is the final legal opinion the city of Ekurhuleni had on the matter of Nkwanas. One thing I would want to add, Chair, because I'm being persecuted Ekurhuleni through my evidence here, is that the report I initiated, it never reached council. It never reached council. And the reason I'm raising that, if that report went to council earlier on, again, I'm going to repeat, we might not be here. Council would have probably override certain of those recommendations. Where I'm told I'm misleading council, I'm saying when council asks questions and say to council, because the report only came in 2024 June, the final report. When it was sent to me by Mr. Philip Rakwale, he said, for your interest, just in case you might be interested, it's not my report. It's his report that must go to council with the other ones that I spoke to. But I kept on saying to council before the report was available that we are still investigating this matter. I think when we get to other levels in terms of how Chief, the events went from asking, when are we finalizing this matter, to a day he decided on the 24th, if I'm not mistaken, of June, that he is terminating this disciplinary process. I want to reiterate here, I wouldn't have supported that. And my evidence, the forensic report, and the letters I continuously wrote to my junk attorneys, bring back the files. My last meeting with my junk attorneys, it was in October, November last year, where I've said to Mr. Majang, I think we're in that meeting, if I can, we can go to page 21, paragraph 62. I was in that meeting with Philip Rahwale, where we had an online meeting with Mr. Majang. I indicated to Mr. Majang that the executive mayor and the city manager, the acting city manager at the time, they are looking at this matter now. It's no longer about us paying invoices.
Sorry, I think we may have lost each other with references. I have you at paragraph 58. Is that correct?
I've moved a long time ago. Paragraph?
58.
Oh, apologies. Thank you, EL. Apologies for that. Yes. In the last meeting, it took place in October, November 2025. The meeting was held on Teams, and it was attended by myself and Mr. Rahwale. I can make a copy available of the request and the agenda of that particular meeting.
Sorry. Just before we get to this meeting, again, I want to just clarify the chronology. The July anonymous email was July 2023 that triggered the forensic report.
If I'm not mistaken, it was August. The one I was copied on.
If you go back to paragraph 56, you say, all I can say is I'm the one person who followed the disciplinary matter of Mr. Mkhwanazi. I initiated the forensic report after the July anonymous email.
Okay, as I say, it's between July and August. Apologies about that.
And you initiated the forensic report when?
Immediately after we got that email.
Immediately after that email. So it's plus minus July, August.
Yes.
2023.
Yes.
But although the report was commissioned in July, August 2023, it was only concluded, you say, in June 2024.
Yes, in paragraph 56, yes, that's what I said.
And then nobody acted on it, or Mr. Rahwale only acted on it in July 2025.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry to take you out of your sequence. You were then now back at the last meeting in October, November 2025.
The last meeting took place around October, November 2025. That meeting was held on Teams, and it was attended by Mr. Rahwale and myself. The issue of handing over of the ER files was top of the agenda. In the last meeting, despite the fact that I sensitized to Mr. Majang that the files were no longer required by council, but rather we need to prepare for the Majang Commission of Inquiry, as the executive mayor informed us to start with the preparations. I further reminded him that HR invoices, according to his latest emails, were paid. While we had problems with our investigation, on my side, I pushed that let's pay Mr. Majang so that Mr. Majang can bring the files of the seat, so that we can conclude this matter. Despite it took 2 years or 3 years, we're here now. We could have done it internally. In his response, he then said, he made it very clear in the meeting that HR department is not an entity, a separate entity, but forms part of COE as the organization, and therefore, while other invoices remain unpaid, he will not release the HR files. But he further I sensitized him. I think I don't want to repeat myself. In his response, he further said that if the Madlanga Commission inquiry subpoena the file, he will bring it here. But not Ekurhuleni,
is there
as
a
long we have
Madlanga-
not paid his invoices.
Is there a Madlanga Commission of Inquiry?
Oh, no, apologies. Apologies, Chairperson, Judge Madlanga. He said he will bring the files to Madlanga Commission inquiry if there's a subpoena. Rather than that, because we're not paying the invoices, he will not give me the files. Apologies once more about that.
No, not at all.
Another strange incident, I think I'm on page, still on page 20, paragraph 60. Another strange incident that I feel it must be bring to the attention of the Commission is that while I couldn't win with Mr. Madlanga, and I fully comprehend his demise, we don't pay invoices. They need to feed their families and of their staff. I asked the coordinator in my office to call Mr. Sami Sijamba and to check once more if indeed there is not even a thin file we have from the ER division. And the way they've been doing things in the ER division under Mr. Ngiza, who was the divisional head reporting to me, they will leave everything to the law firms. Everything. You ask them, they are going to bargaining council, they go without a file. But in this particular instance, Mr. Sidamba, he says something that's very strange to me and the lady in my office that at some point, Mr. Ngiza said he must delete every document relating to Mr. Mkhwanazi disciplinary matter. I called myself, Tammy, and he confirmed that. I found that very shocking, and it was difficult to comprehend on my side. But as I said, Mr. Madlanga is willing to bring the file here, if you can save the city. All the issues I've mentioned above, including the matter, I wouldn't want to mention the name of the company, where we had to pay a company that doesn't exist, form part of the outstanding investigation reports, and the matter of Julius Mkhwanazi is one of them. And also how these have been handled by the city. And it's one of the things that we have to get them right. One of the proposals I've made, because when I looked how much we budget for labor-related costs and the staff we have internal, I proposed that some of the positions, based on the budget, maybe let's fill positions, because if a person is appointed, you're going to be forced to pay that person. Nonetheless, there are complex matters. There will always be complex matters that need an external law firm. So it's one of the things that we've started filling positions at legal. We're in a process of filling similar positions of legal advisors and HR to try and keep things in the city. But I'll keep on saying, unfortunately, we find ourselves in this space. I've already spoken to the issue of the Financial Misconduct Board. I would like to skip those paragraphs through you, Chair.
Certainly do.
Maybe before you proceed, just so that I understand what it is you're saying in that paragraph 61, you have the name which you skipped. I assume it's the name of a company. You say that name matter, which forms part of the other outstanding investigation reports. The matter of Julius Mkhwanazi and how they are or have been handled by all involved in the city remains important. And then you go on to speak to the financial misconduct disciplinary role. Are you saying to us that the matter of that company or the reports and or the reports that are before the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board include matters relating to Commissioner Mkhwanazi. Is that what you're conveying in that paragraph?
Thank you, Commissioner. Indeed, Commissioner, I think what I was trying to say earlier on, if you recall, that the 20 to 40 forensics between these numbers, I know it's a big difference, I shouldn't be not knowing the number. If they came to the board, the disciplinary board, and we dealt with, including the report of Mkhwanazi, that will then subsequently go to council, we might not be here.
You're not saying the forensic reports, the 22, whatever number forensic report, and that company name matter, you're not saying they relate to Commissioner Mkhwanazi. That's what I'm trying to understand, what your evidence is.
The forensic report of Commissioner Mkhwanazi,
yes,
forms part of all these forensic reports that are sitting with the Internal Audit Office. And that are not being discussed and concluded and go to council. Apologies.
Thank you.
But you don't have any knowledge that that company has any link to Julius Mkhwanazi?
No, they don't.
Mr. Chaskalson, before we move to the next topic, this is maybe for lunch and it can be dealt with after lunch. Mrs. Kasheka mentioned something in passing and it relates to one of the allegations against her, which was her involvement in the withdrawal of charges around 20 to 21 June 2023, where her intervention was sought by Mapieye and she and Behari got involved. So she only dealt with the last part where she says, I did not agree with the withdrawal, but she didn't give the full context and how it came about. Maybe during lunch she can have regard to, I think it's JM 31 and 32 of Mapieye. It's those three up to JM 33, which would be the last one. And then she can just deal with that before she's asked questions about it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chaskalson, do you want to start something new or?
I'm happy for us to take the lunch break now. I think we should, I'm quite anxious to get through the whole statement before we leave today. And we may need to do some of the topics going forward at a higher level. But let's break for lunch now.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
On the top stories, Treasury to assist Gauteng in addressing governance challenges, and O'Sullivan accused of police interference. For SAFM News, I'm Bondelambana, and a very good day. Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana says national government is considering stepping up its involvement to address governance challenges in the city of Johannesburg. Addressing a post-budget media briefing in Cape Town, Godongwana says national authorities may need a formal or legal mechanism to engage more closely with the city's management. Last year, President Cyril Ramaphosa assembled a presidential Johannesburg working group in an effort to resolve the city's failures. Godongwana says discussions are underway through intergovernmental channels.
Surely I can tell you now, my view is that national government has got to find a way of getting closer to the Johannesburg situation. What form that should take. The problem in an environment like that, you need some legal instrument. If you are going to go there as a friend and so on, it may not be a good idea.
The ANC's regional secretary in Ekurhuleni, Jongizizwe Dlabati, has resigned from his role in the party as MMC for Finance in the Ekurhuleni Metro with immediate effect. Dlabati has not explicitly cited the reasons behind his sudden decision, saying only that he needs time and space during this period. His resignation comes days after Ekurhuleni Mayor Nkosindipila Xhakaza reshuffled his mayoral committee, removing EFF MMCs and replacing them with 3 ANC councillors. Zine Butelezi reports.
Jongizizwe Dlabati served as the regional secretary of the ANC in Ekurhuleni from August 2025. Dlabati, who also served as MMC for Finance, was a key figure in one of the party's most strategic regions in Gauteng. Dlabati's exit leaves a gaping hole as political parties have started reshuffling and finalizing mayoral candidates. In his departing letter, he thanked the party for the opportunity to serve. His resignation takes effect from February 27, 2026. Zine Butelezi, SABC News, in Johannesburg.
The Mayor of Cape Town has offered a 100,000 rand reward for information that will lead to the arrest and prosecution of the suspect who shot and killed a 14-year-old girl in Atlantis during a taxi-related violence incident yesterday. Police say the girl had been at school when she was shot. 2 other learners were also shot and wounded. Police say that a man was also shot and killed while loading children into his taxi. Cape Town Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis says the Atlantis area has been hit by a spate of violence relating to disputes within the taxi industry.
We stand with the peace-loving residents of Atlantis who should not have to suffer because of the internal fights between taxi bosses. We mourn deeply together with the families of the victims, including the 14-year-old grade 8 learner tragically killed this week. I have now instructed that the city offers a reward of 100,000 rand for information that leads to the arrest and prosecution of those responsible for this killing. Anyone who can help should please come forward and can do so totally anonymously.
MK Party MP Mandla's Kosana has accused private investigator Paul O'Sullivan of police interference. O'Sullivan is continuing his testimony before Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the criminal justice system. In a heated exchange, Kosana accused Paul O'Sullivan of being an arrogant thug and not respecting the process.
It was not right for him even to go to Czech Republic.
That is not true, Chairman. He's making statements now, not asking questions. It doesn't work like that. I'm not going to take any more questions until I can finish answering this question.
No, your arrogance is not going to help you with me. Yeah. You can play that with other people, not with me.
Not playing a game.
No. Your white supremacy arrogance is not going to help you with me. You must answer what I'm asking you. You can't dictate to me.
What I'm not doing is
No, we are doing exactly that. What we are doing to the security clusters. Dictating, you can dictate to them, no, not to members of Parliament. Your arrogance is not going to help you. If you are attacked, you are attacked.
The Gabinda inquiry has heard that a suspect who was shot dead by the alleged Katomano hit squad in Thokoza on Gauteng's East Rand in 2011 was executed and not killed in self-defense. This was the testimony of crime scene reconstruction and ballistics expert Lieutenant Colonel Chris Mangena, who is currently testifying before the panel. The inquiry is probing the fitness to hold office of suspended South Gauteng prosecution boss Advocate Andrew Chauke. Chauke pursued racketeering charges against former KZN Hawks head Major General Johan Boysen and members of the Katomano Serious and Violent Crime Unit. His decision that was set aside by the KwaZulu-Natal High Court. Mangena told the inquiry that the trajectory of the gunshot wounds on the victim's body clearly shows that he was shot whilst lying on the ground.
So the deceased sustained gunshot wound from 2 different shots. When the shot was fired, the deceased was possibly in a lying position on the floor and not in a standing position or seated position. Trajectory determined is not possible when in a seated or in a standing position. The second shot was fired at the deceased with a bullet perforating the head of the deceased.
Recapping the top story, Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana says national government is considering stepping up its involvement to address governance challenges in the city of Johannesburg. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 1:30.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
This February, fall in love with the shows that bring us together on Saturday nights. First, sparks, surprises, and second chances at romance. Farmer Wants a Wife US, where real love grows in the most unexpected places. Saturday at 8:30 p.m. And before the love story begins, the stage lights up with pure talent and big league dreams. America's Got Talent Fantasy League. The world's best acts battling for the ultimate bragging rights. Saturday at 7:30 p.m. 2 shows, one unforgettable Saturday. Only on S3. Open up.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Hey, how are you? Good afternoon to you. I hope you're having a great day thus far as we slowly but surely begin to wind down on the week. Just a handful more days left to what has seemed like a very, very long February. In fact, just 2 more working days. And then we can leave February behind us. We've got a lot on the agenda this afternoon, a lot to get through. We're going to be touching base with Uspahle Mota, our SABC News reporter, who is on the ground at the Madlanga Commission for Day 68. And we're seeing a new witness take to the stand this afternoon. So we'll get to find out a little bit more around who is the City of Ekurhuleni Suspended Human Resources Head, Linda Qashika. And then we'll catch up with some folks from Latita Africa and get to hear their response around the budget speech for 2026. I know a lot of people, if you are on social media and you're following the conversations on social media, a lot of people were quite happy that the minister and, of course, his council decided to raise the tax-free savings account from a annual 36,000 Rand to now 46,000 Rand. A lot of people saying, well, that's a victory for us, the common man. It begs the question, though, as we put out on Twitter, as to, well, if you're going to raise the annual savings limit for the tax savings account, then why not also raise the lifetime cap limit, which he kept still at 500,000. So we'll perhaps unpack that in other conversation with Latita Africa. But a lot of people, generally, a lot of South Africans seemed to be quite positive and quite happy with the budget as it was laid out yesterday. And then we're going to celebrate. We're going to celebrate because the SA Studio has won its top prize in animation for bringing the prehistoric Karoo waterhole to life. So we'll find out more about that story and why it's captivated the world of animation so much. So Microsoft South Africa has launched Mission Next, which is a high-impact equity equivalent investment program. So we'll find out more from Microsoft South Africa around that. That's what's coming up in this hour of the show. And then at 2 o'clock, we'll dip back into the Madlanga Commission when it commences from that lunch break. 1:10. It is the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Saturday afternoons in Mzansi, where loyalty is tested every single week. Manchester United fans still believing. Liverpool fans reminding you about history. Chelsea fans saying trust the process. City fans pretending this is all normal. Arsenal fans still shouting out, we are winning it this year. Every year, mate. But that's love. Through the wins, the heartbreak, the long rebuilds. The English Premier League, where we suffer together, celebrate together, and never stop believing. EPL, Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. on S3. Open up.
See one more on SABC Sport with the Derby Weekend. 2 of the world's most loved football spectacles. The iconic Soweto Derby and Germany's ultimate showdown, the Klassiker. It's a double-header of passion and pure football drama. Experience the Derby weekend on Saturday, 28 February. Kaizer Chiefs versus Orlando Pirates, live on SABC 1. Then, at 7:30 p.m., Borussia Dortmund takes on Bayern Munich on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Catching up with Spahle Motana, SABC News reporter around the Madlanga Commission. It's day 68 and there's a brand new witness on the stand from the city of Ekurhuleni. It is the suspended human resources head, Linda Klashika, who is on the stand. Good afternoon to you, Spahle. How are you?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for the conversation. I get the slight feeling that I probably got her surname wrong, and given the emphasis that she had on her surname this morning, maybe let's start there.
Yeah, definitely. She just says she's not a Mr. or a Miss, but she's Mrs. Linda Klashika, who has now been suspended from her position at the city of Ekurhuleni. And if you remember, she's one of the people who have been, accused of protecting Julius Mkhwanazi from facing disciplinary hearings, and also sort of overriding certain decisions by the suspended Chief of Police, Jabulani Mapiyege. So she's now before the Madlanga Commission to give her side of the story and present some of the challenges that she also encountered amidst the Blue Light Saga, and as well as the appointment of certain officials by Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi.
What else do we know about her? There's been some names during the course of this commission that have stood out more than others, but we also know that there's been some that have recurred quite a bit, even though they've not stuck out in our minds.
No, she's, one of the people who one would refer as possibly even a right-hand woman of the former city manager, Dr. Imogen Mashazi, and how, if you remember, it was the Dr. Imogen Mashazi herself, and as well as Mr. Advocate Kenny Bihari, who were seen to sort of not be enthusiastic or forthcoming about Julius Mkhwanazi's disciplinary hearings with the Blue Light Saga. But what we do know now, she says that she was first alerted on the matter of the Blue Light Saga through social media, and this she was shown by Xolani Ngqiza, and Xolani Ngqiza then subsequently said that Julius Mkhwanazi should be disciplined as well as suspended over that decision. And she's just basically also just saying that Xolani Ngqiza is not as innocent as he may have presented himself before the commission, in a sense that the charge sheet that was meant to be presented to Julius Mkhwanazi was never presented by him, and they were playing games. So she claims that Ngqiza, as well as the lawyers who were supposed to, give Julius Mkhwanazi this charge sheet, didn't, and now they actually now blaming her and Dr. Imogen Mashazi for this. And I think what I gather from a lot from her evidence, Bridget, is the fact that there were a lot of power dynamics and power struggles that were at play seemingly at the city of Ekurhuleni, and what she's also exposing, and I think we've witnessed with the other witnesses, is the fact that there were factions. There were people who were in power of authority, and they just felt like they could act or do things in a certain way. So I think she has managed to actually expose that quite significantly with her little testimony that we've heard thus far.
In as far as that charge sheet, because they have now formally received their charge sheets and they will face the city's disciplinary hearings. Right now we know that she's suspended alongside, of course, Bihari, who's also suspended. Is there a possibility as well that, considering that she was the right-hand woman to Dr. Imogen Mashazi, obviously privileged to a lot of information and probably, I don't want to say complicit to a lot of things that happened, but well aware perhaps of all the things that have happened, is there a possibility that her name also becomes part of those that get ultimately submitted to the task team that has been put together by the presidency to face some kind of criminal charge outside of just disciplinary departmental charges?
So I think for now, their issue is just that they are facing some form of internal disciplinary from the city of Ekurhuleni, and those allegations that have been leveled against them are obviously being investigated by the city of Ekurhuleni. I think we'd also just have to wait for what the recommendations are when it comes from the commission and what the commissioners can possibly recommend, in this second and final report that was expected next month. But I think for now, hers as well as Advocate Kemi Bihari, it's just that they will be facing some form of internal disciplinary hearing, as well as them also putting their side of the story as well as version of events. Because as you've seen, people who have come before the Madlanga Commission have also had their own side of the story, to say that they didn't do this because they were framed or whatever the issue may be. So I think with this, in this regard, we just have to wait for what the outcomes of the internal disciplinary hearing is from the city of Ekurhuleni. And I mean, there were also reports that because, a lot of them who have been implicated in the Madlanga Commission were suspended before even this report came out. It was as though the city of Ekurhuleni was preempting the outcomes of what may be. But I don't think as yet he has, they would be recommended to be investigated by this task team that's been established.
Yeah. Sibahle, are we anticipating that they're on a lunch break now? So obviously she's going to proceed after the lunch break. But as we wrap up tomorrow, are we anticipating that we would have a new witness coming through to the Madlanga tomorrow?
I mean, she's still presenting her witness testimony, and she hasn't faced what we all love or are more interested in, which is the cross-examination. So I think she will be given 2 days to sort of complete her testimony as well as cross-examination. But we anticipate that she may finish tomorrow, but we'll only see tomorrow if she does, in actual fact, finish her cross-examination as well.
All right. Sibahle Mota, thank you for the time. Sibahle is our SABC News reporter stationed out at the Madlanga Commission and bringing us those daily updates on everything that is transpiring over there. It's approaching 20 past 1 o'clock. We're going to hit a quick reset and then we come back on the other side and we get a response to the budget speech 2026 from the head of global strategy at Latita Africa. Roxanne Naidu joins us on the line. We're wondering, what are your sentiments as just the common man on the street? I'm no financial expert myself, so I approached the budget from a similar angle as 8 out of 10 South Africans do, and that is to ask the question, well, how does this affect me in the positive and the negative? And a lot of the sentiment coming out yesterday, a lot of South Africans seem to be relatively happy around some of the things that were pronounced by the finance minister yesterday. But we'll come back and unpack that with Roxanne. Feel free to drop us a WhatsApp voice notes in 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. Are you relatively happy, dissatisfied, satisfied with the budget speech? And if so, why so? And if not, why not? Would love to hear from you. 061-410-4107.
As the nation seeks answers, SAFM brings you live, uninterrupted coverage of Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. You can also stay up to date with the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System. Stay informed, stay connected. Tune in live on SAFM 104 to 107 and follow the coverage across our digital platforms live on Facebook, X and YouTube at SAfmRadio. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
Would love to hear your sentiments around the budget speech yesterday. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. Are you relatively happy? I know when we were speaking to some financial analysts yesterday, they were all calling for a budget that speaks to the people. And I wonder if this is, in fact, such a budget that speaks to the people. A lot of folks also bringing up the issue of creeping taxes, saying that it might not be overt, but it is there. And I guess that could speak to things like the fuel levy, for instance, that was increased. And we know when the fuel levies and such things get increased, ultimately those costs get passed on onto the consumer. Roxanne Naidu joins us now, Head of Global Strategy at Latita Africa. How are you doing this afternoon, Roxanne?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing, Bridget?
I'm great. Thank you so much, and thank you for the time. Let's perhaps start there, because a lot of the analysts that we had during the duration of the station's programming yesterday were calling for a budget that ultimately speaks to the people, saying that, perhaps for the first time in a long time, the environment is ripe for the minister to do good by taxpayers. Is that what we saw from Budget Speech 2026?
I would think so, Bridget. I think, and yes, let's get to the practicalities on what the average taxpayer can take away from that. I think we've seen some very positive things after a very long time in our budget this year. After the hiccups from last year as well. And the simple things that everyday taxpayers should be focusing on is, for example, your tax-free savings contribution limit that has now increased. A lot of people have these tax-free saving accounts. And your personal tax brackets and rebates have now been adjusted for inflation. So that helps reduce bracket creep, and it protects the take-home pay of your average salary owner. Even your donations tax exemptions have increased, so you can now donate up to 150,000 Rand per year tax-free. And then for the older generation, your retirement fund deduction cap has increased, so you can now deduct up to 430,000 Rand per year versus previously it was 350,000. So practically, we see government thinking about the average taxpayer and making those adjustments to ease, the tax relief for your average taxpayer.
I think for us, those who are trying to understand the budget, right, sometimes when we listen to the budget speech, we hear all the numbers and we hear all the promises. And I think a lot of listeners just want to know, bottom line, does this mean I'm able to perhaps in a few years retire a little bit more comfortably? And does this mean that perhaps in the immediate I'm able to take care of my family and put more food in the grocery basket at the end of the month, and maybe even ease some of those household constraints that have heavied upon us over past years?
It's a very good question. And I think, as you mentioned earlier, a lot of people are talking about bracket creep. And, it's something very scary, and a lot of people don't understand how that works. So let's look at it as simple terms with your everyday household. Bracket creep is basically a silent tax increase. Imagine your salary goes up a little just to keep up with prices, but you're not truly better off. If the tax brackets don't move, part of that inflation increase can push you into paying a higher portion of tax. So you end up paying more tax even though your real life buying power did not improve in any way. So that is why inflation adjustments matter so much. They stop the tax system from quietly taking more every year without Parliament ever announcing a new tax rate. Now, what real taxpayers want to know now is, will people actually feel this in their monthly paycheck, So some people will feel it, but I want to manage expectations there. It's not going to feel like that it's automatically going to get better overnight. It's more like preventing a slow leakage. Many taxpayers will see that their PAYE does not climb as aggressively as it would have without the inflation adjustments. So the best way I can explain it, if you were already struggling, this does not suddenly make life easy, but it can stop things from getting worse purely because of how the tax tables work. So in an environment where every rand now matters, preventing that creep is still meaningful to your everyday taxpayer.
Got you. And yesterday, Minister Godongwane noted that over the past 3 years, South Africa's tax system demonstrated resilience despite a slow economic growth. What does that mean to us trying to understand?
Well, for me, that boils down to what we expected from last year versus what we got this year, specifically on that 2% VAT increase that was kind of, I don't want to use the word threatened, but hovered over us, loomed over us during the course of last year. And a lot of, speculation happened around that. And thankfully, this year, we see that those increases didn't happen. There was no VAT increases. So for us, that is a good thing that we did not see any of those VAT increases. If you look at it, VAT is one of the most powerful ways government can raise revenue because almost everyone pays it when they buy goods and services. That's exactly why it's so sensitive. So if VAT increases, the impact is immediate and it's broad. It shows up in the prices everywhere. So by keeping that VAT unchanged, government has avoided a direct or immediate hit to the household budgets. And that's the key point. Even if you don't follow tax policies, you would feel that VAT increase quickly through higher costs. So keeping it steady is effectively saying that we're not adding another cost of living shock right now. So over the 3 years, we've managed to obtain that stability.
Was there any concession, Roxana, that was perhaps provided for things like infrastructure? We always talk about things like skills development. We always tend to talk about, and whilst we focused on infrastructure, we know before the budget speech, the day before, there was a State of the Province address in Johannesburg. And Premier Lesufi is faced with a predicament here because we have a water crisis. And as much as the president has put together that task team, have they allocated any funds and resource to ensure that this water crisis is attended to quick, fast, and in a hurry?
I think that's so important. And I think us as a tax advisory firm is constantly advocating for these initiatives in the country as well. As the tax firm, we ourselves have identified, these tax leakages, and it's something we want to be very vocal about. I mean, there were 3 specific tax leakages that lended to this, where we see taxpayers paying their taxes diligently, but is it now actually, mirrored in the actual outcome? Are we seeing those roads getting fixed? Are we seeing education or implementing further initiatives for education? And a simple one, even when it comes to the revenue that we're currently protecting. Our stance is that government must protect revenue, we know that, but not by shocking compliant businesses with unclear rules. If SARS introduces, for example, they're looking at, new digital reporting, it needs to be phased in clearly. And at the same time, even when it's fixing old custom rules, we're looking at how they do that. It needs to be structured. Give a plan that has a come clean or a voluntary disclosure plan for that. Look at your stopping illicit tobacco, for example. Those are things that are constant leakages within South Africa. I think we're still focused on looking at how we leverage increased tax collections and always looking at aggressive tax collections. But we failed to look at the tax leakages that should also be managed to take that burden off your average taxpayer.
Roxana, thank you so much for the time. We have to leave it there for this afternoon, but we welcome you unpacking for us what exactly Budget Speech 2026 means to each one of us and each one of our households. That was Roxana Naidu, Head of Global Strategy at Latita Africa. It's 1:30 on the dot. We'll come back on the other side.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, tensions have flared up at the ad hoc committee after private investigator Paul O'Sullivan walked out of the proceedings. Suspended Ekurhuleni HR head Linda Xasheka has testified that the Blue Light saga, where suspended Deputy Police Chief Julius Mkhwanazi has been implicated, came to her attention through social media posts. And Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana says national government is considering stepping up its involvement to address governance challenges in the city of Johannesburg. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Labels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from 150, evening tickets from 350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick and Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, and it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAFM. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on the Full Circle.
Because as Roxanne and I were talking about infrastructure and the budget speech implications, my very naughty team sent a meme that somebody has created saying Bridget Masinga takes on Banyaza Lusufi, read the water crisis. I mean, I'm just a rates-paying citizen like yourself, and my frustrations do get the best of all of us, rightfully so, and we take to social media to hold people accountable and ask them to do what they've promised to do in light of the fact that we pay them every single month by paying them and essentially paying the city to get services and get infrastructure. Our water crisis in my area is far from over. I mean, there is a big water pipe infrastructure project that's been happening for the last 2 years or so. So I anticipate plenty more disruptions, but at least my ranting and raving on Twitter over the last couple of days did ensure that they were expeditious in temporarily fixing the problem so that we could have a shower after 9 days. Right now, though, joining us, moving away from the rant, Jaco van Rensburg. Jaco, is it more Jaco or Yaku?
It's Yaku. I'm an Afrikaans boy from a small town.
How are you, Yaku?
I'm good, and you, Bridget?
I'm fabulous. Thank you so much for the time. And Yaku van Rensburg is the executive producer of VR Technical. And we're talking Maynardville's 70th year season. It's an open-air festival in Wynberg, Cape Town that's seen around 20,000 people come through the gates this year. How incredible is that?
Yes, it's quite amazing. We've had a blockbuster 70th birthday. I mean, Maynardville is one of those best-kept Cape Town secrets that's been around forever, but people keep rediscovering it and coming for not only the Shakespeare in the Park, which is sort of the cornerstone, but we've also added an entire community gathering before the time by adding food trucks and a long table and a bar, cash bar, where people can come and just have a picnic before the time, buy their food and drink there, and then stay for the show.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm looking at the visuals, and it definitely looks like an incredible evening out under the stars. Why has this been a secret that only the few have known about? I mean, if we're celebrating a 70th season.
Yes, I think it's got to do with money being available to actually publicize it. So over the last 70 years, a lot of people have discovered it and then come back every year. And the festival sort of relied on that existing database to return every year. And then also we have a schools program. So schools come and watch the Shakespeare productions, English learners and drama learners. And for 70 years, these kids now grow up and they have children, and then they bring their children to the festival. But then COVID came and very nearly almost killed the Maynardville Festival. And that's when my business partner and I managed to step in, and we've now formalized it, registered a non-profit company in order to ensure its sustainability. And for the first time now, we're actually marketing it in a commercial way.
And hopefully, the fact that the festival has sort of kept going and kept its essence for 7 decades, and managed to sustain its audience base and its niche, means that there's an incredible offering and people really do love it and they've rallied behind it. And hopefully now marketing and the likes of me won't overly commercialize it and see your old audience get upset with us saying that it's lost its essence.
You're correct. The festival is definitely rooted in a sense of community. And it is a place where the Wynberg community can come, meet each other. But of course, accessibility is also very important for us. So we have a deaf and hard of hearing program with a loop system. So people with hearing aids can tune into our audio on our sound desk. That runs throughout the entire festival.
Wow.
And we've also had some deaf sign language interpreted performances to ensure that there is access for people to come. And we have schools traveling from as far as Hermanus to come and attend, to bring their learners to watch the Shakespeare, just because it is a quintessential Cape Town summer event thing to do. And also some good news, we have just extended our season. We would have closed on the 7th of March, but we are now extending for another week. So we've opened up 4 new performances because there was a crazy demand this year. So people can book tickets at quicket.co.za or on our website at maynardville.co.za until the 14th of March.
Wonderful. I mean, you've got in excess of over 4,000 school learners that travel to Cape Town to come and watch the Shakespearean nights. And there's so much to offer around this festival. So, I mean, talk to us about the extension till the 14th of March. How many shows does that now incorporate? Because I presume you're not on every night. It's a weekend situation.
No, so we play Monday and Tuesday nights to schools, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday we play to the public. And those are all Shakespeare performances. And then on Sundays, we take no days off. On Sundays, we have a jazz concert that's happening on the set of the Shakespeare. So our last final Sunday concert for the season is happening on Sunday. And it is the Paul Roos Orchestra playing some of the most beautiful classic music with 3 incredible jazz vocalists. Katlego Mabui from Expresso, and Tankiso Mamabolo, who was in some of our previous Shakespeares and also in Chicago, the musical, very recently, and Amy Campbell, a very well-known jazz vocalist. So that's happening on Sundays. So we don't have days off, except for in our last week, we've just added 4 additional shows on the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. That's Wednesday to Saturday, just to satisfy the incredible demand that we've had.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, you make me want to jump on a plane and come to Cape Town just to experience this. Listen, I must make a plan. Absolutely, I have to make a plan.
We'd love to have you.
Where do folks get tickets? I mean, if the demand is there, there's obviously been a wait list already. So, but hopefully someone can get last-minute tickets to be able to come through.
Yeah, so at the moment, our performances are really, truly very full for both this week and next week. But we've now added the 11th to the 14th, and they can go to quicket.co.za and just type in 12th Night, which is the Shakespeare production that we're staging this year. 12th Night or Maynardville, and we will pop up. Or the Great American Songbook, if you want some of the last seats for Sunday's jazz concert in the park. You can also snatch those up.
Wonderful. Jaco van Riensberg, thank you so much for the time, and is the executive producer of VR Technical, and of course talking to us around Maynardville and the bumper 70th season, which is concluding come the 14th of March. So they've added some additional dates for you. Quicket.co.za is where you go to secure yourself those tickets. You can look for Maynardville, you can look for 12th night, just depending what is your flavor, and hopefully you'll be able to see what the 2026 season looked like. It's 2 o'clock, an ad break from our side, and then we come back on the other side and we catch up with the folks from Microsoft South Africa.
There's a bold new rhythm on SABC2, and it starts Monday, 9 February, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. A new vodcast, Our Space, fires up conversation with young perspectives. At 4:30 p.m., a new talk show, Eintlik Let's Connect, hosted by Penny Lebiane and Fran Rico. At 7:30 p.m., Deal or No Deal, now in a new time slot, Raising the Tension with Katlego Mabuwe. At 9 p.m., the new telenovela, Pimville, starring Gil Mabalane and Tapelo Mokoena, brings bold Soweto stories to life. From 23 February at 7 p.m., settle in for new drama, Paradise, starring Losha Cooper, Ilse Klink and Zayn Mias. This is the new era of SABC2. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA. SABC2.
The Cottagers are confident they will control the tempo at home and move the ball with purpose.
And now it's a chance for Raul. Is that hand voice in the net? Raul Jimenez has done it again.
Meanwhile, the Hammers arrive with power, pace and extra edge to conquer the London derby.
Going forward towards Sojek! It's Thomas Sojek for West Ham United, not long after half-time.
This is the Premier League. Be part of the derby that never disappoints. Fulham FC versus West Ham United on Wednesday, 4 March at 9 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we're catching up with Lebogang Luvuno, the Triple BEE executive at Microsoft South Africa, and they have launched Mission Next. We'll find out exactly what this high impact equity equivalent investment program is all about. How are you doing, Lebogang?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you, Bridget?
I'm great. Thank you so much, and thank you for the time. I guess let's launch straight into it and give us some context around Mission Next. What is it? And obviously the objective behind it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. So Mission Next is our equity equivalent investment program, which is one of the Triple BEE, which is broad-based Black economic empowerment programs that Microsoft runs. The aim behind the program is to support both SMEs, young people requiring skilling, and the broader society with regards to adopting digital advancements, essentially. But specifically, the program that we're speaking about in the EIP Mission Next program is the enterprise and supplier development element of the equity equivalent investment program. And there, our focus is basically around empowering SMEs. We know that technology is very powerful, but it isn't simple. And for many small businesses, that complexity in itself is the barrier. So our role at Microsoft is to make sure that entrepreneurs can find the tools that work for them to help them clearly see what their next step is based on their business, their reality, and their ambition.
Whilst we are on the program, you guys introduced the EEIP, and I hope I say the acronyms correct, under the Mission Next banner. And you say it's a refreshed call to action. So tell us more about the campaign.
So the aim behind the campaign is to inform entrepreneurs, eligible entrepreneurs, that this program is available to them, and to encourage them to apply. So applications close at the end of March, and we're trying to get as many businesses who qualify to apply as possible. And for this round in particular, we're wanting to attract the businesses that are slightly more established. So we've had a call round before, and we attracted slightly smaller businesses. So now we're aiming to encourage slightly bigger businesses that maybe have a turnover of about $1 million and above, because the aim is to help them accelerate, to move to their next. So the program will support them in various ways to ensure that they can grow and scale and create the much-needed jobs that they need to create for the country to move forward.
I mean, I was going to ask you who can apply and the businesses that are eligible, but you say at sort of the front of that is folks that are slightly established. So you've been in business for a while, you've cut your teeth, you've gone on a bit of a journey, and with a 1 million turnover. Any other critical criteria that business owners should be on the lookout for that will either make them eligible or exclude them from this particular call?
Absolutely, there are a few criteria. The one is that, as I mentioned, it's part of our triple BE programs. So the businesses have to have at least 51% Black ownership. And because it's also enterprise and supply development, they need to be SMMEs, so small, medium, or micro enterprises, which means we're looking at either EMEs, and that's businesses with a turnover of below 10 million, so that's emerging micro enterprises or exempt micro enterprises, or QSEs, qualifying small enterprises, which are businesses with a turnover of between 10 million and 50 million. That's annual turnover.
Yeah.
So they need to be SMEs. They need to have at least 51% Black ownership. Ideally, they should have an established business where they've got an annual turnover of at least 1 million. That's ideal. It doesn't mean we'll completely disqualify anyone who's not there yet but has the potential to get there. And the last criteria is that we are challenging ourselves to democratize opportunities like this. So we are prioritizing outlying provinces. So the likes of Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Eastern Cape. So basically all the provinces that are outside of the three main centers, being Gauteng, KZN, and Western Cape. Although we will consider those businesses, but we are prioritizing the areas that don't usually get the support.
Just in our final minute, there's also a strong focus on 4IR technology in this cohort. Why is that what you'll term the ultimate equalizer?
We found Microsoft's approach to technology is that it is the equalizer in that it's an enabler, and it allows small businesses to compete with the larger businesses by basically putting them on a more equal footing by having access to the resources that either simplify their business processes or accelerate their growth, whether it's smart technology that helps them to create smart or build smart factories, for example, that improve their production output, or whether it's just becoming more efficient by using AI in different ways in the business where they're able to automate different areas of their business that they're not currently automating. So that's how we see technology, as a way of enabling businesses to simplify their process, accelerate their growth, and compete on an equal footing with the slightly bigger businesses in the market.
Wrapping up our conversation, Lebogang, how do businesses go about applying? We know that the deadline is the end of March 30th. Where do they go to apply?
I think the easiest way to apply would be to search for the Microsoft South Africa website on their browser, and then type in EEIP in the search button on the Microsoft South Africa website, and it will lead them directly to that link.
Awesome stuff. Lebogang Luvuno, thank you so much for the time. Lebogang is the Triple BEE executive at Microsoft South Africa. An opportunity for you there if you fit the category of business to maximize on the mission next. It's fast approaching 10:02. Time for a break, then Kids Corner, which will lead us to the top of the hour news.
The safety and well-being of learners is a shared social responsibility. Parents and guardians play a critical role in ensuring safe, reliable, and lawful scholar transport. Parents are therefore urged to take responsibility for the following. Parents should ensure that learners are on time and ready for collection to prevent unsafe driving practices such as rushing, unscheduled stops, or overloading. By working together, parents, operators, and authorities can protect learners and build a culture of safety on our roads. Issued by the National Department of Transport.
When the two giants collide, no one agrees to bow. Driven by the roar of the yellow wall, BVB are ready to claim victory on home soil. But reigning champions, the Bavarians, are focused, fearless, and determined to hold on to the summit. This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Do not miss out on the massive clash, the Klassiker. Borussia Dortmund versus Bayern Munich. Saturday, 28 February at 7:30 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
When music meets nature, something unforgettable happens. Symphony by the Water, a world-class live music experience set against the breathtaking beauty of Midmar Dam, featuring the KZN Philharmonic Orchestra, Spogazi, the Black Lapels, Saturday, the 7th of March, 2026. Day tickets from 150, evening tickets from 350. Tickets available at WebTicket and Pick n Pay. Symphony by the Waters, where sound flows. You are listening to The Full Circle. This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
And welcome to Nali Bali. Have you ever seen something you really wanted but knew it didn't belong to you? Taking something that isn't yours is called stealing, and it's never the right thing to do. Even if no one sees, stealing can hurt others and make them feel sad. Honesty is always the best choice. When we respect what belongs to others, we build trust and strong relationships. If you ever feel tempted to take something that isn't yours, remember there's always a better way. Today's story is called A Small Crime, written by Fatima Israel. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and... dance! The afternoon's quiet, suddenly broken by a shout.
My money! My money! It's been stolen!
It was Abdi. He came charging out of his bright red spaza shop across the road from the Komachas library.
Someone has stolen my money!
He shouted out, his voice trembling.
It was locked in the back room of the store and now it's gone!
He said to the small crowd that had quickly come to see what he was shouting about. The townsfolk murmured in concern. They liked Abdi. He was kind, and he let you buy on the bookie when you didn't have money. Why would someone steal from a shopkeeper who helped the community? It made them feel ashamed and angry.
Who could have done such a thing?
Asked Veronique from the hairdressers, looking around accusingly. Everyone's eyes began darting around, looking for someone to blame. A tall man named Victor suddenly pointed at Thomas, a scruffy 12-year-old boy.
I saw Thomas near the spaza shop yesterday afternoon. He's always running around. Maybe he thought he could sneak in and take something for himself.
Victor shouted. Thomas froze. The crowd turned to him in surprise. Thomas was known throughout the small town for his helpfulness and honesty. When he wasn't playing with other children, he was running errands or carrying water for the older residents.
But I didn't steal anything.
Thomas cried out, his voice shaking.
I was only passing by the spaza shop on my way home.
Despite his protest, the people's faces staring at him were filled with suspicion, and they whispered agently among themselves. Even Martha, Thomas's neighbor who had known him since he was a baby, looked at him wearily.
Thomas has always been a good boy, but I just don't know what to think now,
she said softly. The doubt in their voices hurt Thomas deeply. Tears stung his eyes, but he refused to cry. He knew he was innocent, but no one seemed to believe him. Just then, Babsi placed a hand on Thomas's shoulder.
We believe you, Thomas,
she said, nodding at Lucas and Maya.
We know you'd never steal anything. We'll help you prove your innocence.
Thomas looked at his friends gratefully.
But how? Everyone thinks I'm guilty,
he said, wiping his eyes. Lucas clenched his fists.
We'll have to find out who really stole the money.
The four friends got together and made a plan. That very night, each one snuck out of their house after dark and met up at Abdi's spaza shop. There they decided to try and trace the thief's path of escape. They went to the back room and started looking around for any clues. Maya was the first to notice a small window hidden behind some barrels. It was slightly ajar.
Look at this. It's just big enough for someone to squeeze through,
she whispered, pointing to the window. Babsi immediately pulled out the cell phone from her bag and shone its flashlight on the ground near the window. In the soft glow of the light, they saw faint footprints in the dirt.
These footprints are small. They're too small for a grown-up. Perhaps the thief is younger than we think,
Lucas said, studying them. The friends struggled to follow the trail of footprints.
Maybe we'll never find the culprit now,
sighed Maya.
Shh!
Babsi whispered, stopping the group. A faint scratching sound was coming from the bushes next to the library fence. A small figure was digging in the sand there. Lucas and Thomas rushed forward to see who it was.
Nico!
They shouted together in surprise. Nico was a quiet child who lived near the soccer field but who rarely played with the other children. He was holding a crumpled packet that he had dug up from under the bushes.
Nico, you took the money,
Maya whispered in shock. The boy looked at them with big round eyes. Then he ran. But Lucas quickly caught up with him and grabbed his arm.
Why? Just why did you do it?
Thomas asked. He was upset, but then he remembered that Nico was still very young.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to help my family. My sister is sick and we don't have money for medicine. I thought if I took the money, I could buy her what she needs.
Nico cried.
But stealing isn't the answer. We've got to go and tell Abdi the truth and give him the money back. Then I'll ask the school principal to help us get some money for your sister's medicine,
Thomas said softly. And that's what they did. Abdi forgave Nico, but the boy had to sweep the shop every day after school for a week. The school principal very kindly took some medicine from the school's first aid box and gave it to Nico for his sister.
Sorry, Thomas,
said Victor when he heard the real story and rubbed Thomas' head as a form of apology. And then once again, Gomagas quietly went about its business as Thomas, Babsi, Lucas, and Maya walked down the hot, dusty street to their homes. And so we come to the end of another Nali Bali story time. Today's story was called A Small Crime, written by Fatima Israel. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nali Bali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages, as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nali Bali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities, available in newspapers. Nali Bali, it starts with a story.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
On the top stories, Loyiso Masuku elected Deputy Executive Mayor, and O'Sullivan walks out of Parliament's committee proceedings. For SAFM News, I'm Ondilambana, and a very good day. City of Johannesburg Finance MMC Loyiso Masuku has been elected unopposed as the first ever Deputy Executive Mayor. The election process was guided through by the Independent Electoral Commission. Masuku will be sworn in the next hour. Private investigator Paul O'Sullivan has walked out of Parliament's ad hoc committee. O'Sullivan told MPs and the committee chairperson that he had indicated that he would stay until 1 o'clock today, citing fears of missing his flight. The committee is probing allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the justice system. Some MPs tried to stop him from leaving, but O'Sullivan just walked out.
I have reached a point now, Chairman, where I have to go.
No, Chair, he's not going to leave. He's not going to leave. She's going to ask her questions. He's not going to leave. If he leaves here, he's walking out. He's not going to leave until you release him. He's walking out of Parliament.
Yes. Chair, he cannot be allowed. He's doing the same thing with patrolling. You can't leave here. We are appearing before us. Unfortunately, I made it clear. We don't care about your flight. Thank you. You're not being released here. You must be arrested. We'll open a case now. Pardon? We'll open a case now. This man must not be allowed to go out of this country. I did not come here on a summons. I came here of my own free will, and I'm leaving of
Tensions flared up earlier after MK Party MP David Skosana questioned O'Sullivan about his military number in the UK and he is a woman abuser. O'Sullivan said he could not remember his military number and also denied being a woman abuser. He said he was advised by his legal representative after an incident to pay an admission of guilt but could not remember the amount because it happened 26 years ago. Skosana accused him of selective memory.
Unfortunately, we have here a witness who's stubborn, who behaves like he wants to dictate to us, how we should question him, and he will respond the way he wants, because he wants to mislead us here. We have facts here, Mr. O'Sullivan. We do research, but because we are a spy, we are not going to accept anything from us here.
Chairman, I have had this member unlawfully and dishonestly calling me a spy at least 10 times.
And if he calls me a spy one more time, I'm going to stop answering his questions.
Suspended Guruleni HR head Linda Klasheka has testified that the Blue Light saga, where suspended Deputy Police Chief Julius Mkhwanazi has been implicated, came to her attention through social media posts. The Guruleni Blue Light saga is at the center of corruption allegations at the Madlanga Commission. Klasheka is one of the top city officials who have been accused of protecting Mkhwanazi from facing disciplinary action. She told the commission she did not know Mkhwanazi at the time she was made aware of the Blue Lights matter.
I think it was around 15th February 2023. That's why we're in this journey. Via WhatsApp, where he shared the video clips regarding the blue lights that were installed in some cars, although it did not show, by the way, who was in the car, nor the registration. But what I saw in the TikTok video clip, it was just written, typed by somebody, the registration. Xolani Ngeza then requested a meeting to discuss the suspension of Julius Mkhwanazi.
Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana says national government is considering stepping up its involvement to address governance challenges in the city of Johannesburg. Addressing a post-budget media briefing in Cape Town, Godongwana says national authorities may need a formal or legal mechanism to engage more closely with the city's management. Last year, President Cyril Ramaphosa assembled a presidential Johannesburg working group in an effort to resolve the city's failures. Godongwana says discussions are underway through intergovernmental channels.
Surely I can tell you now, my view is that national government has got to find a way of getting closer to the Johannesburg situation. What form that should take. The problem in an environment like that, you need some legal instrument. If you are going to go there and so on, it may not be a good idea.
The latest study by the University of the Free State on the presence of endocrine disruption chemicals in sanitary pads has raised concerns about consumer rights violations. The research by UFS has found that menstrual products used by millions contain hormone-disrupting chemicals, even when marketed as free from harmful chemicals. Although the study has left many women concerned, it has opened doors for corrective measures to be put in place. Head of the chemistry department at the university, Professor Dion Visser, has called for more transparency, consumer education and safer alternatives. Visser has advised consumers to make safer choices.
Use brands that have been tested internationally. There is that OETEK international testing, and use those brands. They still have levels of these chemicals in them. We've tested some of them, but they are in very low levels. And then start reading labels. Start reading the label of your perfume, your shampoo. Look for words that says paraben, bisphenol, and phthalate, PHTALATE. Look for those names. See if they're there, and then don't use those products.
Recapping the top story, City of Johannesburg Finance MMC Loyiso Masuku has been elected unopposed as the first ever deputy executive mayor. I'm Mondela Mara for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Letter that you're referring to, your 15 June letter, is the letter at page 178 of the Mapiye annexure bundle. It's JM30. Is that the letter you were referring to?
That's correct.
So you now responded to your letter and you've explained your letter and responded to Mr. Mapiye's response. The next letter from Mr. Mapiye was the following day, which was the 21st of June. And in this letter, he was indicating that because of the collective agreement provisions, if the charges against then Brigadier Mkhwanazi were to proceed, the charge sheet would have to be served the following day, 22 June. and he was motivating strongly for those charges to be served, and he addresses a letter to Advocate Bahari and to yourself. What was your response to this letter?
Before I could respond to this letter, Chair, there's other events that happened. But before I talk to those events, I would like to, Chair, to refer the Commission to the statement of Chief of Police on paragraph 102. I would like to read
Sorry,
that.
paragraph?
102. After I've read the statement of Chief of Police, I would like to refer through you, Chair, and read the paragraphs 69 and 70 of Mr. Xolani Nceza's statement.
Paragraph 102 is at page 28.
Page 28, yes. Thank you. On the 21st June 2023, following discussions initiated by Ms. Kasheka and Advocate Bihari, HOD Legal, I was pressurized to hand over the docket relating to Brigadier Mkhwanazi to Advocate Bihari. This I did as per Memorandum of Advocate Bihari, dated 21st June 2023. Thank you. I'm going to read Xolani Nceza's statement, page 23, paragraph 69 and 70.
Sorry, page 33.
23.
Oh, 23.
On the 21st June 2023, Chief Mapie updated me about his interaction with Dr. Mashazi and Advocate Bihari, who has advised that there was no case against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Chief Mapie subsequently instructed to withdraw the internal investigation into Brigadier Mkhwanazi's matter. I was informed on the 22nd June 2023, Chief of Mapie withdrew the internal investigation. I was of the view that this letter has no force of law. Chief Mapie couldn't withdraw an internal investigation that was already completed and had been the basis for disciplinary proceedings. The ship had sailed. The internal investigation was at the stage already completed, and my young attorneys have already been briefed, and I was of the view the disciplinary proceedings must continue, and the Chief of Police was factus official. If I can go back now to the letter of Chief of
Before
Police.
you go, sorry to do this to you. I had hoped that you would read 103 of Mapie, unless you're still coming back to it. Because that's where he says the pressure happened.
I'll gladly do that.
103.
Yes.
Yes.
I was also instructed to withdraw charges against Mr. Brigadier Mkhwanazi. I addressed a letter Brigadier Mkhwanazi advising that I had taken a decision to withdraw the internal investigation processes and redeploy him to substantive position. The effect of this letter was not to withdraw the disciplinary process. In fact, it was deliberately meaningless, as it purported to withdraw an internal investigation, which at the time had been completed, and the basis which charges have been formulated. This I did in a bid to stop the consistent harassment I was facing from the city manager and the two HODs. In fact, therefore, the disciplinary procedure has been withdrawn and attached. I think then we're talking to JM33.
So-
I was going to come to this, Commissioner. I was going to come to it. In the statement of the Chief of Police and Xolani Nxeza, they are contradicting itself when it comes to this matter. Chief, he says he had an engagement with HODHR and legal. I refute here that I was part of that engagement. I don't think I would have agreed to such. Hence, later on, I requested that let's have a forensic investigation done into this whole mess. Xolani Nxeza says the discussion took place, according to Chief, the discussion took place between Dr. Mashazi and Advocate Kim. I'm not going to exonerate myself in this mess. Hence, I continuously, the latest before my suspension last year, and said, let's get to the bottom of this. But if somebody is listening carefully, there has been continuously discussions that are taking place outside myself. Let alone that when I engage the city manager, sometimes I find that legally she's been well briefed. But we'll have our discussions and debates on the issues. It's a very confusing situation between these two statements, but I'm reiterating, I don't think I would have agreed to this if we engaged on it. There were discussions that were taking place between Chief of Police and legal without me taking place. The file, I've kept on asking for a file desperately as late as 2025. If we had the file, I mean, they are talking about the copy, where he says, by the way, in that discussion, if you read paragraph 2 of his letter, he says, as discussed earlier today, I wasn't part of that discussion, but he says I was. Or I'm just copied, I don't know.
You're not copied. You are an addressee
I'm an
together
addressee.
with Advocate Behari and Mr. Erasmus.
Thank you, Shu. He says, as discussed earlier on and agreed upon, there's agreements that took place, and I want to reiterate here, I wouldn't agree to such.
Did you respond to this letter?
I've never received the letter. I don't know the letter.
You don't remember receiving it?
No.
And just to be fair to you, Advocate Behari, when he gave evidence, he said he cannot recollect whether you were present at the meeting. I just thought I should be fair to you and give you that.
I was never. To my surprise, then the chief writes the letter of the, can I move EL? The letter dated 22nd June 2023, it's on page 180 of Chief's annexures. That's where Chief, we are here now because of this letter, where he withdrew this process. Again, Chair, Linda Kasheka is not mentioned here. Hence, I'm saying maybe I should give a statement. What is good for the geese is good for the gander. When it suits them, they include me on matters. When it suits them, they want to exclude me. Maybe there's a reason they excluded me here, because I would have challenged this. I think I'll stop there for now. I haven't read the letter of the 22nd June 2023, but maybe I should read it to the Commission. The heading, it's addressed to Julius Mkwanazi, Director, Specialized Services, CC, Mr. G. Mzolo, Deputy Chief of Police, and Dr. Mashazi, City Manager from IJ Mapia, Chief of Police. 22nd June 2023, as stated, disciplinary matter is the subject. J. Mkwanazi. On the 2nd February 2023, allegations of a very serious misconduct were received from the media query from News 24 journalist, Mr. Jeff Wicks, which implicated yourself and which subsequently investigated by Internal Affairs Section EMPD. To date, the matter has not been concluded. I, as the Municipal Police Commissioner, he makes a demand there. Take this decision to withdraw this internal investigation process under the case number 03/02/2023. And herewith redeploy you back to a substantive position, Director, Specialized Service, as from 26 June 2023. Hope you find this in order. Thank you. His demanding nature is very clear command. I, Chief Mabie, with his power, without anybody usurping, he makes this decision on his own. I will end there for now, EL. Thank you.
You've addressed most of the issues in relation to the disciplinary proceedings against Brigadier Mkonazi. I just wanted clarity on one issue, which is at the top of page 22 of your statement, paragraph 65. You write, based on the instructions of the accounting officer, my letter sought to advise and guide, and based on that, if the charge sheet is ready to be served, the investigation is concluded. There's no reason for deployment of the employee to another position unless it's dealing with financial related matters. Now that seems to be a reference to your letter of 15 June, is that correct? Now you say based on the instructions of the accounting officer. What instructions are you referring to?
If you read my letter, I think the first paragraph, it says it came to my attention, first paragraph but second sentence, that it came to my attention that Mr. Mkonazi has been deployed somewhere else. So I was referring to the discussion I had with the accounting officer. And as I said, that we normally have the legal debates with her. And in this instance, obviously the issue of the transfer we discussed with the commission were raised versus utilization of capacity. Thank you.
So it's still not entirely clear to me, what were the instructions that Dr. Mashazi gave you? What are you referring to?
The debate that was continuing throughout when we deal with LR matters, but even in recruitment and so forth, but specifically in LR matters, is you have to take ownership of LR matters. You must have answers all the time. And when things are happening outside my space, I'll be reprimanded. So again, the moving of Deputy Chief of Police, Brigadier Mkonazi, to another division, it was done by Chief. So the debate and the engagement we have is, why did I allow that to happen?
So were you given an instruction?
I must attend to it.
You must attend to it. You must put this right.
Yes.
I just clarify. So the instruction from Dr. Mashazi was stop this redeployment. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, address it.
There's the next topic is cross-referring back to, sorry, I'm in the wrong, file at the moment. It's cross-referring to paragraph 3.3 of the notice, where there was an allegation that you failed to act to resolve an ongoing disciplinary issue where 6 officers from the Drug Enforcement Unit who report to Brigadier Mkonazi were arrested by IPID for allegedly extorting 80,000 rands from a member of the public, purportedly evaded disciplinary action, were subsequently incorporated into the City of Ekurhuleni VIP protection detail. You addressed this from paragraph 67. Do you want to give the Commission your response?
This this matter, it came to my attention during the proceedings of the Madlanga Commission inquiry. And if I could recall, I'm not sure if it formed part of my charges. And when I followed up with EMPD, I think I must explain another issue that is very critical and imperative to be comprehended here. EMPD, it's got its own internal unit, internal affairs unit that deals with investigations. Not only for EMPD, by the way, even for the rest of the city, we utilize their capacity. I go to them to assist us. So their matters specifically, when they come for investigation, it's done by them. In this instance, when I followed up in December, the department told me that they have not yet commenced with the internal investigation onto this matter. Prior to my suspension, I think a day before I was going to be suspended, the executive mayor and the city manager called me to sensitize that they are intending to suspend me. In the discussions we're having at that time, but I don't think it's for, with due respect for today, then they mentioned an issue that the VIP protectors that are allocated to myself, Advocate Kemi Bihari, the acting CIO, some of these guys that are being investigated by IPIT. Hence I said, the minute I was suspended, I requested that can I go home? And I told them that day, like, go to the Eastern Cape. By the way, they say I'm from Limpopo, I'm not from Limpopo. I said to the executive mayor, you give me other reasons to run away. Other issues, I think, Commissioner Khumalo, you are aware, they were part of the assessments. I did give all the incidents that I've gone through in my house, in myself, where I had to have break-ins in my house, men with 5 rifles in my house, followed by cars that are branded by EMPD. They have EMPD branding. When they are searched, they don't belong to EMPD. After being suspended, I ran to the Eastern Cape. I'm followed in a hotel where I was sleeping. 2 men entered my room, and others that are in that report. So because I've shared at a high level with the executive mayor what I've been going through, then I said, now that you're telling me, excuse me, there are VIPs that are allocated to us that are being investigated by IPIT. I must be permitted, you can be permitted to go as long, wherever. So to come back to the issue of the day, this is the letter where they told me that after I engaged them, that they've withdrawn these colleagues of theirs from providing VIP for us. I've got WhatsApp from the director of that unit, where he has confirmed, after I was suspended, that they have not yet commenced with the disciplinary process. They are waiting IPIT. I'm not going to discuss IPIT issues here. I think I listened briefly on the IPIT colleagues that were here and how they've explained to the Commission how EMPD manages their investigations. In some instances, they start with the investigation and suspend employees. In others, they wait until you go to court and you are convicted, only they deal with you on that. In summary, EL, this was never brought to my attention, the 80,000 bribery matter. It's still sitting with EMPD. I don't know now from December, January, February, if they've acted on it. Thank you.
So, just to clarify that your evidence is that you played no role in this matter whatsoever, that the investigation never left EMPD. And the first you heard about it was in November last year.
It was after yes, it was prior to my suspension when the executive mayor and the city manager sort of highlighted.
Where you were told that,
yes.
that these municipal police officers who had been on VIP were now had been charged in relation to this extortion and were being redeployed back to the Drug Enforcement Unit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just a matter of clarity. Third line of paragraph 67, you say, I'm still awaiting finalization of the investigation in this matter, since there are no names provided. Are you referring to the names of the alleged extortionists, or whose names are you referring to?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And what's the import of the part that says, since there are no names provided? What are you seeking to convey there?
At the time, I was referring to the implications from here. It just talked to the 80,000, but then from the memo of EMPD, I wouldn't know, Chair, if it's only those three that are, excuse me, they are mentioned on the memo. It could be more or less. I think that's what I wanted to emphasize on.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shaskas.
Thank you, Chair. We're now going to go to a number of topics where I, for one, don't need any amplification of your statement, because I think the statement explains certainly satisfactorily to me, but if there is something that you nonetheless want to say, you must do so. The first topic is the topic that you address from paragraph 70 to 81 about restructuring of the city's disciplinary and grievance procedure. Again, there's nothing that I propose to canvass with you tomorrow in this regard. I'm happy, unless there's something in particular that you want to raise there, I am just happy to move on from that part of your statement.
Thank you.
You don't want to say anything on it?
There's one thing I can highlight here through you. There's one thing I can highlight that I think there's a misperception that has been created to you and the public, that the changing of disciplinary procedure has been an ongoing matter. The reason I mentioned my predecessor, I won't mention her name here, in 2017-18 when she arrived, the issue of legal costs started there. The panel that used to be solely for HR, it was stopped. The whole procurement process and panel management of legal external lawyers, it was then done through a legal department. Even the budget, it was moved from HR to legal. So what I wanted to emphasize there, we have been in the city continuously changing delegations and disciplinary procedures as we feel it fit and deemed to do so.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskas.
Mr. Shaskalson, I think the only issue we needed to clarify, and Chair raised it with Advocate Behari, was who is the drafter of LLG 22? Because it appears to be a legal document or something close to being a legal document. And it was not clear who the drafter was, because we were in agreement that it was not Dr. Mashazi. And Advocate Behari said it was not him. So can you just clarify who drafted this document? It's
the drafting of that particular annexure, it was myself, Chair. But if we were to check on page 100, the one that was drafted by my predecessor as well. So there's a standard way of doing it. Thank you so much.
Why I raised the issue I raised with Advocate Behari was because there was what appears to be legalese in certain parts of the document.
Okay, thank
But-
you, Chair. Thank you.
But who says HR specialists can't draft legalese?
Thank you. We try.
The next topic is the labor relations processes regarding the dismissal of Mr. Ntlisa, and that's addressed from paragraph 82 all the way through to 92.15, and then the issue of service of notices at Mr. Ntlisa's home is addressed from paragraphs 93 to 97, and then there's a further paragraph on the broad topic relating to Mr. Ntlisa's qualifications at paragraph 98. Again, I don't propose to ask you any questions about this tomorrow. I don't need you to amplify anything in there. I'm not saying that Mr. Ntlisa was definitely guilty, but I am saying that I certainly cannot criticize the institution of disciplinary proceedings in the light of the facts that appear to be common cause in that regard. I don't know if there's anything that you would want to amplify in that regard, or whether we can move forward.
I'm not sure if the issues of the cars that went to his house is part of this, but the first thing that I want to focus on, Chair, when you go to annexures of Mr. Ntlisa, his CV that he brought here, he changed it when it comes to advanced labor law from NQF level 7 to NQF level 8.
I know that is in the in your statement. I don't want us to get into that detail unless you have a reason to, in part, because the dates of the qualifications are different, and it is at least possible, I don't know that it is correct, that Mr. Ntlisa might have had the NQF7 qualification at the time that he first applied for employment at the city, and at a later stage may have upgraded it to an NQF8 qualification. But I don't want us to spend time on what is essentially a labor dispute between the city and Mr. Ntlisa, and that will be ventilated, or is capable of being ventilated fully in the labor courts if that's where it's going.
I've said earlier on, through you, Chair, as I'm testifying here, I'm being persecuted by the city of Ekurhuleni. And Mr. Ntlisa spent a lot of time on this matter. I'm perceived as a very cruel person. I won't speak too much on it. The matter of Ntlisa, from what I heard now, is in an arbitration de novo process, because the commissioner who was dealing with the matter passed on in December. I also heard that the city might intend to reinstate or settle Mr. Ntlisa. And majority of the changes that the city has done on the matters that I'm implicated here are based on the testimonies that were made here. The challenge of how Mr. Ntlisa's matter is managed is going to change the culture of Ekurhuleni forever. If we're saying employees misrepresent qualifications and it's okay to do that, and then you come with a debate that, boom, all of a sudden in 2025, my qualification has changed. When I went to testify there, he mentioned here, I think I testified 23, if it's not 13 days. I kept on saying to the commissioner and Mr. Ngiza and his representative that if Mr. Ngiza give us a transcript and as it was required, and a confirmation affidavit from SAPS, I'll be the first one who goes back to the employer and say, reinstate Mr. Ngiza. Has never done that. His matter started in 2017.
I know this is something that you make clear in your statement.
2017, he started with this. Matter started in 2017. When my predecessor arrived there, Ekurhuleni, we were about to declare, a dispute was declared, we were about to defend it. They've decided with Mr. Ngiza to settle. The employee that was settled, he was an internal employee who declared a dispute. The second time when he asked for a salary review, I know we're gonna come to my salary review. I asked him, Mr. Son, why are you doing this? He says, I must compete with Golan and be paid the same. Why? I'm more qualified than him. I asked him when I went to testify and said, you, both of you, you went to Vista, BURIS, please confirm to me what happened. He said he's never seen Mr. Ngiza graduating. Now we're talking BURIS, we're not there. The UNISA issue, everybody is got an LQF level 7, those who went to that course, credits 24. But in Ngiza's one, conveniently, after he has been dismissed, they are changing from NQF level 7 to NQF level 8 with credits 48. All I needed to be known is that we're standing by the DC and the outcomes thereof until Mr. Ngiza bring the transcript. But it's not my role anymore because I'm outside. But I'm standing with that. If I was in the city, I was still gonna say that, can he provide a transcript? I said there when I was testifying, I went to UNISA to look for my transcript. One day, I arrived at 8 o'clock from Germiston to Pretoria. I was having a meeting at 10 o'clock. I was back in Germiston at 10 o'clock. Mr. Ngiza could have gone and got his transcript. I will not dwell, with due respect, I know you're guiding me, evidence leader, but I think I needed to just share a little bit of Mr. Ngiza's issue. I'll talk to issues of political issue. I won't mention names at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you. The next topic is the disciplinary action against Mr. Spies. Again, I have just one question here. I understand what the allegations against Mr. Spies are, that there was a contract that had been extended for a period of 3 months, and that the allegation is that he was aware of that the extension terminated after 3 months, and yet he allowed the contractor to remain in place beyond the 3 months. You say in your statement on 2 separate occasions that the act of Mr. Spies amounts to fraud and corruption. That's 34, top of page 34, and then at a later stage, I've lost my reference, but it is stated again. And it's just not clear to me. I mean, I can understand why this may be misconduct, the allegations, if they're true, but I don't see fraud and corruption, and I'm not sure if there's anything that you want to say in that regard.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick. I just need to offer a clarity. I think paragraph 1699 to 104, it's talking to 2 issues. It's talking to the, I'll call it an evergreen, but it's not necessarily an evergreen contract because it's a contract that started around 2014. And it kept on going on and going on and going on. I won't dwell on that. I'm sure you don't want me to dwell on that because we need to save time. I get that. Paragraph 100, Chair, it talks to issues of his resignation, where he claimed that he has retired, whereas we all know he came and said here, I think he might have worn a uniform, that he went and worked for Tswan. And the issue that I was raising there is, when you are retiring in the city of Ekurhuleni and take early retirement, there's benefits you receive. He's receiving about 5,000 every month, 5.7 from Ekurhuleni, but he's also receiving the same benefits at Tswan. And in his letter of resignation, he said he's taking early retirement. He wants to go and spend time with his children. But then in his statement, he goes further and creates a misperception here that he was ill-treated. He left because Ekurhuleni didn't treat him very nicely, but voluntarily in his letter of early retirement, he says he wants to go and spend time with his family. But Chair, as I say, I think that's all I wanted to clarify, really. I don't think I want to dwell on this thing.
Is there any prescript, because your complaint seems to be the fact that he's now working for Tshwane Metro. Is there any prescript that says he can't? Is there an Ekurhuleni prescript that says so?
Chair,
that
my
is
focus,
retire and go work elsewhere.
Yes. If he resigned and said, I'm resigning to go and work in another company, wouldn't be paying that 5.7 every month. In fact, for one medical aid, I think Bonita's where he is, we're paying about $1 million. So it's a new thing where now it's him and another employee who went to PRASA, where employees starting to say, I'll look like I'm taking early retirement so that I benefit in this medical aid employer contribution. And it's something I was discussing with finance before I got to stay at home, that we need to revise that policy because it's becoming a problem. Now, can you imagine if we're gonna have 100 people who live in Ekurhuleni and go to a sister municipality? We bear the cost. Yet that he still benefit in that municipality, benefiting twice.
You are talking revision, and I asked you about an existing prescript. Does the fact that you are talking revision mean that there's no existing prescript that proscribes what he has done, or that says what he has done cannot be done?
To me, it's a misrepresentation when you say, Chair, I'm taking early retirement, knowing very well it's end of February. It's your last day, the 28th of February. 1st March, you're going to another municipality. And the reason I'm talking issues of fraud, because there's a cost involved. That 5,700, we could be employing a general worker and improve on service delivery. City of Tshwane is benefiting, yes, for having that capacity, but highly possible they are also benefiting in the sense that it's either they don't give him that money, or if they do give him the money, he's having a contribution twice. It's a double benefit. And it can't be clear. To me, it was intentional when he decided, I'm not going to say I'm leaving to Etswan. Because in his resignation, he says, I want to go and spend time with my family. But I'll leave it at that, Chair. I hear your point as well.
I'm just thinking if we don't have the full picture as to what's happening in Tshwane, I wonder if we are able to reach a categorical conclusion about fraud/misrepresentation if you do not know what the picture is at Tshwane.
I don't know the picture. All I'm saying, Chair, is he could have said, I'm resigning, I'm going to Tshwane, we'll have a different discussion. So I feel there is a misrepresentation.
But if he's entitled to retire, I'm sorry, Mr. Shaskalson, to sound intrusive already, but if the prescripts allow him, both in terms of age and whatever else, to retire, why should he not retire? Because even someone who's reached the mandatory retirement age may retire but still go work elsewhere.
Chair, in most organizations, you're not going to get a benefit that says you retire, and therefore we're going to carry you until retirement at 65 and beyond. When you retire, they pay you your money, and that's it. So I feel where there's a misrepresentation, because there's this special benefit you get when you have early retirement. That's all I was raising.
Thank you, Mrs. Pasheka.
Sir, can I just clarify your answer, the way you're responding to the chair? You haven't said to the chair in answer, you haven't said there is a prescript that prevents him from doing this. Remember, the chair asked you that question, and you didn't say, yes, there's a prescript that prevents what he has done. So that must mean from your answer that there's nothing that prevents him. Prescript, as in you may feel it's wrong what he has done, it shouldn't happen, but there is nothing in writing, which is law, policy, regulation, that says he can't do this.
Thank you, Chair. I've responded to that, Commissioner.
Your
I did
response,
say that it's a futuristic.
Yeah, no. Maybe I'm slow this afternoon. Bear with me.
No, you did not. I think I asked you that question more than once. You did not respond to it. Sorry. Yes.
Can I ask it this way? The conditions of employment at Ekurhuleni municipality allow a 55-year-old to opt, so you have a choice. You can either resign or retire. And when you choose to retire, because it's an option, you are entitled to post-medical aid subsidy by the municipality. So he has exploited that rule to his benefit, and that's your grievance. So it is allowed, but you are saying in future you want to change it so that people don't exploit it to the disadvantage of the municipality.
Yes.
So where you say it's fraud and corruption, it's not because he's breaking any rule, any policy, any law, because it's quite a serious allegation to make. And the question about, is there a prescript that says he can't do what he did, is to try and get to where do you get that it is fraud and corruption. Now, am I correct that if there is no prescript that precludes him to have left when he did and to get the benefit from Ekurhuleni that he continues to enjoy, and to be employed elsewhere, having left you the way that he did, if all of that is not precluded by any prescript, then it cannot be fraud and corruption. If there's no law or rule or policy that says he can't do it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if he shared with you in his statement that he even amended the form. The form talks to retirement, resignations, the termination form, and others. He added with a red pen, early retirement, he himself. And I'm gonna reiterate.
Can I just stop you, because you're repeating yourself and you're not answering a direct question. If your answer is there is no prescript that says he cannot do this, and I think that you have conceded. If that is your answer, maybe let's leave it at that, because that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Chair, I'm told here that I'm talking about hard work when I'm saying there's a corruption, and I'm trying to define how I got to those deductions. I get where you're going, that it might not translate to that, but I think it's very imperative that I explain my imperatives, and that's what I just sought to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskason.
Similarly, paragraph 107, you deal with the redeployment of Ms. Tepa, and you say it was handled by Mr. Behari. I, for one, don't propose to take this further. there is a very substantial part of your statement which understandably from paragraph 108 through to 116 it deals with the disciplinary action against Chief Mapiyeye. And again, from my side, I don't need you to amplify anything there. I'm not suggesting that Mr. Mapiyeye is necessarily guilty, but I certainly it's quite clear to me that an employer has a responsibility to institute disciplinary proceedings in the face of these allegations, and I certainly would have no criticism of you for being involved in that. Then at paragraph 117 on page 40, you deal with the.
Or just before you continue, Mr. Shaskalson, Mrs. Ashega, and I'm sure my co-commissioners share this, do not want you to leave this commission with the impression that the evidence leader made light of the very serious allegations that are made here. One, we recognize the seriousness of the allegations, and two, we also recognize the need, as the chief evidence leader just said, for disciplinary proceedings to be instituted if it is found in terms of the allegations, the available evidence, etc., that such proceedings should be instituted. So I thought I should just clarify that.
Thank you. I'm comfortable, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chaskasan, maybe before you do that, still under this topic, Mr. Sheka, and I ask you this because it's maybe let me say not because, but it's an issue that was raised with Dr. Mashazi as well. And at least speaking for myself, I think it is important. In paragraph 108.7, you refer to and attach a medical report of the psychologist of what you describe as the victim. I think this is the complainant in this case that you're discussing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Dr. Mashazi was testifying, the question was asked whether the complainant or the patient she had attached a similar report, if not the same report. And the question was asked how she got the report, whether the owner of the report, that is the complainant, had given permission for this document to be shared. And that's an important question because the records of the commission are public documents. They become public documents. And this kind of information is regulated by POPIA. You would know that as an HR person. And if there is no permission from the owner of the document to disclose it, we should not be party to further disseminating it by putting it out in the public domain. So I would like to ask you the same question because depending on your answer, the commission then treats the document in a certain way. So I would like to ask you the same, let me ask you the same question. This report, which is LLG 43, how did it come into your possession?
Okay, it's quite a sensitive issue. I think I'm appreciating that we put it at a high level, both for the complainant.
Okay, maybe let me reformulate my question. Just to guide you. What I'm asking is, was this given to you in the course of your employment when this complaint is laid? That's how you came into possession of this, as part of the records of the complaint, okay?
Yes.
You're nodding.
Yes, it was emailed to me.
Yes.
If I recall, by her psychologist.
Okay.
If it wasn't, the psychologist was her lawyer.
Okay.
And I can confirm as well that I think we all agree, let's protect her. She would have even willing to come here, but it's really not worth for her and for Chief of Police.
Yeah,
I think my statement
questions-
is clear.
My questions are different. It is so that we know how to treat this document in the commission. So you've said you got it in the course of your employment, right? That's fine. Not for purposes of the commission, right? You agree? You nod your head. The record needs to reflect what your answer is.
I have to substantiate my answer because it can be problematic if I don't.
Okay.
I'm going to reiterate. She was willing to come here. And I think we all agreeing, let's protect her. When I went to present her item to Meral, I nearly shed a tear. And she needs to be protected. One thing I can assure you, every document that is here, she knows that it's here. We've been communicating, she encouraged it. But I really want to applaud the commission for saying, let's protect both of them.
So you're saying you have permission from the owner of the report to share it with us here?
Yes, Commissioner.
She knows you're coming to the commission?
She knows.
And that you're going to disclose it to the commission?
She knows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
But just to complete that, I had understood you to be saying you would like the commission not to make it public. It must not be in the websites or be shared with other people.
Yes, I thought that's what the commission intends to do, and I said I'm applauding the commission for that. I highly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Justice.
Thank you.
Then there is an issue in relation to the 3 suspended employees, Constable Twala, and I'm not sure what the rank of Officers Mackenzie and Stoltz are. You addressed that at page 40, paragraph 117 to 122. Is there anything you would want to add to that? From my side, it's not clear to me that I need to canvass anything with you.
I'm comfortable, Chair. If my statement is suffice, I'm happy. Thank you so much.
The next topic relates to your remuneration package. And again, this is not a topic that this is not a topic that I need to canvass beyond what's in your statement. I know that there have been allegations that an increase to your salary was granted as a form of reward. I certainly don't intend to pursue them. I see what you say in relation to your remuneration package, and from my side, that is satisfactory for my purposes. I don't know if there's anything that you want to say in that regard.
I'm praying for wisdom on this one. Because the latest is today I'm here. It's still on the public space, being persecuted for it. But because I think our document will be published, I'm praying at some point that the public can understand there was no fraud that was done here. There was no favor that was done for me and Advocate Kim. In fact, when the matter went to Meral for endorsement, the item went to Remuneration Committee, and then it went to Meral. Dr. Mashaz called me after Meral and asked, how did all those MMC agree that this money be given to you? It's a salary review. I came to the city of Ekurhuleni, quite senior, coming from city of Joburg. I have implemented so many achievements that I have not put here, hence the promotion that I got I said earlier on when I was in Joburg, I had 3 to 4 promotions. That's how hard I work. The legislation is very clear how you determine remuneration. Between Cocta and Salga, there's debates that are going on, and this money was duly approved by Meral to us. I'm grateful, Evidence Leader, that you're providing guidance in terms of how we manage these things, because I was going to discuss the matter of Xolan Nxeza, where when we looked at his document, he got R1 million that we don't know how he got it. But I'm not a controversial witness here. All I want is, it must be understood, a due process was followed. This process was approved by the, by the Mayoral Committee. Thank you so much.
Can I just clarify?
I think, Mr. Sheka, just to understand the allegation here, the Mayoral Committee had a motivation and support from the city manager, and they see nothing wrong with it because on its face, it looks fine. It's within the bounds that are set by the law. But the allegation was when you and Advocate Behari applied for these positions because you got them in 2023, the salary was advertised, so you knew what the salary was. And a few months later, you then make a motivation that you should be topped up by some 600,000 rands. And the allegation is that the city manager supported that because that was her way of rewarding you for protecting her favorites. So I just wanted to give you that background and allow you to then respond freely to it. So it came in that context that yes, the prescripts allow that you can get to that point, but it would not otherwise have happened but for you and Behari supporting what the city manager was doing, and then she in return supported your motivation, and when it got to council, because they didn't see anything wrong with it, it was not illegal, they then endorsed it. Do you get the picture?
I do get the picture. I want to add, Chair, through you, that Mr. Nxeza, who I was his senior from the beginning, by the time I was appointed to the HOD HR, and he reported to me, if I can recall events, I think he was already on 2.2 million. And if you recall, when you go to the upper limits, minimum is 2,900,000. I'm no longer responsible for one division. I'm responsible for 5 divisions with all the hurdles and challenges I've articulated here today. Yet, there's a junior employee that must be earn more than me. But it was never about Mr. Nxeza. It was about the upper limits. And that needs to be clarified. And the motivation, it came from me and Advocate Kemi, and it was approved by the Remuneration Committee and the Mayoral Committee. And as I say, I don't think Dr. Mashas was too keen on it. It's just that because it's within the law, he allowed it to go. So there's no loyalty related here. It's based on our hard work, and it's based on the upper limits of total remuneration package payable to the municipal manager and the managers directly reporting to the municipal manager, as you said, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last topic is the topic that you addressed from paragraph 42, sorry, page 42 to the end of the statement, which is the issue of the vetting of the members of the EMPD. And there, the original allegation is at page 43, paragraph 3.10, and the allegation is that you unlawfully intervened in the criminal record vetting process of the EMPD as administered by Commissioner Spies. That's the allegation. You respond to it from paragraph 42. And maybe you could take the Commission through your response, but before you do that, there is an error in the cross-reference in your statement. So where you, in paragraph 131, you refer to Annexure LLG 51. That's Annexure it should be Annexure LLG 50. And the page reference is, I think it will be file 6 of 6, page 2042. If you can just check that, can you just check for me that I'm right on that the document that you're referring to is the document at page 2042 in the last file, file 6 of 6.
Can you repeat your question?
If you look at the statement, paragraph 131 says the emails and legal opinion pertaining to the legal vetting process is attached under evidence C Annexure LLG 51. And I understood that the opinion is LLG 50.
Yes, the opinion is LLG 50.
At page 2042.
Yes.
So just after clarifying that, can you maybe take the Commission through your response to the broader allegation that you deal with from page 42 of your statement?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, that particular annexure is supposed to come with the emails. I will try and make the emails available tomorrow. I'm sure maybe when we're transmitting, it could have not find its expression into these files. The reason I felt it's important that we talk to the emails sought to refute the statement by Chief that says we just said he must bring the files to HR of what they've done. And number two, it wanted to demonstrate the conversations that went from us having a meeting to us agreeing that let's have a legal opinion. After a legal opinion, what transpired after that. And the most important email, we must get that email, is my last conversation on this issue. I think it could have been when Mr. Mkonas was acting, where I still wrote and said, finalize this process. Legal opinion was clear what needs to be transpired, HR assist, and we had conversations between the Chief of Police, River Spies, and Deputy Chief of Police Mkonas, whereby we're not agreeing firstly about the capacity, how do we deal with this? In their deliberations themselves, the other one, River Spies, he says, I've done my own vetting myself as independently. Here, get the proof. Nonetheless, it has expired. I need to go and do another one. I'm busy doing it. Him alone. The rest must be subjected to a collective process. It started there when they were starting to fight. Then they come and say, this one is updated, it's outdated, we must start a new process, and so forth and so forth. Again, what is good for the geese must be good for the gander. In one instance, I'm usurping powers, I'm interfering. When it suits EMPD, they come and say, hey, this is problematic for us, HR, run with it. I said to them, I don't have facilities. I do conduct vetting processes when employee being appointed. I advised them and said, before you can even vet people after they've been vetted, because when we do our initial vetting, you get a consent. There must be consent from an employee. Have you done that? That's my advice in debating the meeting. Those that have reached a threshold in terms of years of criminal records, have you done expungement? They developed a letter. The capacity to vet employees is done by EMPD. Go and use your own facilities. But what you do, this is the process you follow. Drafted the letter, I okayed the letter, and I said, go and do this. The emails that I will demonstrate here tomorrow, I will submit tomorrow, they demonstrate that as late as last year, if it's not the other year, I followed it up that when are you doing this process? This is the same EMPD, by the way, who can't even do risk and security assessment to me. They are carrying firearms. I don't have a firearm. Not that I can't do it. I can suspend, I can do anything in terms of my job. But all I'm saying, let's be clear about roles. We share responsibilities. And when it suits you, you want HR to do your work. I guided them and said, I see the legal opinion, but I'm encouraging you, go and do this process. And the best way of doing it is this way. Lastly, we even discussed how Tshwane has done it. Tshwane followed exactly, they confirmed, Spies confirmed in the meeting that HOD, you correct, Tshwane engaged the employees. There was a consent, and this process was done. Expungement was done where it was important. I'm glad that now the leaders, male leaders who are running the city, I can do it even myself, I'm not scared of anything. I know that the process is underway. But tomorrow I must demonstrate that I did follow up and said, do this. Once you have done, concluded it, keep me and the city manager posted. Have they ever done it? No. Didn't I follow? I did. I'll produce that evidence tomorrow. Thank you so much, Chair.
Can I ask that through your attorneys, you email us that email overnight, or that email chain, just so that we can work on it and we don't waste time tomorrow morning. Chair, that reaches the end of my process of taking Mrs. Kasheka through her statement. There are a range of documents that we gave her legal team very late last night, in fact, after midnight, so early this morning. Can I ask that we stand down now so that this time can be used for her and her legal team to look at the documents they received at short notice, and that we will pick up tomorrow morning then and start the intrusive questioning tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalsin. I see that my colleague, Commissioner Kumalo, wants to raise an issue, but perhaps before that, shall we resume it, and I'm addressing this to you as well, Ms. Magula. Shall we resume at the usual time, 9:30 tomorrow? I think we should, because there's sure to be a lot of questions from all around.
We can resume at the normal time.
At least, especially because we are breaking early today, so that should give you enough time to go through what Mr. Shaskalsin has just referred to.
Yes, Commissioner confirms that we'll do our
Thank
level
you.
best. And
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Shaskalsin, there's just one issue. I think it's only fair that the witness be led in chief on it before they are probed, and it relates to Julius Mkwanazi's promotion from Director of Special Services to Deputy Chief of Police, and the role Mrs. Kasheka played in that, and also in the top-up of his salary by some 200,000 rands, because Dr. Mashazi, when she gave evidence, said, well, that came from Mrs. Kasheka, so you must ask Mrs. Kasheka about that. So I'm not sure whether that should be dealt by way of this supplementary statement or if it's something she can address now and then she gets probed on it tomorrow.
I think, in fairness, that's a choice for her legal representatives rather than for me. If it's something that would be more convenient to address in a statement, in a supplementary statement overnight, and then we lead on it tomorrow morning, we can do that. But it's really, I think, their choice, not mine.
It will be addressed in our supplementary statement. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
May I perhaps request the evidence leaders to assist in identifying the places where this is to be found in the record? And thank you. I know
we will do that.
I'm adding to
I
your
see
plate.
that you're looking firmly at Ms. Boy,
I see
for
Ms.
which I am
Boy-
grateful.
I see Ms. Boy does not even want to look at me. She's looking down. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
All right, we're just waiting for the Madlanga Commission for now. Let's now, and again, it is like this, Madlanga ad hoc. So let's get to the ad hoc committee now.
If I am allowed just to deal with that matter, Chair, I'll come back to the blue light which he started going into. I'm dealing with the blue light, with the matter on the software. In page 144 of my affidavit, paragraph 330, where we talk about the Secret Services account. And I'm going to respond in this manner so that I'm not losing anything in view of how far the SC went. And this is not a yes or no answer. I deem it fit at this point to traverse the crime intelligence domain of the South African Police Service to the detriment of policing and service delivery by the subs. Crime intelligence is subjected to vindictiveness, vicious attacks, public scrutiny by armchair critics and people who loosely engage with ulterior motives. This contributes to the destruction and destabilization which has become the embodiment of the environment in the South African Police Service. The prevailing environment of politicization, criminalization, disinformation, and weaponization of crime intelligence is not what was envisaged by our forebears in policing. I am premising my interface with the crime intelligence by focusing on select provisions of the Secret Services account and, in particular, the policy environment confronting the challenges. Now, I'm not going to go through all those. Chair, what is important here is that when we talk about crime intelligence, you don't talk of the same policies and prescripts that apply in the open account. If we go to supply chain management, it's an open account. If you go to finance, it's an open account. But the Secret Services account has got its own rules. Like I said, I'm not going to go through each and everything. First, in the Secret Services account, the law, not me, the law provides or permits for procurement based on a quotation basis. You simply could, if there is a need, those who may offer such services are to be approached, and the need will be expressed and there must be a response in the form of quotations and so on, which will be considered by a committee. This happened in this particular case. We were having a challenge. Before I was appointed, the fees must fall issue was very prevalent. The Vuani banning of the 21 schools and so on was very prevalent. The absence of intelligence was a big issue. So the question was, how else can you source intelligence so that as the police we are proactively able to respond in executing our policing mandate? It is on that basis that crime intelligence, particularly people in the secret services account, embarked on a process, and that's when they obtained the quotations on this particular software. A committee in crime intelligence said that committee was the head of the secret services account leading, and amongst others, Brigadier Shongwani and so on, where they considered the application for the software to be procured. Where do I come in? When they evaluated, it became clear that the quotation was way above their delegated amount. I think at that time they could only procure without approaching the accounting officer for 1 million or less. So this particular software, and by the way, here there is mention of 33 million. It's not one thing there, it's two things. It's a software which is social media monitoring, and there is ComSec. Both are included, it's not just one. So once they evaluated the quotations and found that this is outside their scope with the amount, the law say they must approach the accounting officer for a deviation. It is at that point that an application for a deviation was submitted to me, which I considered favorably and responded to them. There is your approval. You are permitted to do procurement beyond 1 million. That's where my role starts and ends. I'm not sitting on those committees. I'm not evaluating anything in that regard. I grant that. Now, allegations are you were sitting on the bid specification, you were sitting on the, BEC and evaluation and so on. Now, those must be explained there in court. The same Brigadier Shongwanu who was before this committee is a signatory to that application for procurement. And I was listening to him when he was here. He said, no, he was only issuing a financial authority. That thing is here. It's part of the documents. See if there is an endorsement to say funds available. Because they did a round robin amongst themselves as committee members. That's why they did that particular approval. Now, I had no business to be reporting to anyone because the law say the secret services account, not even the divisional commissioner supply chain management, they will report where there is a deviation. Now, the person who was supposed to report is the head of the secret services account, not the accounting officer. Now you have got a very decorated charge sheet there where they say, Pashani failed to report to National Treasury and so on. I invite those who say so to go and read the law and to familiarize themselves with what I at least try to do and place it in this affidavit 144 until 145, paragraph 333. And then I'm saying in paragraph 332.3, on 10 October 2017, McBride wrote a letter to the Minister of Police, Mr. Fikile Mbalula, stating in paragraph 2 and 3 of his affidavit that there appears to exist a corrupt relationship with Major General Nematunzela, Major General Machele, Lieutenant General Patlani, and the service provider. The state allegedly suffered a loss of 33 million for a system which was hastily procured without proper procedures being followed. In stark contrast, the unit responsible for media monitoring source quotation for only 7 million. And I'm saying there my emphasis. Now, even today, I want to see that 7 million thing. There is no such. The very same docket that the SC is talking about is unable to produce this 7 million quotation. Instead, they produce something which they say it was a quotation to develop something that was forwarded to supply chain management. So that is in as far as the what is it, REBJA or Dilaterals or whatever, software and ComSec, where only Patlani comes in because he is an accounting officer. He approves the deviation. And I say it, and I'll say it again. If I have to approve that deviation today, I will do it for the sake of our country. Because that was to ensure that we generate intelligence to proactively respond to the issues relating to the fees must fall and Vuani. And I think I've said it many times. I'm happy that no one died in that process. And I can still repeat and say, had the police had a software similar to that, maybe we could have saved the July unrest, because it was about the absence of intelligence. Now, Chair, I'm responding to the second issue, but before I move there, I'm saying my response comprehensively as it is, not to the charge sheet, because I'll deal with the charge sheet where it belongs, which is in the courts. And I was under no illusion that I'm coming to court here. I came to Parliament before the Honorable Committee where I'm to respond to the issues. Page 133 to page 143 deals with the blue lights matter. Now, this is the matter which is in, Palm Ridge Commercial Crimes Court. This matter has been going for 10 years. Now, how can we have a matter going in for that long? I just want to go to a part here in this affidavit, if you can. In actual fact, in my supplementary affidavit, where is it? I just want to refer to a statement. Yes, Chair, page 1277 of my supplementary affidavit, JKP 59A. And that goes even with the one on 1279. In actual fact, let me go there. Now, this is the affidavit. It's A1. A1 normally is an affidavit by the complainant, the person who's supposed to be a complainant. And this is an affidavit by a Lieutenant Colonel in the South African Police Service who's stationed at Provincial Management. He said, I am authorized to make this statement and hereby state that the contents of this statement are true and correct except where otherwise stated. It also falls within my personal knowledge. And she goes, I'll just read just one part. On 2017-08-29, order number so-and-so was issued for the amount of 39,196,189 rand 4 cents to instrumentation for law enforcement for the procurement of blue lights for vehicles in Gauteng. The following invoices were received. I'm not going to go through those invoices. Now, this is important. When invoices were received by my office for payment, the payment official ensures that a certificate in terms of the standing order, goods are received and signed by the end user. See copy of the standing order. The certificates state that the end user certified that the services were really necessary for the purpose mentioned in public service. The service was rendered satisfactorily. The involved costs are in accordance with the quoted price, and that tariffs are reasonable, fair, and do not exceed the price charged to the public, and that no invoices have been submitted for payment for the same service before. On 2018-04-08, I received a request from the provincial head, Supply Chain Management, Brigadier Butelezi, to verify all subs numbers on the invoices. The invoices were perused and subs numbers were verified. According to the above mentioned invoices, this is important. I noticed that there were duplicated subs numbers on the various invoices. See copy of order invoice so-and-so. A total of 39 subs numbers were duplicated, and according to the invoices received, the duplicates amounted to 3,939,726 rand 96 cents. See copy, blah, blah, blah. And then this so-called complainant, the subs duplicated numbers and those that were not duplicated were all paid via electronic transfer to the account belonging to instrumentation on business account so-and-so held at First Trend Limited. Now, I therefore request the police investigation into the matter. This was 2018 06-11 when she deposed this particular affidavit. She detected the duplicate payments in 2018, I think it said April, what is it, April, it was in the first paragraph or somewhere, 2018-04-06. Now, the point I'm making here, Chair, is that this case is not about what I hear or what I see in the charge sheet. The complainant complains about duplicate payments. But what happened in this case? Temani Binang, who is an IPIT investigator, met a Colonel Mutaung of Supply Chain Management, and this colonel said to him, to Binang, there is a problem with regard to the orders. And they were specifically referring to the third order of 2018 when I was at home. So Binang went back to a meeting with the Patlani task team where McBride was. And he's saying to them, hey, there is a problem there at supply chain between supply chain management and Gauteng of a contract. McBride asked, and I don't know why was he not asked here. He said, is Patlani involved? The Mani Binang said, no, boss, Patlani is not involved. And then he's being told, you will see to it that Patlani is involved. McBride stood out of that meeting and left. But before he left, the Mani Binang said to him, boss, don't worry. My guy will come with magic. Who's my guy? Tilas Chavalal, the Richard Tilas Chavalal, the prosecutor. The next moment, I'm being brought into this matter. It's in 2018. Now, if this matter happens in 2018, and we talk about payment, which happens in 2018, the National Commissioner or the accounting officer was Sitole. He's nowhere to be found in this regard. So, Chair, I have comprehensively responded to this issue in my affidavit. Now, I know when I was here, I was hearing, I can't remember, there was an honorable member who said, he's charged for an 86 million rands contract. There is no truth to that. In actual fact, the money that was duplicated, it's 3.9 million. And to rectify this, what Gauteng did, they sent additional vehicles to be fitted with the blue lights and sirens. And they balanced them out. The only amount which they were not able to settle was of one vehicle, and I think that's 101,000 rand. So if there is money that was paid for services not rendered, it's 101,000, not 39 million or 3.9 million or the 86 million or 192. Somewhere I hear the 92 million. So that's what happened in this particular matter. But Chair, again, I have dealt with what I could deal with outside the courts to be able to advise or inform the committee or share with the committee what this allegation is against me in respect of these particular two matters. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Chair, I'd said with respect to Honorable Malema's observation about reading the charges, I said at the outset that we can be very quick because I want to put some things to General Pashlani, a yes or a no. I'm not here to debate these things with him, but we're falling into exactly the same thing as what happened last time. When I said, this is what happened, you were dismissed, you went to an arbitrator, you went to the labor court, you're now appealing to the labor appeal court. But let's leave it there because this is not the forum to resolve it. Same thing has happened today. What I did, and there's, with respect, no confusion, I put to him what I have in front of me. The one is a labor appeal court judgment, and the other are two charges before two different courts. That's what I did. I would have expected General Pashlani to say, well, yes, I'm facing these charges in two different courts. I'm prepared to defend myself. I deny these charges. And I had no business exploring this matter any further. But again, much of my time has been taken up by explanations from General Pashlani. I honestly don't see the point of asking him any further questions. He says he dealt with these matters in his affidavit and in his supplementary affidavit. I just want to end off with two things, and again, just putting it to him, and I am not asking for any discussion or debate. General Pashlani, you're aware of two forensic investigations, one in August 2018, and the other one, it is in the exhibit bundle, and the one of July 2019, both relating to the procurement of forensic light sources. You aware of those forensic audits?
Just repeat the date, Chair.
The date, the first one, hopefully you have it. It's exhibit, is it 40? Exhibit 40. Let's see, it's marked G. August 2018. And then there's one July 2019. They both relate to the same contract.
Chair, it will be known. No, let me not be distracted. It will be known that my last working day in the South African Police Service was 2017-0601. And for whatever those reports were, because they did not interest me, I never perused any of such reports. They've got no relevance. So maybe
well, thank you, General Pashlani. Again, it's not for me to educate you. You say it's got nothing to do with you, if I understood what you're saying. The August, if you go to the August 2018 this is a forensic investigation conducted by, it's the SNG forensic investigation, which I think you had mentioned early on Grant Thornton. From the recommendations, I read the accounting officer of SAP should consider obtaining legal counsel on the appropriate steps to take against the following individuals for their involvement in potential fraud and or collusion leading to the irregular transaction that took place on 31 March 2016. Irregular reservation of 35 million rand from the FSCJS budget without seeking and obtaining approval from National Treasury. Lieutenant General Pashlani for his involvement in the preparation of an application referring to a certificate indicating that funds required for the procurement he requested SCM to initiate would be reserved on the FSCJS budget, while well aware that such funds were not budgeted for and no approval was obtained from National Treasury to reserve or utilize the FSCJS budget for the intended procurement. And then there's also a recommendation against Colonel Magubani for his involvement in certifying that 35 million was to be reserved. Then there is misrepresentation made to National Treasury regarding the reprioritization of the 46 million previously earmarked for panoramic cameras. And it's Lieutenant Colonel Patrick, Brigadier Pillay, Lieutenant General Shezi, Major General Mavundla, and then yourself, General, Lieutenant General Pashlani, for effectively approving the change control requests submitted to National Treasury. More so given that the misleading justification provided in respect of the 46 million rand emanates from his request made to TMS on 25 August 2015. Then there is where you are not, to be fair, let me read, where you are not mentioned, potentially irregular unlawful request by Colonel Potgieter to issue SCM and finance system rights to NNUP staff. You are not mentioned, Colonel Potgieter, Brigadier Ramatoka, Lieutenant General Shezi. Then irregular processing of the payment of 52.9 million made to FDA. You familiar with FDA? On 31 March 2016, Lieutenant General Shezi, Lieutenant Goosen, Lieutenant Colonel Grundling and Captain Van Huisteen, Colonel Potgieter, Brigadier Masuku. So that is this document, this report of August 2018, and then there's the other report of July 2019 into the same contract. And the recommendations are also made in this report. All I asked you is, are you aware of this report? Were you interviewed by the forensic investigators? Did you give them your side or your version of what happened or what didn't happen?
Chair, I I know I'm not supposed to complain because looks like one's rights have vanished. This is the bundle which was just placed here before me. On those reports that are being read there. So while that's the kind of treatment that I get, I will not respond to that. I have already said on the 1st of June 2017, I left the employ of the South African Police Service. So when I see all these reports, the question is, what is my interest in that report? So unfortunately, I cannot assist because I don't even see the relevance of those reports to these proceedings. If there was a shred of relevance, is where reference is made to the movement of funds. And I don't need IPIT or McBride's permission to move funds. Those were funds that were moved because there was provision in the plans of the department, and in particular of forensic services. In the year that we were to buy the cameras, the 360 panoramic cameras that we were dealing with earlier, now we are back there. In that year, we had money budgeted for to buy the cameras. But because there was a dispute in that the contract awarded did not comply with the specifications, what we have done was to take the money that was budgeted for those cameras and asked that it be utilized by technology management services who were going to buy the light sources where there was already a contract. And those light sources were bought using the 46 million amongst others. So if we bring such report, can we just bring the bigger picture here? I was listening to Robert McBride here saying there is money that was spent on the same day, the 31st of March. What's wrong if you were to spend that money on the 31st if processes are followed? And if you are not going to spend that money in the Shebeen, but we are going to buy equipment critical for forensic services. So even if I'm not involved in that, the money was used by technology management services to buy the equipment which were already on the plan. And it is false for someone to suggest that if you pay on the 31st, that is going to reflect in the next financial year. We manage processes, we are hands-on, and therefore that payment of the 46, I think it was 53 million, happened on that day because what needed to be done was to check with the service providers who has got stock on hand. Once it was determined that that service provider had stock on hand, the process, because it's not like you are going to invite quotations, you already have a contract. They were procured from there. So, Chair, I'm not going to go into detail on those. And if the evidence leader is reading the very same reports that he's reading, somewhere you will see a line where Mr. Nyadlu is saying, we did not interview General Pahlani. It is in those reports. That's why I say there are actually 5 reports that you can be talking to, not the 3. But I'm not interested. It's reports which are there, and we are dealing with what we have to deal with. Thanks, Chair.
Well, again, you could have dealt with it in less than 1 minute by saying, I don't know about these reports. I wasn't interviewed. I'm not interested. But you engage with it, and you clearly indicate that you know more than what you suggest. But I'm not going to pursue that any further.
Chair,
I asked you about the report.
I think I've been very patient. I can't continue to be attacked by the senior counsel in the manner that he is doing. I don't know who is he representing.
I'm not representing anybody. I am putting...
You are representing Robert McBride, and you are representing the cabal that you are party to.
No, wait. Wait. No. Put your hands down. General Patlan, did you mean to say the things that you are saying?
Say it was not by mistake. I will repeat. Because of what has been happening, this is not where he started. And I know why he's going on like this. I'm keeping it to myself, wanting to assist the committee so that we can go through this. But it is very clear that I'm not before the committee, I'm before council and those who have got interest.
This senior council is doing the work on behalf of the committee. And the integrity of this process has to be defended. And there are matters that you have raised with us, your reservations. And maybe you might have reached a stage where you lost your cool. But did you really intend to make such statements?
I withdraw so that we can make progress, Chair.
Okay. The statement is withdrawn. Is there anything you wanted to say, Senior Counsel?
Honorable Chair, honorable members, I'm very disappointed by General Pashlani's accusations. I came into this process briefed to do a job which is to present the evidence, information before this committee connected or related to the terms of reference. I think we've tried our best to do so. Some of the constraints we've had have been pointed out variously by members of this committee. Nothing that I have put to General Pashlani or any other witness have come from me because of some personal view or bias that I have. Fortunately, 40 years of practice has made me develop a thick skin. So I will take what General Pashlani say in my stride because he's angry, he's frustrated. Nothing I've put before him today comes from me personally. The Labour Appeal Court judgment speaks for itself. The forensic reports speak for themselves. No one is mentioned in those reports in the judgment. There's no mention of a McBride or a O'Sullivan or an RNC SC, nothing.
Yeah.
So from that point of view, it's quite disappointing. I started off by saying we can be very quick. Just acknowledge that you are facing these charges.
Yeah.
Let's
not repeat that. Do you accept the point that he has retracted the statement?
Well, it lacks complete sincerity. I don't know. You turn around, you look at your counsel, because I mean, that's the irony. I get on very, very well with his lawyers, with both his instructing attorney and his counsel. We've been working together since December last year. So I just don't know where this animosity comes from.
Yeah. Let me hear what the members are saying. Honorable Kola Barnard, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. As you are well aware, Chair, for us as members of Parliament, we will never give a qualified withdrawal, ever. And that was a qualified withdrawal as though he was doing us a favour to let us move on with the matter. That, as I agree with the advocate, he's delayed immeasurably. So no, I don't accept that at all. And I believe he thinks that's what the situation is. How dare we? Because we're all part of some bizarre criminal cabal.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think this is a matter we need to take serious. Very, very serious. We have, through the systems of Parliament, appointed a senior counsel to run the affairs of this committee. And to receive serious allegations like what Honorable Pahlane is saying needs to be taken very serious. Two issues that I've taken out from what he said is that the senior counsel is not representing Parliament, but there are certain people he's representing. And further to that, he insinuates that the senior counsel is part of a cabal. And that's an indictment to the work of Parliament. It's something that we need to take very serious. And we would like to implore, even if it's in writing, Chair, General Pahlane to substantiate these allegations that he has made here on record under oath. Something that we can't just let pass. So that when we conclude the business of this committee, we know that were we representing the people of South Africa or we're representing a cabal. Because if the accusation against the senior counsel, the evidence leader of the ad hoc committee, is that he's representing a cabal, then it means we're a cabal. Now, it's something that we need to take serious. If we are to believe that we're still on the right track in doing the work of the people of South Africa. So, there must be a substantiation of those allegations sent to us, even if it's in writing, Chair. Two, I agree fully with Honorable Kola Barnard. General Pahlane must either withdraw the statement or blatantly refuse to withdraw. To withdraw on the basis of progress is not withdrawal. So we don't accept that withdrawal as well. It's conditional that because he wants us to proceed, he's retracting. So he's not unconditionally retracting the statements he made in this Parliament. So we don't accept. If the senior counsel accepts the retraction, we don't accept that retraction. It's either he retracts the statement completely, but we still need substantiation, or he just blatantly refuses to retract that statement. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out, Chair, because if I heard the witness well here, General Pahlane, is that there's a forensic investigation report which was put somewhere in the table. My question is it for the first time he's seeing that report now as we are sitting here? And if so, why? Is it an ambush? Or, because we don't want to be like we are biased to anyone. Like what happened earlier. Voices as well, sometimes they get suspended in a way. But we have to be very unbiased here and make sure that whatever happens, the witness should not feel like we are a kangaroo court. We are not a kangaroo court. Now, those documents which the general was saying, they just put them there. we must find the truth about those documents, whether they were given now as he's sitting there, or those documents were given a day before. And if they were given day before, obviously, I think his legal team or himself will have perused those documents. But if it's been given now, they're in here, then we have a problem, Chair, as well. Thank you, Chair.
Did you get the documents, General?
Chair, must I deal only with the documents or with the other remark?
We will come later to it.
Chair, these documents were placed here now. I find them, they find me here. This is similar what happened in the previous appearance. You will recall somewhere I made reference to documents that were given just as we were about to enter. It was a file. Now, that file, I even did not carry it with me home. Both the file that was prepared by the evidence leaders and that which they called supplementary or whatever, I don't know, I handed them back. I did not take them with. Thirdly, the very same senior counsel said to me, or said at least to us, that they will forward documents to us following our previous appearance. To date, nothing of that nature has happened. But the answer is simple. Now, I'm just referring to this. They were placed here. They found me here.
They were not. They were not referred to you.
Sorry, Chair.
Before you came here, was there no reference that was made to those documents?
No.
So you say that when we greeted you this afternoon, you did not know that documents like those were going to feature in these proceedings.
Chair, when you greeted me, these documents were not here. She actually came. She was going around placing documents while I was busy dealing with things, and she placed them here. So they came in the middle of the session. I did not have them when I sat here, or at least when we started.
Okay.
Just as regards the forensic reports, they were in the exhibit bundle when General Pashlani last appeared. When was it? On the 16th of January. I made it available today just so that it could be highlighted, but it's not a new document.
Or they were part of the.
They were part of the exhibit bundle.
Exhibit bundle.
The last time. Obviously, we never made reference to it because we never got to that point. His evidence stood over. The Labour Appeal Court judgment is obviously a judgment that came out recently and which General Pashlani himself has alluded to and attached. The charge sheets in the Specialized Commercial Crime Court and the High Court of Gauteng that I sent to my colleague, Advocate Simanga, in a WhatsApp, both charges. I'll find it and I'll show you. So and that's a while ago. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, can I just place on the record, I, like many members on this committee who commented about Mr. McBride when he first appeared and his role in the struggle and all that, I had never met him until we interviewed him for the first time. I don't know him at all. Similarly with Mr. O'Sullivan, we consulted with him online, and of course I had great difficulty in persuading him to come here to testify in person. And when he came here in person, when you saw him for the first time, that is when I saw him for the first time. And I think I've got a record in the legal profession. of fighting for human rights and transformation. If I were dead, I'd be turning in my grave to hear that I'm in a cabal with Paul O'Sullivan. So it's just outrageous to make those comments, and I'm just disappointed in General Pashlani. We should know
we're
better.
still coming to that point. Honorable Nombal, welcome, Honorable Slepe and Honorable Temba. Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Temba. Welcome. Honorable Nombal.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Chair, we've been observing from day one when General Patlane appeared before this committee. Well, I'm not encouraging the remarks he has made. I think they are unfortunate. And when a witness has withdrawn unconditionally, maybe the only thing he needs to do is to correct the statement he has made. He must withdraw unconditionally. But when he has withdrawn unconditionally, there is no need for us to take the matter further, because you have already played a responsibility as a chair of guiding a witness to say, this is unfortunate, we are giving you an opportunity to withdraw. Witnesses always make mistakes because that seat is very hot, Chair. Out of frustration and anger, they commit mistakes. So there is absolutely no need, unless he insists that what he is saying, what he has just said is his position, and is insisting is not going to change. Then we can take it further. But to pursue it after he has withdrawn, I think, Chair, that would be unfortunate. And lastly, Chair, because we don't want to be accused of having been part of a process which was not partial and which was not objective. If the witness is in possession of an information which suggests that the proposition that he has made against the senior counsel, he must be given an opportunity to voluntarily tender that information before the committee, so that we do not sit with a person here who does not enjoy his right as a witness on the basis that the evidence is being led by a person who has a predetermined position. So I think we must afford him that opportunity, because if really what he's saying is anything to go by, the senior counsel was supposed to recuse himself from the word go. So I'm saying, let's not be too harsh to the witness, Chairperson. I think what he has said it out of frustration and anger. He must just correct the statement he has made. He must withdraw unconditionally. He must not say for the sake of progress. Thank you.
General Pakistan.
Chair, I
Maybe
unconditional.
before you say what you want to say, let me hear Honorable Matthais.
You think you can leave EFF and continue? Thank you, Chair. Chair, it must be noted here that it appears that our response as members of Parliament to witnesses is not equal. We don't have the same energy that we've had. For example, just now, there are some members here in this Parliament, some of them were even witnesses, did not even have a reaction to that Paul O'Sullivan the whole time he's been disrespecting us. Then there are some members here that did not have this heightened sense of justice with Paul O'Sullivan. And then here we are. It's not the first time that even us as members of Parliament have had to call out the evidence leader. And I think the approach that we should have taken, rather, outside of calling out our witness, was also to reassure the witness that ultimately it's not the evidence leader that is going to make findings. It's going to be us as members of Parliament. But we cannot just protect the evidence leaders on all account when we ourselves have many times have had to ask him or have had to intervene on how he's been interviewing witnesses. It's not the first time that that has happened. So for us to just come out guns blazing in protection of something that we've experienced, and if we go back to the records, we can see that. It's not right. So let's also be fair to our witnesses. Yes, he must withdraw Mr. Paklani must withdraw. But we must not do it on an unfair basis, and we must have the same energy with everybody here, because we're also exposing our side when we are not consistent on how we address members. Thank you, Chair.
Mokhalaka. No, thanks, Chair. I think Honorable Mateis is right. I've raised this frustration before, and I'm not a witness before you. I'm a member. But the way the evidence leader has been going on, I'm trying to even make sense of which evidence is he leading really. I'm confused sitting here. So you can understand for a witness to be, if I'm confused, what's happening to a witness? So he said wrong things out of what we are all experiencing for 2 hours. And he's being told to respond in a minute. A remark that has been made for 10 minutes. In a minute, he must respond to it. And there's no in-between that tries to save the witness. You're not to sit here and to have white colleagues protecting white witnesses and coming to treat black witnesses the way they are doing. It's unfair. It's not like we're not observing it. Even when they are correct, we're unable to support them because they didn't have the same energy when a white witness was before us here. We shouldn't do that. The witness is frustrated. He has withdrawn. He made a qualifying withdrawal. We're saying he must withdraw unconditionally, which he's going to do. But please, let's not act as if we are all comfortable with the evidence leader. I mean, when it comes to General Patlani, he has been taking a completely different approach. I don't know what is his interest really. A completely different approach. If you listen to the two advocates and how we flow when they lead evidence and how the evidence leader comes and turn the whole thing upside down, it's really frustrating. And she's correct, Honorable Mateis. General Patlani is not the first one to raise a frustration about the evidence leader. He's our evidence leader. He's expressing a frustration. He might have used the wrong words. But at the end of everything, as he says, I'm being frustrated here because I don't know what I'm dealing with. So we are appealing that a withdrawal must be made unconditionally. And that General Patlani is too senior to know that he must have the necessary temperament when he deals with matters of this nature. That at times you will be provoked to stretch your limit so that you can be projected as an unreasonable person. And at that level, at all material times, you act with restraint. And that's what we expected of a general. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I unconditionally withdraw the comment and apologize to the honorable members of this House. Thank you, Chair.
Profusely apologize to the honorable members of this House and the senior counsel.
I unconditionally withdraw and apologize to the honorable members of this committee and the evidence leader.
Thank you so much, General Patlan. We are going to do this. And thanks very much for that apology. Honorable members, there have been lapses on the part of the evidence leader and the witness. And these lapses are not lapses that we observe today. From the first day when the witness came before us,
there have been lapses that members have observed and spoken out against those lapses. And you might have seen that even when we started today, we had to manage the similar intentions between the parties until at least we reach a point where the presentation of evidence has been concluded. It has not been a good day to us because our bubble always bested in the last minute of when we were still in, we had a moment here with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and the bubble just busted suddenly. And now when General Patlani and evidence leader were supposed to be making their last statements, the bubble busted again. We accept that no human being is infallible. We are liable to make mistakes, and we accept the unconditional apology that you have made here, General Patlani. When you find yourself in a situation where you feel like you are being suffocated and you are crying out for help and it does not seem to be coming, you may end up kicking with your legs. And when you kick with your legs, you may end up hitting even the unintended or things that you happen inadvertently. So we accept that. And Senior Counsel, when we are in moments like this, you know, I always say that you don't become a bad player because you conceded an own goal, or you don't become a bad striker because you missed a penalty. There are many moments where supporters of your team celebrated victories that were achieved because of your commitment to the team. We are moving towards the finishing line, and we have done tremendously well as a committee. There will be those moments where we go through upsets, and we must accept that and dust ourselves and move forward. The last point that I want to make is to, on behalf of this committee and the institution of Parliament, apologize to those people, evidence leader and General Patlani, whose names might have been mentioned here, because we do not know what inconvenience can be caused on their part. So we must profusely apologize to them, and for them to also know that the statement has been unconditionally withdrawn and is not read into the records of these proceedings. Honorable members, it's now a 16-hour. Honorable Noval.
No clarity, Chair. The legal team has promised to consult, I don't know with who, and come back to us with a response in relation to an incident that has occurred a short while ago, the Paul O'Sullivan matter. So how far is that consultation? Are they still consulting? Because we want to be given an answer today so that we can advise on the way forward.
Chairperson, I thought before we took our lunch, I had said that there are certain people that I need to consult first before I advise the committee. One of them, for instance, is Advocate Arense, who has been interacting with the witness. We just want to get the facts right, Chairperson, before we give the advice. And we can give the committee something no later than tomorrow in writing.
Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, that can't be a reason because this is something that is big. A man just walked out here and it's contempt. And this committee, number one, is not taking it serious because if the legal team needed to consult, they should have came to you and made arrangements so whatever information they needed, they got it immediately so we can act immediately. We represent the people of the country here. So it's now the people of this country must go and do a citizen's arrest because the people that we represent here in Parliament can't even do something as basic as a legal opinion and get information in a short period of time. And if we were serious, whoever needed to be sat down at a table, they should have been sat down already. If I was the speaker, if the EFF was the speaker, I can tell you now we would have summoned everybody because no one should come here and disrespect our house and then we go on as if nothing else has happened. So that excuses the reasoning that we have to be waiting for Senior Counsel Arense before we can do a legal opinion. It shouldn't be something that is acceptable. It should have been done already, Chair. Now we must be waiting until tomorrow. A man walked out of Parliament and we are waiting until tomorrow. He has a private jet. He's got passports from all different countries. We don't know whether he's a spy or he's not a spy. We don't know. But we must wait until tomorrow just to find out what our recourse is for contempt of Parliament. It's not acceptable.
Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I fail to understand why consultation is needed. Maybe consult on what? Because the entire country saw what happened here today. The entire country has been watching how Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has been undermining the work of this committee since day one, before he even appeared before us, sending us threats, calling us names. What are we going to consult about at this point? On social media and all over, people are calling us what? Dogs without teeth and all sorts of names. And we are allowing this to happen. Right now, the country isn't even interested. No one's even interested in listening to any other witnesses. People are sending me messages saying, what is happening? Why are you guys so quiet on the O'Sullivan matter? That man is definitely on a plane out of the country. It is something that we need to respond to South Africans, to give them the confidence that we are acting in their best interest. And I think this matter must be prioritized. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe.
Ngiyabonga Hlalo. Chair, I think I echo into ekhulunywa ama-members. Chair, sidelelwe la. Sidelelwe ngendlela esimanga futhi akadelelanga thina udelela izwe lethu. Lela athi uyalithanda. Awukwazi ke Chair uthi uSolomon uthi izwe uyalithanda bese ungalihloniphi. Ngiyacela Chair, ngicela ukuthi usebenzise amandla ukuthi ukhiphe le summon. Sesizoxoxa later i-legal team mayibuya. Sizawuya naye ecourt sixoxe into akuphumele lesi siqondiso namhlanje Chair ukuze kusasa ekseni uma engenza akhiphe indiza ezomkhipha kuleli izwe leli kuthathwe leyo passport ahlale la silinde sifuna ukukhuluma naye futhi eze la sokhuluma naye 4 days asafuni 1 day Chair because nezinto emela ayiphendule okubalekile Chair ukuthi uma sizokuvumela lokukwenzeka without taking isiqondiso immediately sisetha into esingeke size siyikhona and simfundisa ukuthi akabone ukuthi yena uliphethe lelizwe nje beshilo uqala wasithuka Chair wathi asimkhotha izibuni sathula wahlule ukukhuluma neANCA la ukuthi axolise wenza umathanda la Chair so ngicela Chair ecourt izosilandela illegal izosilandela yabona lo mthetho we-Dutch Roman law Chair uyasilimaza because kumele silinde manje indoda isidelelile uma ingaphuma somthathaphi uma ingaphuma Chair kule country somthathaphi Chair ngicela ukuthi usikhiphe isiqondiso usivumele nje uqonde nje ngqo ukuthi akahlale lo mfethu abuye la azosibona sikhulume naye ngiyacela Chair I-legal team mhlambi ngayohlala ngahlala la ngaphandle xoxa icede sobona ecourt icourt ayiqali ngayo mawukuthi unabantu abathembile court bazomnikeza lama judgment ahlala wathola ebusuku ngo12 akazi ukuyithola ke khona thina ke che ngiyacela please.
Honorable Malum.
No, Chair. I think that there is no sense of agency from the legal team. Because if they were embarrassed by what happened, they wouldn't say the things they're saying up to us now. That should have embarrassed them. And they should have known immediately when the guy was threatening that he's going to walk out. They should have known that now the matter is going to come to them. For a quick advice, if you are not going to act on that guy, we'll rather close this committee now because we are going to be subjected to that humiliation. We're going to be subjected to that humiliation where Honorable Skosana has to stand up. He doesn't know what to do because he was being disrespected and no one is coming to our rescue. Whether we must manhandle him or what.
He was going out.
No, he blocked him here. He had to physically block him but without touching him because he will be accused of manhandling
That's
him.
why I say he was going out.
Yes.
They happened to find themselves
at the passage.
On each other's way. But
yes.
But Honorable Skosana, I can certainly say I saw him even when he rose up here that his intention was to go out.
You know, that frustration should have made everybody to be on their feet that, okay, when this happens, what do we do? When this happens, what do we do? We appear sheepish. We appear toothless. And we want to continue business as usual. Paul O'Sullivan should have received an application in the High Court without papers, where we go to the court and say, yeah, he's a fugitive, he's got a potential to run. He left Parliament without the permission of Parliament, and he's got so many passports, and he's got a private jet. He sits here and brags about a fraudulent pilot license, and then when it suits him, the pilot license no longer works. He has been bragging that he's got a private jet here. Then everybody must shift now because the flight is leaving. He's going to be left by the flight. Who gets left by a flight if the flight is your private jet? It means even that private jet is a lie. And that private pilot license is a lie. So the legal, we must adjourn now. We must adjourn now as we prepare to ask questions to the general. As we adjourn, the legal and I don't know what they want from evidence leader because evidence leader doesn't lead those types of things. There he's got no role. There it's Parliament, the Speaker. By now should have made a call to say, what is this that I'm seeing? Can you come to my office now and give me a clarity of what's happening there? Nothing. It's business as usual. And that's what has given this Paul O'Sullivan the courage to behave in a manner he did. If you know what white supremacy means and you are unable to read, you only react to action. You saw it in action today. You don't have to read anything. Whiteness, white supremacy, the arrogance of white privilege displayed itself here today. And typical of us with victimhood mentality and the trauma we suffered as black people, we all found ourselves wanting because a white man was acting. And the first instinct was to be scared of a white man. And we reacted when the white man was long gone because that's how we were framed. That was a white supremacy in action. And it took us aback, including you, Chair. You were looking at it like, what's happening now? And you couldn't react.
I was watching him when he was walking towards you.
Yeah, I said to him, sit down, man. And then he said, no, I'm leaving. And I didn't know what to do. And then I realized later when he's left, this guy was supposed to be stopped. Because the first instinct is to say he's a white man. I must not touch a white man. And then I realized later, no, man, politically I'm wrong. I should have stood up to that man. But that's how we are framed, Chair. you ought to deal with that thing because it continues the trauma of black people. He undermined us openly. And we must act with agents, not the way we are being advised.
Honorable Solis.
Chair, you see, when black people talk, there's no respect here. The white people don't respect us. Glennis must listen. There she walks out like Paula Sullivan. Chair, I agree with Honorable Malema that we cannot allow disrespect from anybody. But I want to distance myself from being afraid of Paul O'Sullivan because he's a white man. I'm not part of that frame, just to be clear. I subject myself to your order and how you respond to witnesses that are procedurally wrong. So we should maintain that procedure. But no matter which race sits there, we judge you on the basis of the individual. I have said for so many times, why must the face of corruption always be black and the face of accountability always be white? When I asked for members of the DA who was implicated by General Mkwanazi to sit on the witness stand. And I was voted out by the majority. So I want to distance myself from being part of the frame. I don't fear white people. We deal with evidence and fact. But I agree with Honorable Malema that we should not allow any disrespect of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Tejan.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, when I spoke about consultation, I didn't mean that I expect senior counsel to tell us what to do, because we are alive to the reality that it is us who advise this committee. Now, Chairperson, if you look at Section 17, for instance, of the Powers and Privileges Act, particularly 17.1, and I just want to read it. And it deals with offenses relating to witnesses. So what it says, Chair, says, a person who has been duly summoned in terms of Section 14 and who fails without sufficient cause. Now, the witness in question was not summoned. Now, number two, if you go to 17.1...
Can I finish? No, let's not do that. If you remember the last time when we discussed matters of opinion, it was this committee that said you must present a written opinion.
What you wanted to do, Chair?
Yeah, no, listen. So, if we were going to do these things in a rush or in a haste, and it is not always that the committee agrees with the opinions or the advices that you give. And I want us to avoid a situation where we do things like this, where you just pull out a document and you start reading. It's not going to help us. We need to be calculated in what we do. So if you need time, you just say to the committee, give us time. We understand the frustrations that you may have. But this is the time we need to go and sit down and apply our minds. If we have to consult outside of the services that we can offer, we do that and we produce a written opinion for you, as you always request as the committee. I think that is what will help us. But if we are going to microwave now, I can tell you we will not get what we want. Yes. I give you a chance to speak now.
I thought you had covered me, Chair.
Okay. I think what you will do, because we are going to break, when you come back from break, you can just indicate with the chair how much time will you need to produce that written opinion. And then we will inform the committee members. You understand the sense of urgency that committee members speak about. You know, honorable members, sometimes when you are a head of a family and your kids come to you running, tell you that there is a snake in the house, you don't just look for a broomstick or anything and try to look for the snake where it is and you want to kill it. The father starts by thinking that, by the way, I'm the source of income in this house. Let me jump onto the bed because the snake is only slithering on the surface. And then when I'm on bed, I can then decide how best I attack the snake. Because the family may slid back into poverty because you responded in a manner that put you right on the fangs of the snake. So I think let's allow the legal team to produce that legal opinion that we have requested. They understand that we have to be dealing with this matter with a sense of urgency and agility that you have spoken about. It's now 16:41. We will come back at 17 hours. Thank you so much.
Parliament's ad hoc committee. They've got a short break, so let's just get your thoughts. That's why I say, please send us your voice notes. We bank it and play it as soon as we get moments, gaps in the crossings itself. We play it.
Another thing, Ashraf, that I see from both ad hoc committee and the Madlanga commission, these people now, they are very much arrogant when they come to testify there, because now they see that no action is taken to anyone, to any witness who normally comes and testify there. Nothing it's been, they can come and lie and be arrogant, because they see that nothing or no action is being taken to anyone. So that's why they have this so much arrogant towards this the committee and the ad hoc. If actions were taken from the beginning, if you lie under oath, if you are arrogant, a strong action, if were taken, I believe what we are experiencing now, no one is taking this thing serious now. All these weaknesses who come there, no one is taking it serious. If this thing is not taken serious now, on a later stage, even if the results can come, no one will take it serious or no one will take it further. All this will be just for nothing.
Okay, do you really think nobody's taking it seriously? I heard you say arrogant maybe 3 or 4 times, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf Gada, policemen. These parliamentarians, they are not serious. So, Paul O'Sullivan, even though I don't even know the situation there, what happened, these guys are not serious. Even you, Ashraf Gada, if they sit you, you will do the same. These guys, to start with them themselves, they are not serious. So, who will take them serious? Look at the trained Madlanga Commission people. They engage with a person, they talk to a person up until a person can strangle himself with these answers. Not these guys. These guys, they just want to gain political mileage. Talking too much, you're raising their voices in Saudi. Come on, those guys, bunch of losers.
I don't know when last I heard that word or the phrase, a bunch of losers. And then you say, even I'll walk out. I'm trying to imagine myself walk out.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Mtembo. I'm in Pietermaritzburg. One of the people that will be there is, of course, Spogazi. Well, I've got flu, so it goes. Sengithetha amacala kuze kuse. Ngiqhomoloza kuze kuse. Thank you, SAFM. I hope I win.
Okay, that's for that competition. Remember the one we spoke about? You have to be in KZN to win that jazz event. Who knows? I hope I win.
Ashraf, great show. Ben here. I don't know why, the parliamentarians and people still call Patlane General Patlane. As far as I know, once you're dismissed from the police force or military, etc., you lose your rank and you retain your certificate of appointment. So he is Mr. Patlane and is no longer a general. So I don't know why they keep saying general, general, general. He is not a general. Thanks. Bye.
So in general, they're calling him general, and you don't agree with that. Well, not that you make a bad point. You could well be right. Right, there's more. Here we are.
Afternoon, Ashraf. I somehow picked up or felt that the evidence leader as well as the commissioners, to some extent, when we're ignoring the evidence or what was presented to them by Ms. Tlakasa, I'm sorry if I'm butchering her name, in relation to Mr. Ngeza's qualifications. So I'm saying that it's a serious issue as well. It's a serious issue. It's an issue that needs to be investigated, and should it be found that indeed he misled the city in terms of the qualifications that he may have claimed that he had, or he may have presented that he has, then the money should be recovered, because that is a state money. It's our taxpayers' money. So that money should be recovered if it founds that indeed he misled the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thanks for getting that off your chest. Clearly, you wanted to, and you've done just that. Let's just see. There's more about O'Sullivan.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Anonymous here. Parliament should consider revoking Paul O'Sullivan ID or whatever, because he's so disrespectful to the South African.
Education cover claims to 755 families.
We're missing the gist of it. I have to tell you, when you do send a voice note and you're listening to SAfmRadio, please don't not listen. You must listen to the National Pulse. But just for that moment, just turn the volume off so that we don't get the volume of whatever's in the background overcrowding what you're saying. And we don't want that, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. So the ANC convinced other parties in their unity to vote for them that they must put fire in their own circle of ANC and put their deputy in the city, just for Morero not to depart that seat. South Africa is a joke, Mara. Why is it?
South Africa is a joke. I heard that one about the deputy mayor. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Notorious Mabelane in Sigagula village. Yeah, I'm disappointed about the ad hoc committee. Very, very disappointed. All of them, they behave like children. I was listening to them when they questioned the Paul O'Sullivan. You can't call that guy criminal. It's not a criminal. If he's a criminal, why is not in jail? Why is not arrested? More special that's Kosana guy. No, he's behaving like a child, man. That guy is there to assist the ATOG to get the truth, but you're calling him a criminal. If he's a criminal, he's supposed to be in jail. He's not charged with anything, but they're calling him a criminal. And they're shouting like at him. Man, I'm very disappointed.
Okay, you have a point. I wonder if others think the same. I mean, he did make the point. I haven't been summoned to come here. I've come on my own free will. Right, Gumede, let's get your thoughts, Gumede. Hi.
Yes, Ashraf.
Yeah.
Ashraf, I have seen it coming at the ad hoc committee. I have seen it coming because politicians, they are dancing for their popularity and so forth. Look at the panel at Madlanga Commission, the judge and the other advocates, the way how they cross-examine, they look for answers and all of that. So, the rudeness sometimes, more especially of the MK and the EFF and that lady from Action SA, really, Ashraf, I've been watching it. Unfortunately, this walk away of Paul O'Sullivan, I didn't saw it. But if he was at Madlanga Commission, I am sure Paul O'Sullivan should have stayed and just engaged the panel the way it is. But politicians there are only looking for the gallery. That's what they were calling for initially when they were looking for this ad hoc committee.
All right.
It's just like that.
Okay, well, you made your point, and you made your point very, very strongly. Thanks for that, Gomede. Let's get further comments from many others. Indeed, I mean, many people, when they see what they see today, it really does upset them. What about Malema?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's very rich from Julius Malema stopping somebody from walking out of Parliament. I mean, he's done it. He's disrupted Parliament so many times before. So definitely signs of a little dictator there.
Signs of a dictator. But would we just say if Malema's a dictator, what about O'Sullivan? Where would he fit in? I mean, seriously speaking. Okay, Vuyizwa rather, in Parktown North. Hello. Hello, you hi. Vuyizwa, hello. No. May have just lost Vuyizwa just for a moment.
I'm here.
Are you there? Okay, go for it. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? The behavior of Paul O'Sullivan is the behavior of all white people. They don't respect anything.
No, but you can't say all white people. I mean, how do we let
yes,
that...
all of them.
Oh, like
you know,
the entire
they're good
country.
pretenders. We're now Ashraf. They're good pretenders. We know. You know, we experience this every day. Be it in Europe, here in Africa, they think they are superior. That's the problem.
But
Because
I mean,
how dare you do something like that? Besides that, the parliamentarians might be lacking in here and there, but the fact is that you need to respect.
Okay, did you hear that previous caller who spoke about Malema also disrupting Parliament proper himself?
No, let's not go to Malema.
No, but I'm
O'Sullivan.
making that point because maybe it's not about black and white, it's about people.
It's about black and white. Someone, they are being taught from childhood that they are better. They're superior than us.
Okay.
Some of them are calling us monkeys. Some of them are calling us this and this. Is the behavior they have towards blacks.
All right. You've made your point strongly too as well, Vuyiswa. Thanks for that. In Parktown North, let's say it can't be all. I mean, all does mean all, right? That means every single person, right? Right. There's more. There's just so many of them we can pick up on. Here's one from earlier on.
Hi, Ashraf and your listeners. This lady must just go in jail. What they're talking about is a story. He just do story. He just talk about something that you don't understand. He tried to shield his boyfriend. He tried to shield Mukhonazi. They do corruption, all of them. They are corrupt. They must go in jail. They must go and rot in jail. If they can feel in jail what's going on inside the jail, they will be fine. For now, he's just shielding these things of jolling inside the municipality. They emulsify money and whatever of municipality. They must just rot in jail, this nonsense.
Your tone of voice, you are so, if not angry, infuriated. It does come through, okay? Kaya in Cape Town, hello. Kaya, hi.
Oh, yeah, I was watching the whole thing with Mr. O'Sullivan.
Yeah.
I think also the committee members were very unfair to him. I mean, the man came there, told them that he had to leave at this time because he has to catch a flight. The reasonable thing would have been that if he had not finished testifying, to recall him, let him go, and then if you had allowed him to testify until that time, and then let him go, and then on a particular day call him back. If he refuses, then you can summon him to come. And then the man came there. He said from the first testimony, he said he was willing to come. He was not compelled to come. He's always been willing to come. He came there. He was not summoned. He testified. They kept asking him about things that happened 40 years ago, just to discredit him, which I think was not doing any justice to the process that is happening now, to the references of the commission. So I think in some way they were trying to settle some score. They kept on asking him questions that were not relevant to the commission, trying to discredit him as a witness, trying to dig down to his qualifications, which he obtained 40 years ago. I mean, they achieved nothing from that witness. He had a stack of files there, which he said he had evidence. They didn't question him on that. I don't think they read
all right,
his files.
So bottom line, are you saying he's been given a raw deal, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
I mean, if he says he's going to miss his flight, what else must he do? He told them, no, I'm going to miss my flight. If
okay,
you listen
but
to
help me on this one.
finishes.
Help me on this one very quickly, just before we get to news, right? Did he? And I obviously got in late. I was occupied this morning. Did he arrange in advance that's the latest he can stay there? Did he clear that up in advance? Not the time when he got up and said, "I've got a flight to catch."
No, he said it many times. He said it. He said it, and then the chairperson said no. Just this last question.
Okay.
He took that question, and then he said, no, I'm going to miss my flight, and I'm going to incur costs. In fact, when he was walking out, the evidence leader said, no, we are done with the question. If you go listen to that. So they were just being unfair. Now they're labeling him this and that and that. I don't know if he's racist or not, but in this time, they were very unfair. They treated him very unfairly.
Well, thanks for giving that testimony and clearing that up from your side, Kaya. Much appreciate that. I mean, that's what we have here, diversity of opinions and views here on the National Pulse. Let's get the news now. It's 5 o'clock.
Thanks, Ashraf. Top stories at 5. 2 South Africans have died in Russia war, and Greek court finds 4 guilty in major spyware scandal. Good afternoon. I'm Kulufelo Defo. International Relations Minister Ronald Lamola says the government is aware of 2 other South Africans who were also recruited and ended up being killed while serving in the Russian army in occupied Ukraine. Lamola says some South Africans besides the 17 already identified are also still in occupied Ukraine, where Russia is continuing its full-scale invasion of the neighboring country. Lamola was speaking in KwaZulu-Natal after visiting the families of some of the South Africans who have returned from Russia. The minister says those South Africans who recruited young people must face the full might of the law.
The 17 that were recruited through the processes that involved the MK party, they are all back, except those that could not travel due to medical reasons. But there are other South Africans that we have since discovered that were part of the process. And there are others that we have also since discovered that some have died. The ones we are aware of is 2 that we have been made aware that have died, but they were not part of the 17.
11 South African men yesterday arrived back in South Africa from Moscow. They were the second group of men after 4 others returned last week. They were part of a group of men who were allegedly lured to Russia under false pretenses, 17 of whom are from KwaZulu-Natal. 2 South Africans who were part of the group of 17 remain in Russia. One is in a hospital in Moscow while the other is being processed. In other news, a 39-year-old stepfather has been sentenced to life imprisonment for raping his stepdaughter over a period of 13 years. The Prieska Regional Court in the Northern Cape heard that the minor was sexually abused by the man since the age of 3. The court also heard that the girl fell pregnant a few times as a result of the abuse. Provincial Police spokesperson Merapelo Pilane.
The Prieska Regional Court heard that in July 2020, a concerned community member alerted the police to a possible sexual assault involving a 16-year-old victim. Preliminary investigations confirmed that the victim had been sexually abused. Further investigation revealed that the accused had been sexually abusing the victim over a period of 13 years. It was also established that the victim had fallen pregnant on several occasions as a result of the abuse.
KwaZulu-Natal has started the rollout of mass vaccination drive against foot and mouth disease at the Boboyi Communal Deep Tank near Potchefstroom. The Provincial Agriculture Department says there's been a good turnout today. It's expected that between 45,000 and 60,000 head of cattle from communal areas and commercial farms in the Ugu district will be vaccinated in the next week. Doses of the Biogenesis vaccine from Argentina are being administered. National government embarked on a drive to buy millions of doses of foot and mouth vaccines from several countries in a national strategy to stop the nationwide outbreak. And finally, further afield, a court in Greece has sentenced 4 people to 8 years in prison each over the illegal use of spyware that targeted the phones of thousands of politicians, journalists, business leaders and senior military officials. The 4 include a former Israeli soldier and a founder of the company that marketed the software called Predator. The BBC's Andrew Ochieng has the details.
The spying scandal in 2022 led to the resignations of several senior Greek officials, including the intelligence chief and an aide to the Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Mr. Mitsotakis himself survived a vote of no confidence over the matter. Among those monitored by the spyware were the head of the military, the current Deputy Prime Minister, and a member of the European Parliament. The 4 people convicted have always denied wrongdoing and will remain out of jail pending an appeal.
The top story at 5, International Relations Minister Ronald Lamola says the government is aware of 2 other South Africans who were also recruited and ended up being killed while serving in the Russian army in occupied Ukraine. Headlines at 5:30 for SAFM News. I'm Kolofelo Defo.
In sports this hour, Proteas claim 9 wickets win over the West Indies. Free State Stadium restored as Springbok Test venue, and Soweto Derby takes back seat as Cardoso prioritizes Kukune. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 northbound in Pretoria, slow moving towards Garsfontein Road, and the N1 southbound has delays near Grasmere services. In KZN, the N3 westbound has a crash before the Pavilion Shopping Centre exit, and Umgeni Road westbound, slow moving through Springfield Park. In Cape Town, Voortrekker Road is slow moving at Holt Road, and the SA Open Golf Championship gets underway from today until Sunday at the Stellenbosch Golf Course, so there are delays possible in the area of the R44 in Stellenbosch. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This February, love the shows that keep you guessing. Every case tells a story. Every clue brings you closer to the truth. From shocking twists to unforgettable investigations, Homicide returns with seasons 3 and 4, where justice is hard-won and nothing is ever simple. Because loving what you watch sometimes means leaning into the darkness. Homicide seasons 3 and 4, weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
Every day, Rand Water's underground pipelines run through servitudes across the country, carrying millions of liters of water to our communities. But when people build too close, it's called encroachment, and it's very dangerous. If a pipeline bursts, it can flood homes, destroy property, and in many cases, people lose their lives. That's why Rand Water marks its servitudes with blue and white beacons, a clear warning to stay clear and safe. When we protect Rand Water's servitudes, we protect our communities too. Rand Water, finding new ways.
This February, love lives on S3. From searching for love to racing across the world, to stories that inspire, move and thrill. Whether it's drama, adventure, talent or truth, there's something to fall in love with every day. February on S3. Love what you watch. Only on S3. Open up. S3. This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
The Magpies are bringing pace, intensity, and the electrifying home crowd in search of a win.
Jacob Ramsey has scored for Newcastle United for the first time. It's all going on.
On the other side, the Toffees are ready to elevate their game to rise to a much higher top half position.
Here he comes. Goal! Yes! Illuminati slots it in the bottom right-hand corner, and Everton lead at last by a goal to nil.
This is the Premier League. Newcastle United takes on Everton FC on Saturday 28 February at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I've noted a few people challenging Voyezua's position about, all whites, but as soon as we get the chance, we'll play it. But for now, let's get back to Parliament's ad hoc committee.
With the work of the police. And I hear some say, but the criminal was sitting here. He was convicted. McBride was sitting here, convicted for murder. Meguzba, he was here. I'm not going to not interact with them based on that. I'm not in a business of profiling people. And unfortunately, people don't have tags. So I never read here, Cat Matlala, this and that. No, I was reading in the media on what is happening, for example, what is it, in Ekurhuleni around the issues of the Tembisa hospital and so on. I read just like any other person.
So when did you say was the last time you met Matlala? Earlier this year?
Chair, I've answered that question. I've sponsored it.
Please,
if
I didn't hear you or misheard
I
you,
have sponsored
I'm just
it.
asking you again.
I prefer not to repeat because I think I've been very articulate. I went broader than the questions that you asked.
So you meet people and you read about people. Is that my understanding? Did you read about Mr. Matlala and the tender? The Swani 24 medical tender?
I don't think I have to answer that question. I have already said I read about people just like news will be running with his involvement in, what is it, the Medicare, his involvement with the police in as far as that contract is concerned, his non-performance or performance. All those issues are conversed broadly in the media. In addition, there are issues that we read about the attempted murders and whatever that is being written lately. Now I know that there is, cartels.
But you never discuss these things when you bump into him in Mamelodi or in Pretoria, where you meet him or in a restaurant?
Chair, I've dealt with the issue. I don't think I've got the appetite to go into what I did not discuss.
Well, the issue is that he, from the evidence thus far, is at the very least, he's very well connected. He knows senior management in SAPS. He's an influential figure, and so are you. You held an influential, the most important position you held in SAPS just around about the time 2014, 2016, 2017, when he started almost infiltrating SAPS.
I'm not going to respond to an uninformed question. As far as I'm concerned, I have never had dealings with Mr. Matlala on any business of the police, and I have met him where I have met him, which I'm saying it is all around Pretoria. I've never met Cat Matlala anywhere else other than where I met him in a restaurant. That is why in the message that Rachel, the Brigadier Macheng, is communicating, is saying to him at the same spot, because that's the area where, for one or other reason, when I went there on more than one occasion, I happened to have met him in that area. And I understand why, because it is in the proximity of where he is living. And even if I don't know the house, I know he lives in the particular area. So his relationship with management of the police, it really has got nothing to do with me.
And at no stage did you question or wonder what he was doing, what businesses he was involved in, and whether he was interacting with any senior police? You didn't ask him any of those questions?
Just as I never asked the spy who was here, I also never asked him questions. I see them as human beings. These are human beings that you meet, you greet where you need to greet. If you don't greet a person, so be it. But how I am brought up is that you don't just go past people because they are human beings. And greeting a person and talking to a person doesn't necessarily mean that you are friends or you are in business. I think I was hearing this question even coming when Kat was appearing in, what is the place, Hosimampuru. A question was asked, did you give General Pashani money? And I said, oh, where is that coming from now? No, I don't need money from Kat Matlala. I met him, as it is said, in the social circle where I met him. Money has got nothing to do with me, with Kat. And I can't question his relationship with people because I really don't know about those relationships. I so happen to know some people that he was maybe having relationships with. I'm now referring to people from within SAPS. But I also have got no reason to question their interaction or even to question those who entered into a contract with him, entered a contract with him. Now, here is an important thing, and I don't know why I'm even getting there. His contract, and for one or other reasons, this is also called the 360, was terminated because we say it did not meet the specifications. The 360 that we are talking about was never terminated. It having not met the specification. 31 million has been paid. In his contract, 48 million has been paid. Is the law different on these issues? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me just put it on record. Your analogy is completely wrong and misplaced. It's not the same thing.
I'm not going to comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members who are going to start with questions. Can I check honorable members who requested to be released if they want to ask questions now? The honorable members who requested to be released. Honorable Malema, Honorable Breitenbach. She will ask. Okay.
No, I'm scared of white men, not white women.
Honorable Breitenbach, do you want to ask?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
And I want to tell the Honorable Malema he's making a big mistake.
Okay. Thank you. We are going to do this. I'm going to leave with Mr. Tejana. We are going to meet with the speaker now. So the first speaker will start at 5:20. Yeah, no, I'm outlining before I'm handing over to him. The first speaker will start at 5:20, and then the second speaker will be at 6:20. So we will run this session until 20 minutes past, until 8 o'clock. And then we will take a break. I think at the time we break at 8 o'clock, I would have come. So can we check Honorable Sangoj?
Thank you very much, Chair. You're putting us in a bit of a dilemma. The ANC is only going to field 2 members to ask questions. The first one would be Honorable Ngola.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if the Chair is able to at least allow us that 20 minutes and then leave.
When Honorable Ngola starts, Honorable Nomvalo presides.
Honorable Novalo will?
Presides,
and
okay.
then Honorable
Ngola
Nola
finishes.
speaks, and then
He takes back the machine. No problem, Chair. Thank
Yeah,
you.
what is this haphazard kind of primary school arrangement? If you want another chair, you have to elect one. You can't just have a round robin of chairs. What is this?
No, it's fine. Let's take Honorable Nola to speak, and then I will leave after he has spoken.
Thank you, Chair. General Pashan, I think you must take and treat this session as an Audi alteram partem opportunity. There are a lot of things that would have been said about you here in front of us. And we don't want you risking us having one-sided evidence or one-sided statements. So it's very important that you are able to clarify some of the things. Taking us to the first issue of the Sub-High Hills Estate?
Sable Hills.
Sable Hills
Waterfront
Estate.
yeah.
Did you secure any form of a bond for the building of your house?
I did secure a bond, Chair, with Nedbank.
So you dismiss the allegations that the bond was secured when the house was already under construction?
I dismiss that. One, I owned a property, a house in Montana. I sold that house in Montana. Whatever I sold that house for, I bought the site in Sable Hills. At the same time, when after buying the site, having sold the house, I went into rental, still around Pretoria, Queenswood, while the house was under construction. My bond is with Nedbank. That bond is still active as we speak.
Okay. Did you purchase a sound system for that house?
Purchase a sound system for the house?
Yeah.
Yes.
How was the sound system
go
purchased?
To, my answer is between page 89 and 92 of my affidavit. And you have annexure 25 to this affidavit, which is a tax invoice from Sounds Great. If you look at that annexure, it will show you the amount that I paid. And 52 is the net bank, what is it, my statement, bank statement, which reflects the 80,075. And then there is an email, which is JKP 27, where I now direct the bank to pay that particular sound system. And date is my email 16 April 2012 at 0743. I kindly request that an amount of 80,075 is transferred from my current account for the payment of the following account. Sounds great. It's a net bank account, and this place is in Woodlands. That's where the music system was purchased.
So there is no SAPS service provider that bought you a sound system for the house?
There is no service provider who bought me the sound system. Now, maybe I must clarify, and that's where the confusion comes. We were doing, now, as if I say we, as management of Division Forensic Services, we were visiting the service providers because we had realized that some of the service providers are doing fronting, or they will claim to be established companies. So we wanted to visit each one of them to be able to see what capacity they have to deliver. So we went to one of the companies. It was called Crime Tech. Now, there are two people primarily in that company. Yolanda Komodolovic, it's commonly referred to as Yola, and Henry Deal. Okay. When we were in their offices, there was this sound system, the TVs and sound system. I wanted to hear where she purchased those because I became attracted to how the packaging was done. We then, when I said where, she said, by the way, I'm also doing interior design. So it is, must I call it a hobby or a side job that she's doing apart from this? So I said, can I get the details where to buy, where you bought this, and at least give me the specifications? She then said, but it's not a problem. I will make contact to obtain the quotation for you, which she did. And that is why when you look at the reference that I was saying sounds great. I mean, the bank must reflect on the invoice, on the payment. It had to be Yola because the invoice, the quotation was obtained by her, submitted to me. Once I got the quotation, I then paid through my bank. Okay. So there is no service provider who bought me a music system.
Okay. Mr. Paul, the walkouter and the greatest contemptor of Parliament goes to an extent of saying he actually went to the salesman as part of his investigation and actually solicited evidence that a service provider at SAP has bought you. But we get your explanation. You do have a proof of purchase of that. And if you have instructed a bank, that's electronic, that can be retrieved anytime when needed. So we accept that. Let's move forward, General Pahlane. So you say in paragraph 13, you were fired because there was a negative publicity against you, amongst other things that were out there, even in the media, that you, corruption, is it infiltration or interference, something like that. So at that time, did you have charges preferred against you for corruption or defeating the ends of justice or any sort?
No.
So it was something that you can easily say it was concocted to achieve a certain outcome.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we have got this all over the country, all over the news. Then the former minister Mbalula calls you and say, the best way to deal with this matter is that you step down as the acting national commissioner. It is in the best interest of the police. Do you think that it was not at the best interest of the police when in the court of public opinion you are viewed as a corrupt top cop, and it may have a ripple effect on the confidence of the people to the entire police service? Don't you think that it was really at that time? I don't think it was a verdict on your guilty, but don't you think with the cloud that was hanging over you, was it not really in the best interest of the police service for you to voluntarily move back?
Am I answering? Yes. Honorable Mola. First, even the records will tell, and everywhere I'm speaking, I said I did not hesitate. When the minister said so, I accepted because I believed I'm not glued to any position. And that happens following my appearance before the portfolio committee on the 16th of May, where these issues were ventilated. The same thing, music system, blah, 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 it was ventilated. That's 16th of May 2017. The 1st of June, I'm called by the minister to Cape Town. In less than 5 minutes, step aside. Even if I knew it is nowhere provided for, why must I remain in office? And that is why somewhere there was a judgment that was being read. That is why I even never challenged the suspension. Because I understand what the purpose of moving away from the environment is, to allow an investigation, which unfortunately delivered nothing. Because what I was subsequently charged for and dismissed has got nothing to do with that what was in the media and public domain.
Okay. So do you honestly believe that there can be a minister of whatever minister it is that can remove the accounting officer without the knowledge of the appointing authority?
I don't have to believe that. I don't have to believe that. Just as when you are appointed by the president. Yes. It's not by the minister. And even if it would have been a recommendation of the minister.
The point is, General Pahlane, in your affidavit, you make it clear that Mbalula unlawfully fired you. That's what you say in your affidavit.
It's true.
So we are saying, I'm asking, do you honestly believe that there can be a minister who fires the accounting officer without any concurrence from the appointing authority?
I believe so, because there is evidence to that effect.
So the allegation is that Minister Mbalula acted outside the authority of President Zuma.
It is so. It is so. The record speaks for themselves. And you say, do I believe whether that could happen? It happened in the Masitla case. It happened in the Apleni case. It happened in, who's the DG of local Mlengana? It happened in Mlengana. Those are decided cases where it happened. And it happened in my case. Judge Tokote, in the judgment that was presented here, is saying so.
No, we'll look at it. It's fine. So you received no communication from President Zuma?
Absolutely none.
Okay. So you acted upon the advice of former Minister Mbalula?
Not the advice, the instruction.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let's move on. So part of what you were charged in internally in the department was acts of dishonesty. Were you found guilty of such?
No.
You were not found guilty of such. Okay.
Let me qualify.
Okay.
Let me qualify. The process that was embarked upon was an expeditious process. Lieutenant General Reid, in his finding, he say there were acts of dishonesty. He could not substantiate that even at arbitration level. Thus, the arbitrator did not find any dishonesty. The Labor Court did not find any dishonesty. The Labor Appeals Court did not find any dishonesty. In actual fact, they continue to be changing the reason, but the outcome remains the same. The last one, I think in the Labor Appeals Court, they talk about negligence. From dishonesty, from intent to some negligence, but the outcome remains the same.
Okay, you say you were wrongly and illegally, unfairly removed from SAPS. But your matter has been taken to conciliation, which failed, to arbitration, where you lost, to the labor court, where you lost, now recently to the labor appeal court, where you lost. Do you still think that really you have a strong case on unfair dismissal?
It's for the Constitutional Court to make that determination. And the fact that I never tire to go to all those platforms that our Constitution provides for the matter to be ventilated is because we believe we have got a strong case. I don't want to talk about where they got it wrong and so on. I think let's respect them. They are the judges. They made the decisions that they have made. Let's see whether the final arbiter is going to arrive at the same decision.
Yeah, Judge Nkutango Ndwana of the Labor Appeals Court characterizes your legal argument in two specific words. That it's unmeritorious and it's untenable. Simple put, that your argument is without merit, it lacks value, it lacks worth, it's unworthy and undeserving, it's indefensible and undefendable. What is your take on that?
It's good English that was used, but is the English that the other judges at the Concord will engage with, and I am legally advised. That's why we went that route. So I'm not going to say anything about the Honorable Judge. It is for the constitutional courts to apply their minds. I think we have advanced our case there.
During our public participation process, there are three police officers who came before this committee. And amongst the issues that they had raised was the continued stealing or disappearance of narcotics and at forensics, rhino horns, drugs, blah, blah, blah. And they strongly say this is a matter that has been raised with the accounting officer, which was acting National Commissioner General Khomotso Phahlane, who did nothing in respect of that. In actual fact, he was complacent with that kind of a problem that faced the police service at that time. What's your take on that?
It is not true. How can I be an acting national commissioner while there is a national commissioner in office? At the time when they made those allegations, General Pierre was the national commissioner.
So you mean there were no narcotics and rhino horns that got lost when you were national commissioner?
No,
acting?
Honorable Member, let's not change tune. I'm saying, you say they said that there was an acting national commissioner who did nothing. So I'm answering that part first before I go to the content of what you have raised. And I'm saying the national commissioner at the time was General Pierre. It was in...
at which time, General Pierre?
It was 2012. And if you have regard to my submission, I have here JKP 18B, response to the allegations of corruption within forensic services. Now, concealing doctoring crime statistics, it's 2.1 on page 1114. 2.2, theft of drugs. I say there, the forensic services is on record before the Portfolio Committee on Police and the National Commissioner on progress relating to investigations conducted following the incidents of loss of exhibits, drugs in respect of... So the answers are there. Those matters were dealt with comprehensively. the issue of
Thank you so
what is
much,
it?
Honorable Ngola is now the chair. He must call the next speaker.
Thanks, Chair. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end, General Paslan.
Yeah,
and
but
I've now changed the seat. I'm the chair.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I think he covered it, but wanted to elaborate more. So you can finish up that answer, then we'll take Honorable Sokani.
Yeah. Honorable Chair, those issues, I don't have to go detail. 18A, Chairperson, 18A and 18B. 18A is my response to the issues dated the 10th of September 2012 to the National Commissioner of Police, and that was General Pierre. 18B is the same communication that I circulated within forensic services. Thirdly, Rhino on, the member concerned was charged departmentally, was found guilty. The member was subsequently found guilty in a court of law, and he was sentenced. So I don't know what more could have been done, but as I'm saying, the issues are comprehensively covered here. Maybe it's something that was supposed to have been said, and it was here in the records. I'll just find it. The same members, because I felt personally attacked, I lodged a civil claim. General Pierre at the time was saying, no, don't do a civil claim. I said, this is at my own cost because I'm being attacked personally. In 2017, I won the civil litigation. Now, November, was it October, I think, last year? We won the appeal. They were trying to appeal that. We are now in the process of filing for contempt of court because they partially only complied with the order of court. Amongst others, there's supposed to be retraction, blah, blah, blah. It's not there. But I'm just saying, those issues were taken care of. And it is disinformation to suggest that there is still an appeal pending. There is no appeal pending.
Okay. Honorable Sokanyile. Mr. Skosana, what were you trying to do? Or you were trying to do that thing you did outside? No, it's fine. Let's give Honorable Sokanyile, then we'll come to you. Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. General Pasane, can I refer you? I don't want to go to paragraph 47, whereby you are talking about the unfairly and unlawful dismissal of yourself as the acting National Police Commissioner. I don't want to get to that, as you are saying that you are appealing that issue. And then, in paragraph 81, you are talking about the report that was submitted by the National Commissioner of SAPS, addressed to AGSA, which you are saying that that report, it contained misrepresentation of facts and distortion of factual reality with regard to a timber ward. Now, I want to check which National Commissioner are you referring to? This paragraph 81.
Thanks, Honorable Member. As per JKP 17, on page 276, the National Commissioner there is General Masemola. And that report is dated 2025, 0425. So it's General Masemola.
You can talk to the report that was submitted to AGSA. Are you able? Yes.
Yes, I
When
can.
you are saying that the facts were misrepresented to that report and
Thank-
distortion of facts.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Chair, in this report attached is a legal opinion. Now, part of the legal opinion that has always been there from, is it Dupree and Botha, they have consistently advised the police that there was never compliance with the specifications, and there was never a representation of experts or representative of experts as required on the bid evaluation committee, and that according to the assessment that was done, remember there was a complaint by FDA, which complaint was about how did you award this to that service provider, Atemba. And when that complaint was forwarded to forensic services, I gave it to the experts, to the people who developed the specifications. And they were able to make a determination that this contract was wrongly awarded. So that's why there was a request for an independent assessment. Now, in General Masemola's submission, he disregards even the findings of the Auditor General, because the Auditor General found that the irregular expenditure, now we are talking the 31 million, is as a result of officials of the department having failed to cancel the contract. Because as forensic services, we told them, you have to cancel this thing or go into a process. They never did. So it is as a result of that they went ahead, and somewhere down the line there was an arbitration award by Judge Haramse, retired Judge Haramse, who then said the service provider must be paid the 31 million. So they don't want to go into the issues and of who did not cancel the contract, because forensic services, or me, as forensic services, do not have the authority, we don't have local standing to cancel the contract. It could only be done by supply chain management. So this report is the one that I'm saying it's a misrepresentation of facts.
Okay. It is because when it is attached to you, it is because you are at the helm that is occupying that National Commissioner's position, or what?
Sorry, Chair. Maybe just
I'm saying that you are saying that now you are being seen as a person through this report, regardless having the advice of AGSA, having the advice of other people, but the current National Commissioner see you at fault. Is it because you are at the helm, or why does it takes it upon you, this 31 million of Atemba award?
That's exactly the question that I have, because even that money, the person who approved that it must be paid, who approved the settlement and the payment, was General Sithole. It was in 2018, 2019. I was not in office since 2017. So I find it difficult to reconcile how then do you blame it on me? And it is on that basis that I say it's wrong. And that's why earlier, me and you agree, Honorable Member, that we don't have to go into the dismissal and so on. But part of what a judge is saying is that I was simultaneously performing those functions of a divisional commissioner and a national commissioner, which is impossible.
Okay. Let's pass that one. In your understanding, what do you understand of political interference in general? Or it may be in SAFs, when we talk about political interference?
Honorable Member, I know we don't have time, but I have traversed that.
I'm saying that you just speak general, not within SAPs, because I'm still going to ask you about paragraph 90.
I only want to talk about SAPS. In as far as SAPS is concerned, political interference manifests itself where political decisions are taken on operational policing issues, which in my view presents us with a challenge of encroachment, because our legislation is not blind. It is very clear on what the role of the National Commissioner is as an accounting officer. His is to implement policies and ensure that policing is happening in the country. So when there is that encroachment, I call it political interference, whether it is in operations, whether it is in appointments. And in my affidavit, I'm making visible there political interference, which is written into the regulations. For the first time, you have got the regulations, the SAfmRadio regulations, and I'm making specific reference to paragraphs there, which say when the National Commissioner is to appoint anyone from the level 14 onwards, that is Major General, that must be with the concurrence of the minister. There is no such provision in law. Two people gets appointed. The president appoints the National Commissioner. The minister, of course, following a parliamentary process, appoints the national head of DPCI. The rest are appointments by the National Commissioner. So any appointment made by a politician boils down to political interference, except those two.
Then can you elaborate maybe during your tenure, were there incidents of the political interference within the department?
I'm an example of political interference. That which happened the 1st of June 2017, it's political interference.
What
A
happened?
minister acting without the authority or the legal authority, something called step aside. I became a guinea pig too. There is no reason why I must not leave because I was not permanently appointed. I'm an acting national commissioner at the time. But the law is very clear. The appointing authority will disappoint. Anyone else who's not clothed with those powers, it's interference. But other than that, I think I had a very good relationship with the executive authority. There was just one incident. And again, it relates to the same minister. And interesting, it relates to the question that was raised earlier about Kat Madlanga. There was a guy, he was involved in the killing of the late Bozona, Vusikeke. He also so happened to be coming from Mamelodi. He was on bail. And I was called by a minister who said, but why is this person not in jail? Why are you not arresting this person? And I say, sorry, Minister, that person has been granted bail. So if there is another case that we can put on him, but not just put, it must have been investigated, there must be a decision taken to say, lock this person up. The police will act. And I simply refused. That's why maybe the 1st of June 2017 arrived, and I'm sitting home.
For instance, General Passan, you are a national commissioner, making an example. You are a national commissioner, and you are not performing. I'm the minister in the department, because if the department is not performing, that failure goes straight to me. Then I'm advising you of the action that you must take, being the politician within a department. Then do you regard that as an political interference?
But, Honorable
I'm
Member,
just asking. Not saying that it has happened, just asking.
I don't find relationship with that in the context of political interference. The police commissioner must account to the minister on performance. And it can never be wrong if the minister say, but you are not doing your job. We can't crowd foul and say, this is political interference. It can never be. So if that is something that you're just making an example of to make me answer, I'm saying you are not performing or crime is going up, where are your operations, or people are being ill-treated, what are you doing? It can't be political interference. It becomes political interference where decisions and directives are being taken, where you are being instructed to implement the following. Then somewhere you have crossed the line.
Okay.
Chair.
Paragraph 90, okay.
Honorable Malema, sorry.
No,
Honorable.
sorry, Honorable. Just a quick one. If a minister sees a dangerous person like Vuskeke, running around, and then he calls a commissioner to say, why is this person on the streets and not in jail? Because we have got some information, it's a public knowledge that this guy killed a person or is dangerous or something like that. Is that a political interference?
Honorable Malema, that's not political interference, but it becomes interference when you say to me, arrest that person, he must go to jail. Why must I arrest the person? Because the person, yes, he may have committed crime, but the court of law has granted him bail. If you are aware of other crimes that he committed, and you are at liberty to say to me, listen, he murdered that one, or he did this, and I disregard that, or you raise that with me, it can't be political interference.
So which minister said to you, arrest that guy?
The minister who placed me on step aside.
No, but you must say his name, General. We're
Minister
here
Fikile Mbalula, MP, Honorable.
Yes, our terms of reference is to check political interference also. Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Sokanyile.
Okay.
We're going to leave the commission for now because our time's done. But of course, we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for listening in as always. Many and glued to what we do every day on the show. Sometimes the Madlanga Commission, sometimes the Aero Committee, sometimes the budget reaction and everything else that we have to cover. So thanks for that. Thanks for the feedback as well. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't, but the feedback's really important too, right? Oh yes, talking about feedback. So tomorrow, being a Friday, from 5 to 6, we have the fireside chat, right? And our guest tomorrow, my guest, is the inspiring Louise von Rijn. Very inspiring. Well, I certainly call her a champion South African because she champions our country with everything she does. I've no doubt about that. Looking forward to that conversation. Do set your alarms from 3 to 6 and don't miss the 5 to 6 five-side chat with Dr. Louise van Rijn. That's it until tomorrow. Right now, it's 6 o'clock. Here's the news with Colafello.